baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry in. Oh, it's Kris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hello, everybody. Welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy, Kris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news and pop culture, all the things that's currently trending in Hot Topics. So if that's a show for you, definitely stick around because we have an action-packed show today. Because I've been off for the past couple of days. A bitch has been busy. So I was like, I'm going to have to give y'all a long show. So we got a lot of topics to get into. We got to talk about Avatar finally being dethroned at the box office by a Chris Pratt movie. But he may not be all that excited because word on the street is there is a report going around that he's freaking out because his career is hitting a full meltdown. So we'll break down that story once we get around to it. Plus, we got some Avengers Secret Wars news. Word on the curb is there is a rumor that's swirling around that's going to be split into two movies. Plus, there is also there's a story going around on who they have in the running to play Black Panther. Tiana Taylor X. Basically, I just gave y'all a hint. Delroy Lindo had to school an influencer who called him an emerging artist. I'm like, what? First of all, Delroy Lindo been around for like 100 years, and y'all got him talking about he up and coming. Get out of here. So we got that. Plus, we got to talk about this Masters in the Universe trailer. I finally got around. Of course, I watched it a couple of days ago, but I wasn't on the air to talk about it. But apparently, the betas are out here bitching and calling it woke garbage because the he/him pronouns in his name, on his name tag, on his desk, and we'll get into the foolishness and we'll just entertain their foolishness. So we have that. Plus, Kanye out here trying to beg for people forgiveness because he was using them anti-Semitic situations. He took out a whole op-ed in the Wall Street Journal pleading to the Jews to forgive him so that way his career don't remain in the tour. Because look, he's so damn desperate. He got to go over to India to do performances. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about this stuff going around about Nicola Peltz's career. Life past is coming back to haunt her because of her past relationships, saying that Brooklyn might be out here getting control because once upon a time there was another celebrity son or nepo baby that she was out here controlling, and they happy that she's no longer in the picture. And so shout out to the Hadids because we're gonna be talking about them. Plus, word on the curb is Victoria Beckham secretly liking all this attention that's currently going on with the family. So we'll break all that down. Plus, she was recently seen at Emma Bunton's birthday party, which got people thinking we could possibly be getting a Spice Girls reunion, which y'all been talking about that for 100 years, but it's never happened. Plus, Pharrell out about to perform at the not Super Bowl, at the Grammys, which I think is next week. Well, child, he being sued by his former co-producer, Chad Hugo, one half of the Neptunes. So they got a whole situation going on. Plus, we got some bad news regarding Ray J and his health. We got to talk about this cosmetic doctor who went and was picking apart Troye Sivan's appearance, and they was dragging him all over the internet. Plus, we got to talk about Gus Kenworthy is opening up about heated rivalry. It's always going to be, I think this thing is going to keep going and going and going. The Traders is releasing a statement following all the cyberbullying a lot of the celebrities have been receiving from the show. We also got to talk about Briar Blush and that Wendy Williams moment that she had on this past episode of Drag Race. Plus, we got to talk about Jonathan Van Ness and Anthony Porowski from Queer Eye because Jonathan has spoken out about, the Karamo Brown stuff. And Anthony responded to a fan basically calling the show fake because he's like, I can't watch the show because y'all sitting here acting like y'all Ace Boone Coons when behind the scenes y'all a bunch of trifling ass Regina George wannabe bitches, basically. So we'll get into that and a whole lot more. So before we get to that long ass intro, because I told you we had a lot of topics, if you can please do me a solid, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. And also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. And also I want to say, hopefully everybody has made it through this storm. We made it through the wilderness. Somehow we can make it through this storm. With me remixing Madonna's Like a Virgin. But hopefully everybody's making it through this storm. If y'all are probably at home with your kids, shout out to y'all, because I know them kids got to be on the social media doing a schooling from there, because I know a lot of schools are still closed. A lot of people was shoveling and digging themselves out of all this crazy snow where they was at. We did get a lot of snow in New York. I know, like, child, today they was trying to call a bunch of us, sending out vortexes to come in to work this Rangers game that's going on tonight at the Garden. I'm like, anyway, in hell I'm going to going into the city, because I'm like, I know a lot of people was calling out because a lot of people that I work with live in Long Island or they live in New Jersey and stuff, and with the storm that happened yesterday, and I think it all kind of stopped as we all woke up, and then people saw all that extra heavy snow that was outside, and nobody got time to be trying to make it to the city or whatever the case is. So good luck to y'all that's out there in the streets. I know the people on Broadway was pissed because they weren't really shutting down a lot of the shows. I'm like, if y'all knew a storm was coming, because the Garden was on it, they were like, we got something going on Sunday, we shutting it down, like cancel, whatever. Broadway out here being greedy, thinking that, oh, well, people still going to show up. Oh, well, they're just going to have to get a refund, or you just going to have to switch it to another date, because why would you leave your crew and try to hope and pray that the performers could come in to work a show when it's a full-on blizzard outside? Like, are y'all slow, or y'all just, corporate greed has got y'all so damn blinded? So that was the annoying part, that Broadway basically played themselves yesterday and probably lost a lot of money in the damn process. So let me hit the comments. Let's see what the people are saying. Robert said, hello, I need you on Sunday, but I'll take it. Look, quiet. I'm going to tell you something. Yesterday, I actually was going to do a show. Yesterday was in the cards. However, because of the snow and everything, my internet was going in and out. And y'all already know how that's happened many times on the show. I didn't want it to be, me being a Virgo, we always expect perfection, and we beat ourselves up even if the show doesn't go the way it wants. So I didn't want to risk it. So I was like, let me just combine some of the stuff for today and yesterday, and we'll just do a longer show. You're welcome for the Chris Pratt. Yup, because we're going to be bringing that up. Isn't my name in the thing? Yeah, right there. He said, my name is Robert. Well, we got two Roberts in the comments or in the chat. You said, speaking of Victoria, Universal Music is now issuing Not Such an Innocent Girl. Well, I was going to basically talk about how, the resurgence is happening. We'll get to that. The MAGA is pissed because Mom Donnie is forcing the school get over it. Though the Department of Education is forcing 180 days of school. Elizabeth, how you doing? And once again, Victoria Beckham is Gen Z. The kid older is Team Victoria. Well, look, Victoria Beckham, shout out to her. But we'll get to all of that when we get around to the topics. But let me hit my banner. And let's, without further ado, because this was a long intro. We almost 10 minutes in. I haven't even gotten to the first topic yet. Oh, not that has ever been an issue, because we've always had long intros before when I'm sitting there conversing with y'all before we get to the actual topics. But without further ado, let's get into the show. So let's talk about the box office over the weekend. The reason of what I was saying also with the snow day and all the other stuff, and the bad weather, the intense weather hitting North America. I know I was like, did the box office really suffer? Like, can we blame the fact that Mercy, yes, it was the movie, which I was shocked, that finally dethroned Avatar, Fire and Ash. But then again, Fire and Ash, I always thought at this point, it wasn't going to pass the 2 billion mark like Way of Water did. I think at this point, there's nothing new under the Avatar things. Okay, kudos to you. What the hell is the man name? The director, James Cameron. Kudos to you for doing something that's so innovative, but that was like 100 years ago. Now at this point, it's like, what are you offering people that's different that would get people, oh my God, I'm so excited, I want to be a part of this world. I just think that enough people who love the Avatar films, y'all all saw it. That's not like a big thing that I think a lot of people are part of. Congratulations that you did $1 billion first movie, 2 billion the second movie, 1.5 billion the third. So it didn't really do as well as they had hoped. And Mercy dethroning it, but not by much, like $12 million. I'm like, okay, but at the end of the day, it was just like, I don't think we can blame the weather on the fact that people didn't go to the movies. Quiet as it's kept, there was nothing really interesting to go to the movies to see this weekend. Because we're gonna get into the fact that okay, Mercy got mixed reviews, and then also don't even get me started on the new Silent Hill movie, which was getting panned all over the place. A lot of the critics hated it. A lot of people that I love, that I usually watch, like Cody Leach and Drum Dums, and even who else was it? Jeremy Johns, like all of them who saw the movie basically talk about how bad it was. So, and then people were getting on leave from Drum Dums over the fact of his comments. But I said, well, if people are going to sit up and criticize, you don't know the game. Like, okay, now if you want to be slow, like them people over there that like that Five Nights at Freddy's, because I thought those movies was bad. The second one was worse than the first one. And they're like, oh, well, as long as you give us Easter eggs and we can just see things from the game, I don't care how bad. No, sorry. Like, it's cute or whatever that you have your certain core base that like those things. But if you're doing a movie, you got to expand beyond just that small little bubble of the fandom that watch these movies, because the rest of us feel left out and out of the loop. Now, you also, it's not an excuse that you should combine and give interesting stories that goes along with that. And then a lot of people don't want to do that. So they just want to, we'll throw a little Easter egg in it, and then that's enough. But with this Silent Hill movie, people talking about that, okay, some of the stuff didn't look pretty cool, but the story was just terrible. And I think even the director was frustrated because there was way too much interference. But before we get, before I go on the tangent, let me just get into the actual story. So not a blockbuster result for Mercy. It's an impressive tally considering a massive winter storm that's currently blanketing a large portion of the U.S. with snow. Now, it said that, well, the movie, like I said, it made $12 million, whatever. And they said following a $4.9 million Friday, the film, it has a $60 million budget, terrible reviews, and a mediocre B- cinema score. So even with all this, I don't even think it's going to make its money back, because it's like, okay, the movie was made for $60 million. Basically, I'm not interested in watching Chris Pratt sit in a chair for 2 hours trying to, give us a poor man's version of The Minority Report. If I want to watch that, I could just turn that movie on. Minority Report was a way better movie. Shout out to Tom Cruise and Colin Farrell. And I remember Colin Farrell said that. I think he went out drinking the night before. Then he was supposed to shoot a scene, and I think he overslept. So when he got there was like one line that he kept stumbling over, and he knows like Tom Cruise was frustrated with him over him fucking up that line. So, but yeah, they said that Mercy was anticipated to earn $12 million over the weekend, but projections were ever so slightly revived down as the storm started to spread. The film didn't perform well at the international box office, where, of course, severe weather conditions weren't an excuse. Exactly. That's what I said. Like, if you look at the movie just don't look that interesting. And quiet as it's kept, I just think that there's been so much going on in Chris Pratt's personal life and how he comes across like a complete and utter douche. Like, he literally reminds me of the character he played in Wanted, which is like literally he has that face that oh my god, what's the actor's name that played Professor Xavier, the younger version that was in that movie, whereas like you want to just take, like he did in the film, take the keyboard, the computer keyboard, and smack him upside the head with it. That's what his face get, like real douchebag. And it's like, you probably are that character in real life, just a real a-hole. And he gives that because he does that same little stupid Jesus app that Gwen Stefani does. And we're going to get into the fact that he is a hard, staunch MAGA supporter because of the people that he follows. So, and that probably is what's affecting his the movies at the box office. Because to be honest, post Star-Lord, post him doing Guardians of the Galaxy, and that just goes to show it's the IP that people are interested in. It's not necessarily he can open movies. So Domestic moviegoer, they said, also brave the cold, or those in the lucky states who were spared from the sleet, ice, and power outages weren't impressed by Mercy, which was saddled with a B- grade on CinemaScore exit polls. Ditto critics, as evidenced by the bleak 20% Rotten Tomatoes average. That could spell trouble for staying power for Mercy, which carries a $60 million production budget before factoring in global marketing expenses. Directed by a team, and funny enough, I just mentioned, I was talking about Wanted. The director of that directed this, Timur Bekmambetov. So Mercy takes place, as you know, in the near future as a detective stands trial for allegedly unaliving his wife. An advanced AI judge, played by Rebecca Ferguson, will determine his fate. Now, the weekend start is also good considering the soft reception, says David A. Gross, who runs the movie consulting firm Franchise Entertainment Research. Mercy is the first big release of the year from Amazon MGM, which didn't unveil much theatrically in 2025, but plans to remedy that over the next 11 months. And here's the thing. They've got a lot of movies coming out. I just hope that Amazon MGM can get it together, but this is going to be a flop. And also they've got the Melania movie, I believe, coming out this week, which is going to be a huge flop. And we'll get to that when we get to the Donald Trump stuff later on in the show. But the fact of the matter is they spent $75 million on, with the marketing and the production. Production was $40 million, $35 million on the promotional stuff, and the movie's only projected to make $5 million at the box office. So y'all bought out all these theaters, whatever the case is. People do not care to see this mail order whore in a movie. Nobody wants, or a documentary. Nobody cares about following that old ice queen around, or that human trafficking victim. Nobody wants to see all of that. So, but we all know what that was. That was Jeff Bezos buying favor from the president. And by that, there's that quid pro quo stuff, which he don't even know what that word is, but whatever. But so you got those two that are coming, you got Mercy that came out, that's going to be a flop eventually. Then you have, as I said, Melania, that's going to flop. And then we have, but I have my hopes for Project Hail Mary, which I know a lot of people love the book. I'm liking the trailers, and I haven't read the books yet, I haven't read the book yet, but I want to see the book. I mean, I want to read the book and I want to see the movie. The movie looks actually interesting, so I definitely want to check out Project Hail Mary. Also, Masters of the Universe, which we will talk about later on in the show. I'm looking forward to seeing that. I want to give my overall thoughts when we get around to that topic, but I definitely want to check the movie out. And then we have another Colleen Hoover book adaptation, which is called Verity, which I didn't know anything about until, let me tell you, because I did go to the movie this weekend and I finally got around to seeing The Housemaid. Let me tell you something. I did not know that movie was going to be as bonkers as it was, but I had a great time with that movie. So shout out to everybody that's involved. I'm looking forward to the second book being developed into a movie. So I was like, there's nothing really interesting I want to see that. So I said, let me finally just go get my ticket to go see The Housemaid. It was me and 4 other women in that theater, and we sat there and watched it. The movie's already made over $200-something million at the box office. So it's, the fact that there was only 5 of us in the theater, that's whatever. It's just the movie's already a hit. So we don't have to worry about, it was only 5 people, whatever. You know how people try to move the goalposts when they hate somebody. But Sydney Sweeney was good in the role. I loved Amanda Seyfried. She acted her ass off in that damn part. And don't get me started on Brandon Sklenar. I ain't never seen a man so damn fine in my life. But also, what I found entertaining was that, it was cheeks up in that movie. And I was like, okay, you better show up that big old. I didn't know he had such a big ass though. But and Brandon Sklenar was like, him playing in that. I was like, okay, I need him as Batman because I've always been saying he's my first choice to play Batman. But the twists and turns up in that. So if you haven't seen The Housemaid yet, definitely go out and see it. It's worth it. But so yeah, so Verity. Let me tell you, when I saw that trailer, I almost got in my feelings watching it. I was like, oh, what's this? But then I was like, oh wait, Colleen Hoover attached to Blake Lively. Mm-mm. But then, funny enough, did y'all know? You know what I noticed about that trailer when I watched it? Because it actually looks really good. Tyreek Withers is in it, and I like him. I've been liking a lot of stuff that he's been in. I liked him, and I Know What You Did Last Summer. The movie sucked. I liked him and him. The movie sucked. I hope that we could shift the goalposts with this one, that he's good. It's like he's good in movies, but he's just picking bad films. But Micah Monroe literally is like, Is she like, she reminds me of Blake Lively. I be getting her and Blake confused sometimes. And I was looking at her because she's in that film. And I'm like, oh, I actually kind of want to see this. For those who aren't aware of what it's about, it's like, it's based on a book. It's in the trailer. She ends up going to jail because she accidentally kills her husband. But it was like a car accident, whatever the case is, spends 7 years in prison, gets out, tries to rebuild her life. She tries to get in contact, like meet her daughter, whatever. So she kind of infiltrates the situation. Tyree Withers and all of them are basically raising the daughter that was left behind and that sort of thing. And then they start to find out who she is. And then he kind of falls for her and he's trying to get her to, because the parents are blaming her. And so it looks like a pretty interesting movie. So I definitely want to check that out. Now, so yeah, we got those coming out with Amazon MGM. I just hope they can find. So, okay, we don't need to get into the whole thing about Avatar 3, but I do want to give a congratulations to Zootopia 2, which basically is at number 3 with 5.7 million in its 9th weekend of release, which basically, it has now officially beaten Avengers Endgame in China with 632.2 million versus 632.1 million, becoming the biggest ever Hollywood movie to open in the Middle Kingdom. It also demolished the 246 million earned by Avatar: The Way of Water in the post-pandemic era. So Zootopia is a huge hit. Now so congratulations to them and the animation people. Now, Return to Silent Hill debuted at number 7 with 3.2 million from 1850 locations, which that movie's being panned all over the place. They said that Silent Hill, which the original 20 million debut, and 2012 sequel Silent Hill Revelation 8 million debuts. Sony released the initial film, which ended up grossing 100 million worldwide, while the now defunct Open Road backed the follow-up, which I didn't even know that Open Road, disbanded. So they said Iconic Events, the distributor of thrillers like the Terrifier series and Steamboat, are behind the third installment, which currently holds a 15% on Rotten Tomatoes. Well, Steamboat, don't even get me started on that mess. And Terrifier, I got a love for that friend. That's like the only hit that probably comes out of that. Now, okay, so that's basically the box office. They talk about Marty Supreme, all other stuff. We don't need to go into that. But what I do want to get to is this other story regarding Chris Pratt that I thought was relatively interesting. So while, your movie made $12 million at the box office, according to Rob Shutter, they say he's freaking out because the career is not careering, post MCU. So after years of riding high, thanks to mega franchises like Jurassic World and Guardians of the Galaxy, Chris's latest flick, well, we like to call him the least favorite Chris, latest flick, Mercy, has landed with a very loud thud. We're talking just over 1 million in previews, excuse me, a brutal 20% Rotten Tomato score, and whispers of a sub 10 million opening weekend. Saying Chris genuinely didn't see this coming, the insider dishes. He believes his name alone could open a movie. I don't know who told him that. Because I'm like, Guardians of the Galaxy, nobody knew who Chris Pratt was because that was MCU. James Gunn was stepping in. You were building that world based off of the MCU. And we already trusted MCU at that moment because it would just hit after hit after hit after hit. So anything MCU was putting out, we was willing to we rode at dawn with MCU until after, post Endgame, then y'all started giving us trash and really taking our kindness for weakness. And then it just became like, now you got a lot to prove with us, which is why they're trying to course correct with with Doomsday and Secret Wars and other stuff. We'll get to that in the next topic. But there's that. And then Jurassic World, dinosaurs is what we want to see. Dinosaurs eat people and chase people. And y'all try to be in peril for like 2.5 hours. That's when we go to Jurassic World. We don't care about you. We don't care about the characters in there. I mean, if you're going to give us interesting characters like y'all did in the original Jurassic Park, and I do love Lost World Jurassic Park. If you're going to give us that, then we cool, we cool beans, whatever. But no, you are not the reason why people went to the movies to go see Jurassic World. You're not, sir. And if that was the case, then that Tomorrow, whatever the hell that was, that alien movie, whatever, you kept going back in time and You Met Your Daughter when she was an adult. I forget what the hell that name of that movie. The one that went straight to Amazon Prime. That would have went in the theaters. And but you've been making a lot of choices, which is like, no, the movies and the shows have been trash. Because I don't even think people like that other TV show you was doing, that military show with you and oh my God, I forgot his name. Taylor Kitsch. Yeah, they have a show that's on Prime Video. I don't even know if that show did well, but I know it was panned by critics as well. But anyway, so they said Kris genuinely didn't see this coming. He believed it. Well, maybe you didn't pray to Jesus hard enough. He believed his name alone could open a movie. Now he's spiraling behind closed doors. Fingers are pointing everywhere. Bad timing, bad weather, bad press, or how about bad movie? But friends say fear runs much deeper. The franchises protected him. Without them, he's exposed that every man charm may be gone. Now the phones are buzzing, emergency meetings are popping up, and reps are working overtime. This is the first time Kris feels replaceable, said another insider, and it's terrifying. From Blockbuster King to box office cold sweat, Hollywood can be a brutal business. Yeah, that's true. But here's the thing: when it's saying that he feels replaceable, welcome to Hollywood. I think every dog has its day, and I think people need to realize that. Yeah, you're hot now, but eventually you get replaced by the next best thing. So you got to always find ways to diversify your portfolio and not think that you're going to remain on top for the rest of your life. Or, if you want to do action movies or whatever, you got to be like Jason Statham and find your niche, because Jason Statham literally plays the same character in every damn movie. But the smart thing that he does is that his movies are done on a relatively modest budget, and his movies end up recouping the money. Like, he has a movie coming out this week. I can't remember the name of it. Of course, it's an action movie. He's got a movie coming out this week that I want to see, but I'm gonna have to put that on the back burner because Send Help is coming out this week. I love Sam Raimi, and I also like Styles from Teen Wolf. So and Rachel McAdams. So I have to go see that film because I'm a horror head before I go see the Jason Statham. I might end up going to see that next week because I have A-list, so I'll end up doing that. But nevertheless, him panicking. Yeah, well, since you love Jesus so much and all that other stuff, maybe you need to pray hard to that Sky Daddy. The one that you be trying to get people to subscribe to that app, the one that you and Miss Stefani is a part of. You're in that little psychotic cult of Jesus done. And and maybe all of the stuff that's going on in his personal life is, those chickens are coming home to roost. Remember the things that allegedly he was doing to Anna Faris, and not acknowledging his son that they have together, and started this whole new family with Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter and all of that other mess. And then some of the problematic things he said in the past, and also being very pro-Trump and following a lot of the Charlie Kirk types and the people that he follows on social media, very problematic ass right-wingers, these gripers and things of that nature. So I'm not surprised that his career is kind of in the toilet right now. And also, it's all about the type of projects that you pick. I just don't think that Chris Pratt is someone who has movie star appeal. Yeah, you appear in things and you came across as that everyman, like somebody who, what we call like stocky, skinny, fat, like that sort of, like you did come across as the everyman type of character. But I just think that maybe it could be that the personal life has overshadowed and some of the decisions that you've been and things that you've been doing and saying behind the scenes and interviews, whatever the case is, could be hurting your cachet at the box office. Plus, on top of that, you ain't been really picking good projects to star in. So I say all that to say, what do you guys think of this story? Did you check out any movies over the weekend, or did you do like me and go see something that came out weeks ago, like The House? Because it was like, none of these movies that's coming out this week look attractive at all to me. I don't care about any of these other films. Just bring on February, where we have, I can get my damn Scream tickets with Sidebar. I don't know if y'all heard, but according to AMC, pre-sale tickets for Scream 7 goes on sale February 9th. So I'm definitely getting my tickets for IMAX. But in the meantime, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. I'll just say yes because I don't know what you were responding to, because I talk a lot about a lot of stuff, so I don't even know what During what part you were meaning? He said my friend Josh went to see it because his boyfriend wanted to see it, but he said what was boring? Oh, you talking about Mercy? Yeah, I heard it starts out slow, but it picks up like towards the end. First of all, I'm not gonna sit in no theater for no 2 hours, and you're gonna have it build to the end where the action is. Like, no. Um, I don't know. She did that. You said that she trespassed on the Hollywood sign. I don't know. I don't have any thoughts yet because yeah, I didn't know. I don't even know what happened. Child, he ain't get no mercy from me. He said, I heard Melania went to limited release from full wide release. Did it? Well, they got no choice. Here's the thing. What I don't understand, why didn't they just release it on Amazon Prime? Or is it because of the ego? The fact that, no, we're not going to do, Trump with, we got to do it big day or whatever. We got to have it in the theater. I was like, but who's going to see this? Like, you've already pissed off your own base with all the shit you're doing, especially the recent going on where y'all killed an innocent man who was, what was he, like what do you call it? ICU nurse? Like the guy that literally they just shot it, took his gun, which he had the license to carry, and shot him multiple times. React first, ask questions later, then make a bunch of damn lies just to clean up or clean up your mess. But the fact of the matter is, I'm like, do y'all not realize we have social media now? We have cameras everywhere, big brothers watching. Also, people have social media, people have phones, they record everything, especially when it comes to ICE and stuff being in the neighborhoods. People all got their phone out. That's the only weapon that they have. So y'all can't make lies up and you can't piss on our leg and tell us it's raining. You can't tell us that the sky is green when we can clearly see it's blue. Like those days are over. And they're spiraling. The president no longer has control over the narrative and he's losing it. And it's like, and just as well. Verity might flop after the text release date. She lost her audience. Oh, you're talking about the whole thing with Blake Lively and all of that mess, and the fact that y'all. I don't know why people surprised that Taylor Swift been exposed as a damn Regina George. And shout out to all of y'all that actually the newbies that because I noticed the numbers started going up when I posted that Blake Lively text there. I was like, and I'm glad I started by the post. The Swifties going to have to be mad, but oh well, because it softens the blow when. There's a method to my madness. When I know I'm going to go in and let have, I always have a way of softening the blow before I throw the bomb or drop the bomb. So, there was a lot of people in the comments that was very much Team Justin, and it's sad because Justin Baldoni is the low hanging fruit in all of this. Because he's not somebody who's like a major player in the industry. So he's going to be the sacrificial lamb of all this. I don't even think his career is going to recover. But it does show like, okay, Blake Lively is basically, the acting equivalent of she's a mean girl, which we all knew that. I mean, hello, y'all forgot about all the problematic shit that went behind the scenes with her on Gossip Girl. Like you know it was going to be a one-time situation. If you do it and get away with it there, it continues. The spiral continues in other places. And Taylor Swift, she's always going to be that girl who's pushing 40, but has the mindset of a teenager with a burn book. Like, why are we surprised that she is basically showing that she's a see you next Tuesday also? But then because she wears her pretty little sweaters and she has her little cat or whatever, and she sings her little songs or whatever and her little ditties, I'm being, intentional when I call it that. Her little nursery rhyme jingles and tries to act like she's, Anne Frank with the way she be writing shit up in that damn attic. People are shocked the way that she is, how she is, or she's been exposed as a mean girl because of them texts. I was like, we've been trying to tell y'all, but y'all get blinded because you put out no music and all is forgiven. You say it's up to us gays to keep branding career, especially since Baldoni fans aren't coming to see it. Wait, what? Wait, what are you talking about? Baldoni fans aren't coming to see what? Are we talking about we talking about Verity? They said the new Silent Hill movie is number one. Well, there's no requirement for taste, I guess. Well, I guess because, Silent Hill video game, Chinese people play video games. So they're probably thinking they're going to get that. And they probably watch that movie like, what the fuck is this? He believed his name alone could open a movie. Somebody lied to her several times. Okay. Well, it's that, these celebrities with these damn egos. I'm like, child. And then I heard he was trying to be up for Batman. I'm like, don't nobody want to see your big fat ass, even though technically he ain't fat. I'm just calling him that. Well, nobody want to see your ass as no Batman. Like, to me, Batman is not goofy. Like, you try to be like the everyman. No. You got to be able to do Bruce Wayne and Batman. And I don't see it in either. I've been seeing commercials for. Oh, I saw it too. Funny enough, when I went to go see, I've been seeing the commercials. But because I've been seeing like when I'm at work and the TV is on or whatever in the break room, it's on. And also when I went to go see, the handmaid, the housemaid, handmaids. I don't know why I was thinking Handmaid's Tale. When I went to see the housemaid, they showed the trailer. I'm like, really? So that movie's gonna flop. So they trying to, but the fact of the matter is people don't care and people are pissed off at this administration, especially because now, white people are being affected in all of this. So now, oh, we're being affected. Now, lives matter. Well, where was y'all? I'm gonna save it for later. And you said, oh, Black Love is in the building. You said Brendan. Oh, you talking about Brandon Sklenar was also involved in hurting Justice. Oh yeah, because I think it was he was they sucked him into that. Which, sir, you a grown ass man. Nobody can't be able to suck you in anything. But I guess when you're new, wet behind the ears, you're up and coming. You don't want to rock the boat because Ryan Reynolds is very powerful. Blake Lively being attached to Ryan's cock, by marriage and influence, she's able to pull strings and this, that, and the other because she got him the job in that movie. She got him because Paul Feig, she knows him. So she recommended him for the role in The Housemaid, where he went on an interview and said that it was all Sydney Sweeney. And I'm like, no, it wasn't. Sydney Sweeney had no involvement again. And even though she's an executive producer, her and Amanda Seyfried, they're executive producers on the film. She never handed that. That was Blake Lively making a phone call, him having a meeting with him, and then seeing how he, how they vibed or if he would be right for the part and got the part. And all he had to do was kind of go in and be Team Blake and jump on the bandwagon. It's like, if this is the game you're going to play, sir, you're not going to last long in this business. But then again, Hollywood is full of a bunch of people who refuse to grow up that's still stuck in high school. So then again, he might have a burgeoning career and it might be, But you know what I say? Be careful when you lay down with dogs, you're going to end up with fleas. All right, y'all. We'll get some more of the comments right after. Hold on, what was that? I did. Oh yeah, you probably didn't hear when I said with my overall thoughts. It was a crazy ass movie. It starts off slow, but I'm like, it's required that it does because it's building to something. And I'm sitting there like, I like how it was like that slow burn because then it all makes sense. And it's like you're telling one part, then it's like we transition to another part, and then it all kind of comes together. It started to unspiral. It's like peeling an onion. And I'm sitting there like, bitch. Like I was into that movie. I was literally, let me tell you, but I was trying to keep it low because, like I said, it was me and four of the women in the theater. And so I was literally Jada Pinkett in Scream 2 screaming at the damn screen. Bitch, get the phone and star 69's ass. Damn, remember that line? That'd be me sometimes. That's why I said about black folks. We will sit and scream and shout at the damn movie screen like they're going to talk to us back. All right, let me see. I got to close some of these windows. Okay, so now let's get into some more movie news. And let's talk about Avengers Secret Wars. So, word on the curb is that Avengers Secret Wars, and I remember hearing this story before, that they were going to combine this whole thing into 3 movies. So we get the original Avengers Doomsday, and then with Secret Wars, it will be 1 movie split into 2. Similar to, didn't they do that with Infinity War and didn't they do that with those, but they split it? But they split both movies, Endgame and Infinity War. I could have sworn that they did that with that. But um, I kind of think that if they do this, it makes it a great idea because if y'all gonna put so many characters in a thing, I don't think you could be able to tell a movie a full story, especially when you're trying to expand it, I guess, into the next universe, like the next phase, which I think is phase 6. If that's what you're trying to do, I don't think you could tell that with, Doomsday's got to be one movie, then Secret War is another movie. Then I remember hearing people say, "Oh, I don't think they're gonna split it because that means you're going to have to pay Robert Downey Jr. for 3 movies, and I don't think he signed on for a 3-movie deal." I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, if y'all backed up a Brinks truck, multiple Brinks trucks to his house to get him to come in as Dr. Doom, and who even knows like how much he's expected to even be in Secret Wars. I don't know how beyond the films, like how much he's expected to be in the movie. But even then, if you have him in these films, if I'm paying you, and I'm gonna just throw a number out there because I don't know how much he's being paid, and I don't even know if it's out there. But if you're gonna pay somebody like 60 to 70 million or close to 100 million or whatever back end deal, whatever it is that you make off the film's profits, I don't think you get to determine like, okay, how many movies are going to be. And like, they could do whatever they want with the film. You sign the contract, like we're paying you this to play this character for this amount of time, and the deal is what it is, and you're getting paid this money. And they be like, well, it has to be in the deal that he has to do 3 movies. But I'm like, what if there was a conversation that just in case there may be a situation where we may end up having to split one movie into 2, which would make sense because y'all not going to let a 4-hour movie be in the theater. They will not let that happen. So let's get into the story courtesy of comic book movies. So I remember hearing this rumor a while back, but now it seems like it's resurfacing courtesy of Daniel RPK. So they said that Avengers Doomsday, the reshoots, are scheduled to take place this April because they're probably just still in the editing process, working on the special effects, all the other stuff, and then seeing that maybe we need to add a little more fat to the bone or whatever the case, or meat to the bone. So it's always a requirement that reshoots are bound to happen. I mean, nobody should be shocked by that. So, and they said Avengers Secret Wars is set to begin shooting over the summer. Now, there have been multiple reports about Doomsday filming without a finished script, though that's the norm for many MCU movies. Still, in case it isn't obvious, these upcoming blockbusters are in constant state of flux, and a new rumor suggests that Secret Wars could evolve unexpectedly. So Disney, as you know, is eager to produce a greater number of sequels, and the Avengers franchise remains one of the biggest on the planet. Plus, delaying the end of the multiverse saga gives the studio a little more time to ensure that Jake Schreier's X-Men reboot is as good as it possibly can be. So Daniel Rickman, as stated earlier, and aka Daniel RPK, has shared an update claiming that Marvel Studios will make a decision about whether to split Avengers Secret Wars into based on the success of this December's Avengers Doomsday. And so they said a decision in late December or early January wouldn't give the Russo brothers much time to change their plans, though we suppose they may have already figured out a way to expand the story, allowing them to quickly shift gears and shoot 2 blockbusters back to back. Still, as exciting as it sounds, it seems a little far-fetched. With that in mind, if making Avengers Secret Wars 2 movies is legitimately on the table for Marvel Studios, we'd bet on a decision being made long before Doomsday arrives. Rickman also learned that a Scarlet Witch project is back in active development, this time for the Mutant Saga. We've heard all manner of rumors about Wanda Maximoff's future, so keep your expectations in check for now. Now, discussing his and Anthony's inspiration for the upcoming movies last year, Joe Russo said, we always create our own version of the story, so we use the comics as loose inspiration. But, I grew up on the original run. That's something that got me into Marvel comic books. The Hickman run is also fantastic, and they're very different from each other in a lot of ways, so we'll draw inspiration from both of them. As a reminder, the now confirmed cast of Avengers and Wars, blah, 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 blah. We don't need to go into that. We already know, they got 800,000 goddamn actors playing in this damn movie. So, Wanda Maximoff, I'm not surprised that she's going to be coming back. Because I remember at one point, Elizabeth Olsen was like, "Oh, I want to kind of go out and expand and play other parts and this, that, and that's your prerogative. That's something that you want to do." But eventually, as I say, the chickens always come home to roost, and y'all be missing that good money. Y'all missed doing the superhero stuff, and it's like, you know what? You're a good man playing those parts. So I'm never gonna like turn down the opportunity. I mean, as an actor, you do want to go off and spread your wings and expand and do different things. But I would never be like, oh no, I don't want to go back to that. That's like biting the hand that basically blew up your career. And I like Elizabeth Olsen. Yeah, she's a good actress. And if she wants to go off and do other things, that's great. But I knew Wanda Maximoff wasn't dead when we saw um Multiverse of Madness, which I was not a real big fan of. I mean, I like Sam Raimi. Like I said earlier, I'm going to go see Sin Help. But Multiverse of Madness, I just felt like he bit off more than he could chew. To me, he works better doing smaller scale films like Evil Dead and damn, what was the other movie where the old lady wished like evil on this girl, and all these crazy things started happening to her. I think she was trying to get alone. It was like a gypsy, or the gypsy was trying to get alone or something. I can't remember the movie, but it was a horror film that he did with, I can't remember the name of it. But, I just say like he's better off doing smaller scale films. And to me, with him going back to basics with Send Help, it is definitely going to drag me to hell. Now it came to me. Drag Me to Hell. Love that movie. So I love when he does those smaller scale films, because when you get into like bigger stuff like Spider-Man, and don't get me wrong, Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2, great films. Spider-Man 3 is a choice. But when you get into bigger scale stuff, it seems like you tend to lose focus. So I need him to come back to, smaller things. But Multiverse of Madness, since then when they said that she was dead often, I'm like, she's not dead. She's coming back. I do believe Scarlet Witch is dead. Scarlet Witch. I'm thinking Scarlett Johansson. Black Widow is dead. Unless they want to recast. I think Scarlett's ready. She moved on. She has a great career. She don't need Black Widow. Like, she has Jurassic World. I'm sure she's going to be in the sequel of that. She's got The Exorcist that she's about to start shooting. She's about to be in The Batman Part 2. So Scarlett's career, she's Gucci. But as far as this whole thing, if they decide to split the movie into parts, if there's a story there and you need to expand the story into 2 films, where you need to split it because because the story that you're trying to tell, the runtime is going to probably be 4 hours or 5 hours or whatever the case is. And don't get me wrong, I would love to watch that on like a streaming service if they did like an expanded version, kind of like how they did with Justice League, where they did the longer version of that, was like over 4 hours. If they want to do something like that specifically for streaming, then I'm here for it. But if you're trying to do a movie and you're trying to make a lot of money, especially over IMAX and all this other stuff, because at least y'all won't have that Doomsday thing, which I think it's stupid that they're trying to have Doom and Avengers Doomsday go up against each other, and they're trying to create this Barbenheimer moment because they think that, oh, let's capitalize and do that. To me, the Barbenheimer thing, that was a fluke. That was something that was unexpected. It just so happened to happen the way it did, and it worked. You can't force something to blow up and be popular and for it to happen. It just has to happen organically. And I think a lot of times these studios don't realize that you can't force people to jump on something because it sounds cool or because you discovered a moniker. Because I know they out here trying to, especially Robert Downey Jr. and Tom Holland, they trying to take credit for that whole Doomsday. I'm like, please. First of all, that word has been fluctuating around social media long before y'all even discovered it. But y'all out here, of course, colonizing, trying to take credit for something that the people of the internet came up with. So if they decide to split it into 2 movies, I don't feel no waste time about it. I mean, I'm gonna go see it. And they're talking about that they don't, it all depends on how well Doomsday does. And I'm like, no shit, like, come on, who doesn't think that Doomsday is going to do well at the box office? You already know people are going to be curious, want to see this film. The little teasers that they've been putting out have gotten billions of streams on social media. Yes, with a B. So, or it could be millions. Maybe I'm wrong. It could be millions of streams. Yeah, I think I got over 1 million streams. So now I'm starting to sound like Donald Trump over exaggerating numbers. So it's like, they got over 1 million streams or whatever. So people are excited. We still don't even know what the hell Robert Downey Jr. looks like as Dr. Doom. So with that alone, people are really curious. And I'm even curious, even though I am cautiously optimistic, I definitely want to see the film. So we all know the movie's going to do well. So with them talking about this, we'll just have to put it on as just strictly rumor at the moment. Because, you know, when Dang RPK and all them, they come out, they're not always going to be right about stuff. So I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of this story as it develops. But in the meantime, what do you guys think of this story? Would you be all for it? I don't even think it matters, but how would you feel if they decide to split Avengers Secret Wars into two movies? I mean, I feel like if we're an Avengers fan and we want to see where they're going with this story and how they're going to take all of this stuff and pass it on into phase 6, well, the curiosity factor is what's going to keep us interested. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Let's see what the people are saying. I also said Hollywood is a mean girls club. Justin isn't coming back. He has bad PTSD and it almost broke him. But it was his wife that said, oh, fuck, no, you were suing because, yeah, it was like he was just going to move on from it. And it's like that behavior will continue. And it's like both sides are, I guess, wrong in the situation. Blake is an overachieving mean girl. See you next Tuesday. Taylor Swift, as I said, is Regina George with a burn book. And, you know, pushing 40, still got the mindset of a 12-year-old. But like I said, Regina George with a burn book. And then you got Ryan Reynolds, the wannabe jock, who kind of gives me closeted homosexualities out here being, you know, the a-hole that he is. Because we hear like the condescending, whatever. And those are the people I don't like. When you see people that will throw shade and do it behind a smile, it's like, don't think I'm dumb enough that I ain't been catching them daggers you've been throwing. Because there's a bitch at my job that does that shit too. And I'll be like, oh, I had to let her have it once. You know me, with this mouth, ain't no hair on this tongue. There's quite a few people at my job. Majority of them like me, but there's a couple of them that tried me, and they know, stay the fuck away. So I've had a few, like, I don't like the people like that, because when I be sitting at the table, whatever, and there's this kid that we work with, and it ain't been diagnosed, but he definitely got touches of the tism. And I could tell. And certain things that she be saying, I'm like, bitch, I just hear you reading. Like you trying it with the reads. I hear the little low-key shade that you think nobody's catching. But you know, with us homosexuals, we know the art of reading and shade because we invented that shit. So when they be over there throwing it, it's like, ma'am, I see what you're doing. I don't like bitches like that. Say what you mean and mean what you say, but don't be trying to be don't be cute with the subs. The narrative that Blake allowed to be the mainstream. Somebody was in my comments with the whole Blake Lively thing, because you know when I made that as a separate video, somebody was like, well, how come the mainstream hasn't picked up on this? Why is it that you hear the Popcorn Planets or me or other people talking about, even TMZ, all these other people? It's like the mainstream people need to be picking this up. I said they're not. Variety, Hollywood Reporter, Deadline, they're not going to pick this up because they're cut to they're the trades that are cut to the studios. So they're not going to rock the boat. Their initiative, and if you read some of the articles, you know they are very much Team Blake Lively, and very much they've kind of just shifted the narrative where it's just about Baldoni is the bad guy in all this, and not Taylor, her too. Taylor and Blake are victims, or whatever the case is. Or they'll throw a little shade up in there where they'll throw a little sentence in there thinking y'all won't catch it about Justin Baldoni, but they'll make it more like they are anti-Justin, pro-Blake. And the reason why they do that is because, like I said, they're cut to the studios, and they don't want to get it in a position where if they show, like, we're going to actually tell a story and not put biases on it, where we want to actually expose, let's call the thing. Call it out on the side of what it is. If Blake is a mean girl, let's call it out on it. Why would they do that? If they did that, then if they need an exclusive from a Ryan Reynolds movie, or if Blake Lively has something coming out, what's going to happen? They're going to be like, well, we don't want to give nothing a variety. We want to give nothing a Deadline or so because they said this thing about us in the paper, and now they need something from us. And because they told the truth in all reality, now we don't fuck with them. This is how it all is. So that's why you can't really get your stuff The only time I go to Variety, Hollywood Reporter, Deadline, whatever the case is, if there's a movie news or something that's coming out, and then there's that. But then again, a lot of times they be late with the news too, because then there'll be the Jeff Snyders, the Daniel RPKs, whatever, and the Nexus City, or was it Nexus Point News, or some of those, the smaller conglomerates, they'll come out and reveal something over those trades. And I'm like, this story came out like 4 weeks ago. Why you just, because you got the go ahead from the studio, so now y'all confirming it. Fuck out of here. So that's why I be thinking. Doesn't nobody care about her? Domestically and, foreign and domestic. Nobody cares. Maybe I want to look. The real gag is how well are them tickets selling in Slovenia? If y'all can find that out, let me know in the comments. Yeah, I definitely I like the heist. The heist. Now I'm starting to sound like Trina Braxton. The heist made. House made. If y'all watch the Braxtons, y'all know that shade that I just threw. The heist made. I'm like, bitch, where that accent come from? You from Baltimore. They must have put something in this Red Bull because the shade is 10 times shadier today. Oh, you said that y'all get hard, could not believe the empty Oh, yeah, I thought that people was exaggerating. I got to look it up and see how much we got, but yeah, there was a lot of something. When I got up, I think we probably got like 12 inches. Don't even go there. Because with the homosexual community, I've seen enough 12-inch jokes regarding this snow storm to last me until 2027. So we're gonna leave it alone. Secret Wars being separated in two films would give people Infinity War. Also, I was correct because I was like, wait a minute, didn't they split Infinity War and Endgame? There was like two movies, one movie split into two. We'll give people Infinity, but both of those movies were good though. So in flashbacks, and they definitely expect 0 Oscar nominations. You mean like Wicked? But the thing with Wicked was Wicked tried it. That movie should not have been split. One movie split into two. You could have made that you could have added, tacked on an extra 30 minutes to that film and fulfilled it. But y'all tried it. We're going to get into that because we didn't talk about the Oscar nominations. I mean, am I wrong? He said she is literally Regina George with a burn book. I'm scared that Marvel only has these Avengers movies to that's kind of always been in the back of my mind, is like, can y'all not do anything else outside of, okay, we need an Avengers movie? Because y'all haven't really set up with these previous movies. Y'all haven't set up, like when we had the first 3 phases, there was time to set everything up for us to get to Infinity War and Endgame. With this, it's like, there's no setup. Y'all just putting something out there and hoping that because of nostalgia that we'll just come to the movies and see the film. But you didn't build up to whatever this moment is. So that's what's got me worried. There's no Marvel hero that was visually interesting, or that has, I think you meant has visually interesting powers like Wanda or Black Panther, so I'll pass. Yeah, because y'all pretty much wasted Shang-Chi. I don't know, who is the Avengers? Are we talking about the Thunderbolts? Those, I mean, y'all got those as the new Avengers, but I'm like, and I like Thunderbolts, but I'm like, I don't care about these B-level people enough for them to be an Avenger. Is that another language? I don't understand what that is. And you said at least Captain America had Chris Evans. That wasn't all that was bulging, because we had he was labeled America's ass. He's supposed to be in not supposed to be. He is in Avengers Doomsday. You saw him in the new teaser, the first teaser. Because remember at one point he said he wasn't coming back, and then all of a sudden, first teaser that comes out, Chris Evans will return. Or they didn't say Chris Evans will return. Didn't they say his character will return, not as Captain America, Steve Rogers. Justice Problem Taylor found out he's friends with Scooter Braun. So there's a bias there. And meanwhile, how many people she had when she was friends with that was problematic? But if anything, it destroyed Hollywood celebrity mainstream media, pro-Blake and slamming mommy sleuths, and Blake tried to silence them. Don't even get me started on the fact that how her and that other broad, Jennifer Lopez, and her rude ass, I don't know, See, this is what I understand. When you got half of an octave vocal range and okay acting chops, you need to learn to be a little nicer to people. But, sometimes that ego be bigger than the talent. I'm going to say that ego bigger than her own ass. They don't want to lose the red carpet. Exactly. That was what I was getting. I know I just did the whole roundabout way rap about it, but yeah, they don't want to lose that red carpet access, which is why Deadline, Variety, Hollywood Reporter, they play their position. And that's why it comes to those of us who don't give a fuck about those red carpet events. I worked enough red carpet events. I know how it is. It's annoying. It's a headache. I don't even like interviewing celebrities, which is why I barely do it anymore. It's not that interesting, and I feel like it doesn't serve me any purpose to want to talk to celebrities. I'd rather talk about them than to them. And if I ever ran into them, speaking of which, you know who I ran into? That was at the Shane Gillis concert, and she was in my section. Black Dolores from the Real Housewives of New Jersey. I did a double take. She was in my section. She looked right at me and smiled. And I was looking at her, I'm like, why does she look familiar? First of all, just a gorgeous woman in person. The tan was tanning. The lips was lipping. It looked like she had some injections, but she was cute. I almost asked her, I was like, hi, Teresa. But I got to remain professional. So I didn't. But then it was confirmed. And her body was right and tight, too. She looks good in person. For those who don't know, she was also one of the last. I think she won the Traitors last season, right? When all of a sudden, the Long Island Jersey girls, oh my God, it's Dolores. As soon as I was like, okay, so it is her. Because sometimes I'll be seeing celebrities at the Garden, and I will literally be like, because some people, I don't know if it's the makeup or whatever the case is, the way people look on TV and then you see them in real life, sometimes it's like you're not sure. So, but then then people started saying that she was nice. She was taking pictures with all the the people that came up to her, and they having conversations. Mm-hmm. I was like, she's very nice. She looked right in my face, and I looked at her. We locked eyes and we smiled, and she kept it moving. She went. She had to go to the bathroom, and I'm sitting there telling people business. But part of my job is I can if I see celebrities, I'm encountering working with celebrities, whatever. I gotta pretend. I can't make a scene. Like, hey, how you doing? You gotta maintain a sense of professionalism because I've been in many situations. This is why I told y'all that James Franco hates me. Not only because I wrote that article about him, which I had it still, where he did a book signing and he was showing his entire behind. And I got that tea from some very reliable, so sent me pictures and everything. There was one time he did a Q&A thing at AMC and got some people fired because they wanted pictures and stuff from him and an autograph. So he did it, and then afterwards he went and complained, and they ended up getting fired. It was a manager, and it was another, like a regular worker, whatever the case was. So part of the job is we got to just sit up there and pretend like we don't know who these people are, maintain a sense of professionalism. Y'all got to take our word for it. So why we don't take pictures and all that other stuff. You just got to take our word that we met them people. And I give y'all details, so I'm not lying. But anyway, it's like, yes, Black Dolores. And one of my chorus, I said, okay, Wendy Williams, because, that's where I got that from, Black Dolores, Wendy Williams. Speaking of Wendy Williams, I haven't heard from Wendy in a month of Sundays. I may have to do some looking and seeing what she been up to. How's she doing? How you doing? How's she doing? I should have set that up in the beginning, but it just popped in my head. It's like, we got to see how she doing. All right, y'all. So now, we'll keep the rambling and everything going because I told you we're going to do a long show today because I've been off 3 days, and then yesterday, the internet was interneting, so I wasn't able to I don't want to risk doing a show yesterday, even though I was planning on giving a Sunday show because I was like, it's snowing out. I know a lot of people are just trying to find something to do and they're probably bored or whatever the case was. So let me jump on the line and entertain y'all. But then that snow and everything, the internet was acting up. I was like, I don't want to risk it. So I'm going to just give y'all a longer show today. But anyway, so we have some more Secret Wars news because word on the street is we may get our very own new Black Panther. And Black Panther may actually appear in Secret Wars, which I could have sworn that they did say that was going to happen. Well, word on the street is that it might be Aaron Pierre, which I don't know how they're going to work that out. because Aaron Pierre isn't he about to be Green Lantern for the DCU? And who knows how long that's going to last. So how you going to have him in that, but then also have him in uh the MCU and the DCU? How you going to make that work? So we'll see. But and if that's ever happened before. But anyway, let's get into the story. So shout out to Daniel. Daniel RPK is the one that brought this up. But Comic Book Movie had this story. So they said last February it was reported that Marvel Studios supposedly plans to finally recast T'Challa. Following Chadwick Boseman's death in 2020, or as Barbara Walters would say, 2020. The same rumor has continued to show up in different forms since then, and the consensus is that Toussaint, T'Challa, aka T'Challa #2, the hero's son, will be aged up and take his father's place. One compelling possibility is him being plucked from a future timeline, which I actually think that they need to do that rather than, however else they're going to plan on it. Because I was like, yeah, do a future timeline because, what I guess with Doomsday and everything, they're going to be talking about that the timelines are going to collide and all this other stuff. And who knows, maybe that's a way you could introduce characters and universes kind of, discombobulate and join together, and it becomes a hot ass mess. So leaked concept art from Avengers Doomsday showed versions of T'Challa with F1, the movie star Damson Idris, face on the situation, which I've been saying that I think Damson Idris would be a great choice because he's young enough and he's about that age where he could take on that role. Like, I think Damson is in his mid-20s, and so I could definitely see him playing that part. The thing with, and I was going to say, and he's English. Same thing with Aaron Pierre. I don't know if y'all heard his actual accent, but yes, Aaron Pierre is also British. Seems like the Brits are just taking all the American jobs, probably because they're better actors. No shade. I mean, they're going and they're doing actual acting training. A lot of y'all just jump on the bus and just head to Hollywood and hope for the best, and not really putting in them years of work and training, going to the high school performing arts and all that other stuff like so many other celebrities have done in the past. So now they said there's a new twist. Now, as Daniel Rickman is reporting, Marvel Studios has met with actors, including Rebel Ridge and Lantern star Aaron Pierre, to play a new Black Panther in Avengers Secret Wars. Rickman says the plan is to introduce a new Black Panther in the 2027 movie, suggesting the Russos have moved T'Challa's return from Doomsday to Secret Wars. With the latter likely set on Battleworld, it's the perfect opportunity to age up Toussaint and move into the new rebooted MCU, with him remaining a Black Panther for Ryan Coogler's upcoming threequel. As for Pierre, I don't know if they could look at him as being a secret contender. I don't think he's actually up for this part. To me personally, I like Aaron Pierre. Once upon a time, I don't know if people knew this, but he was actually up for the role of Blade before it stalled, and then they went with Mahershala Ali. So he was going to be Blade at one point, and that didn't work out. Also, he's a part of Green Lantern, or he's in the show Lanterns. He is the new Green Lantern. We don't know how far that show is going to expand, how many seasons required, if his character is actually going to end up in future DCU movies. Like, are they going to take him from the HBO Max series and also include him in the movies and stuff? I don't think he's stuck in an exclusive contract with the DCU. But if he's already playing a superhero in another world or in another part or another studio, I can't see him taking on being Black Panther. Plus, hold on a second. Let me look it up. I don't want to make it an age thing because I know I be defending Mahershala Ali playing Blade. But at this damn point, the way y'all had this man wait almost a decade to play this part, now I'm starting to look at y'all side-eyed. So y'all may have to recast that role for somebody younger. I've been said that y'all should have picked Michael Bakari Jordan to play Blade, because he's around that age. He's in his mid-30s. He can still play the part, but we already saw him in Sinners, which is kind of like very tonally basically what they were going to do with Blade, have it in the 1930s, that sort of thing. So I want to look up, how old is not Aaron Rodgers, Pierre. Oh, he's 31. He's young. Why do I think he was older? I mean, he looks good, but I thought he was older. I thought he was like 35, 36. Maybe it's the facial hair. Sometimes beards and things make you look a little older. But yeah, he's relatively young. He was born June 7, 1994. But I could definitely see him playing the part. He's still wait, let me see. How old is Damson Idris. Oh, wait a minute now. Okay. First of all, shout out to them. Now I definitely want to play it. That's my birthday twin. I did not know he was born September 2nd. Okay. So now my bias ass, yes, I want him to play the part. But when you look at Damson Idris, and I was looking at the picture of him, he does look younger. It's weird. He looks young. He's older than Aaron Pierre, but looks younger than him. So he's 34, September 2nd, 1991. And yeah, he might be a little older, but he could play young, so why not have him in the part? So if that's what they want to do when they want to go on and he could play the part for a long period of time, they'll just have to figure out how to make him work in the world of the story they're going to be telling in regards to the Black Panther thing. But as far as like Aaron Pierre, I like Aaron Pierre. I think he's a good actor. Sorry it didn't work out with you and Miss Tiana Taylor, but they need somebody that's going to be able to fully commit to Black Panther 3. I think after that, I'm sure Ryan Coogler is ready to move on to other things. He's got that, he's in the same class of like Martin Scorsese, Steven Spielberg. Like he's up there with those auteurs, but of the newer class, which would be Denis Villeneuve and Christopher Nolan, like he's in that class. So Ryan Coogler is somebody who can just make original content off his name alone can get butts and seats. Not necessarily the actors. I guess it would be a nice touch because if you add Michael B. Jordan, who's a great actor also, he's mature, his acting is definitely improved since his days as Reggie Montgomery over there on All My Children. So it's good that his career has flourished the way it is. But to me, it's like Ryan Coogler is that person. You put his name on something, for the most part, except Ironheart, that show was trash. But when you put your name on something cinematically, you're going to get butts and seats. As far as Aaron Pierre goes, with him, I would believe it if he wasn't a part of Lanterns. I would like, okay, he might be an interesting choice. Then we probably have people complaining, oh, you've got some light-skinned black man playing Black Panther. It's like we can't never win. Even though I understand the argument of that, they always want to put the light brights and things that's the only representation of black. Now, if we got Black Panther, he got to be black. Or as Funky Dineville would say, black, or black like this and not like this. So that's what he would normally say. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe these rumors that are going around stating that Aaron Pierre could be up for playing Black Panther? And if do you think he's a good choice? Who would you actually like to see play Black Panther? Me, I personally think that I would love to see Damson Idris with the role. He seems young enough, aesthetically. His career was on the rise since F1, which has got a nomination for Best Picture, which I'm side-eyeing because I don't think. The movie was good, but it's not Best Picture quality, and it's not. No shit, it's not going to win the Oscar for Best Picture. Like maybe Best Cinematography, whatever the case is. If it was, that might win. But then again, Sinners might win that one because the cinematography was everything up in that movie. So F1, cute, A for effort. I don't see you winning any Oscars except maybe sound. But then again, that might also go to Sinners. Sinners is going to take every goddamn thing. Hopefully they do get the bigger categories, but nevertheless, I'm trying to find an award for F1 to win. But regardless of the fact, Damson Idris was good in that film. He deserves his career to flourish. And he ain't need, Steve Harvey's daughter, the one that playing, relationship hopscotch. What's her name? Her, because she was dating him at one point. So anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Couldn't remember her damn name, Lori Harvey. I see haters celebrating the fact that TikTok creative content creators have to go get a 9-to-5 job. I'm gonna keep TikTok a little longer, and then I'm gonna see how things go, and then I'm gonna delete it. Because one of the things I noticed when I posted a couple of videos on there, now my videos I went from getting over twice as many views on certain excuse me. on celebrity news and gossip, all the stuff that I normally put on there, to like nobody's looking at my stuff. I'm like, wait, what's going on? They didn't want you to agree to these terms and conditions and stuff. So it's ever since Larry Ellison Zionist ass, because apparently you can't say the word Zionist without being anti-Semitic and all this. So we see what they're doing over there. This is why they want to take over TikTok, so that way they can police some of the things that we're saying, because they want to keep this narrative about Israel, which y'all don't realize y'all making it worse on yourselves, because nobody's saying that. I mean, look, if you're going to go and be anti-Semitic for the sake of being anti-Semitic, then you need to be called out. But if you're using the word towards people like a Deborah Messing or people out here who are pushing this narrative of Islamophobia and all these other things, and when you calling these Jews out on some of the stuff that they're doing, and they're gonna go and say, "Oh no, we're not being anti-Semitic. We're calling you out on your shit," and that's why that's where the label comes in. There's multi-layers, there's nuances to all of this, and so when y'all try to broad brush it, and say like any criticism of what we're doing is anti-Semitism, then that's a problem, and that's what they're doing over there on TikTok. So RIP. Because everything Americans, oligarchs, and control freaks touch turns to shit, especially under this administration. So, and the worst part is, this is why I was saying to people from the beginning, why do y'all cup yourselves to one specific app? There's Fanbase, which is Black owned. I'm on Fanbase. I got to figure out, like, once I got to put my tax returns and all this stuff in there, because then you can, own your content and monetize it, and also own a stake in Fanbase. So shout out to Isaac Hayes III for, trying to actually create entrepreneurship over there. So of course there's not a lot of people doing Fanbase, but Fanbase, definitely go over there and use that. You could send me a little sponsorship since I'm over here promoting your stuff, sir. Not intentionally, but So there's Fanbase. I post on Instagram, which now I'm noticing I can't even upload videos to Facebook. I don't know what happened with that. So now I have to do it through my Instagram. So I post like a lot of, now I have to start posting the segments and stuff from there, because I thought they would cut it off at 15 minutes. Kind of found out now they allow the full video, which I'm actually happy about with Instagram. So I have to post things on Instagram. It goes directly to my Facebook, because I used to do it straight to the Facebook. So I have YouTube, I have Instagram, I have Facebook. And like I said, with Fanbase, and what I was doing with TikTok before, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. You got to diversify your portfolio. And if y'all decided to just fully depend on one thing, and now you're, oh my God, my income, you's a fool. Me, I've been like you putting all my stuff on all the social medias. I would love to read the James Franco article, which sounds like he took as an expose. I definitely wish I had that, but that was on my old KrisAvalon.com, and when I didn't keep it up, it was that one. And also my interview with Bob the Drag Queen. I had all that on there. Back when she won Drag Race, it said, I deleted the clock app. I agreed to the new privacy policy, which turned out to be worth a read before agreeing. The content on FYP also changed suddenly for no reason. Yeah, that's why I said, like, they just a full-on mess. So now I'm about to get rid of it. It's a Black Panther in a what? It's in a punk shirt. His arms look damn good in that photo. Okay. Well, the man definitely looks good. I would love to see Aaron and Damson do a Butch and Sundance type of film together. That might be interesting. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I was thinking of Miami Vice, because Michael B. Jordan is supposed to be doing that. But we don't know who's going to play the other part, his partner. The rumor is it's supposed to be Austin Butler. I'm hoping that that's who it is. But anyway, you said that R&B guy that tried Madonna is getting dragged. He said shock value was her success that got him dragged, because the shock value was taking on the patriarchy in this. That just goes to show people missed the whole damn plot. It was like, those of us who really pay attention to Madonna's career know that Okay, the controversy was the plus. It was I used the controversy to bring awareness to this thing that I'm talking about. It was sometimes it overshadowed the message, but a lot of times, if you really was paying attention, you caught the nuances in that. Just like her using a black Jesus and like a prayer, it was literally about the hypocrisy of religion. But people took it, oh, you put this black man in the video. Like, if you read the Bible, the description of Jesus, that ain't no white man. What white man you know got hair made of wool and dark skin? I'll wait. But every time you look at the painting of Jesus, the man looked whiter than Taylor Swift. I was trying to think of somebody white. They said, didn't you say MAGA Minaj was going to? Yes. And wasn't I correct? See, I keep telling y'all, I am the prophet of pop culture. I told y'all that was going to happen. I said it literally in the story. I said, what's going to happen is she's going to wait till the last damn minute because she knows you are about to lose your house. You were about to lose your house. I said she was going to pay at the last minute. And look, the articles came out, said she literally paid it down to the minute. So I keep telling y'all, prophet of pop culture. I put things out in the ether and it happens. Now, can I get some millions in my account? I can use them coins right now. You said, and it's an ice thong, tracking our sex lives and other stuff. I'm not here for the state agenda thing. Oh yeah, so literally, what I'm gonna do is because I was thinking about doing it now. If I'm just like fuck it, I'm gonna just delete TikTok. Those of you out there that love me, and y'all just be following me and knowing me from TikTok, just follow me on my other social media platforms. I've been promoting myself when I was like, fuck it. I don't care. I don't need it. All the videos that I have that are like those segments that I posted on my TikTok, it's already all over my YouTube channel and all the other stuff. So I don't care. Like, if I lose TikTok, it is what it is. The only thing is if there's ever clips and stuff that comes out of certain subjects that I'm like, damn, it would be good to pull a video up. I just won't be able to get it from there. And nobody's interested in the Amber Heard. Why you think I ain't talk about it? Because I was just like, I don't care. Wasn't that the Sundance Film Festival? Speaking of which, the next time we come on this show, we got to talk about Charlie XCX and the fact that this mockumentary she has got panned by critics. I was thinking about doing that today, but I was like, we got way too much tea to spill on this show. So yeah, the next time we come on, we definitely got to talk about that because it comes out this week, actually, in theaters. And I don't know if there's going to be people that's going to want to go see a mockumentary about Charlie and her brat era or whatever the case is. But we'll talk about that later on in the week. I just found it funny. You out there. I just deleted the clock app. And I was like, look, as a content creator, I'm not going through this foolishness. Quiet as it's kept. I never really made money from TikTok. Let me tell you something. The other day, because I get paid between the 20th and the 23rd, I was very happy with the check Google sent me for this last month. So celebrities, I want to thank y'all for y'all mess because it's keeping my pockets nice and right. And those of y'all watching, because y'all definitely helping support. I don't know if you talked about YT, but you have. I have not. I did see it was mentioned in the comments about Tyra saying that she did go too far with that. We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you? I did see that in passing. Since I won't be able to do a show tomorrow because there's a Knicks game, I will be back on Wednesday. We will talk about it then. So yes, I will definitely give my overall thoughts once I get around to that. I have not seen the America's Next Top Model trailer. I will definitely be watching that documentary because Tyra also participated. So I'm like, and you know me, I've been a staunch defender of America's Next Top Model because a lot of people, well, y'all were saying a bunch of stuff and y'all keep being, y'all the problematic and blah, 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 and y'all can't be saying this, doing this, this was this. I'm like, that was how it was back in the day. People don't realize how relatively new reality TV was back when America's Next Top Model and Flavor of Love and Mob Wives and so many of these shows that was coming out. Yes, when we look back on it today, when you look back on it, There was a lot of problematic stuff on a lot of those shows, but it was all about trying new things and pushing boundaries and that sort of thing. And when you look around, I was like, yeah, it's cringe, but it was what it was because it was what it was back in the day. The times was different. So I always get irritated when people put 2026 shit on shows that came out in 2000. I was like, stop it. You weren't even socially aware to even understand all of that other stuff. What's scary is that I keep deleting the Temu app. Really? You was buying stuff on Temu? See? That's why I don't mess with that. You want to know something funny? I had somebody earlier that was literally like yesterday talking about, well, first of all, they wanted to hunch. I don't have, so let me tell you something. I get laid more from Facebook. Like Facebook becomes sort of a dating app situation. I don't have Grindr. I have deleted it because Grindr's a hot ass mess. They feed you with more apps than anything. I've had more boys jump in my I've had more trade jump in my DMs talking about how they DTF. And one wanted me to come out today. I'm like, have you not looked outside your window? There's no way. I don't give a good goddamn how good your ass is. I'm not jumping out on no car, no Uber, no train, no bus, no plane, no plane, train, automobile, whatever you want to call it. I'm not jumping in nothing in this crazy ass weather for no booty. It's just gonna have to wait. And yes, I am bougie and I don't give a good goddamn. Like the stars have to align. The weather got to be on point. My mood got to be what it is for me to be like, okay, the chakras got to be all aligned up for me. Like, okay, let's do what we got to do. It's the Virgo. The Virgo be Virgo. You talking about TikTok? I told you I'm gonna get rid of it once I'm done with. I can't do it now. I'm doing a show. They said, yeah, people can't look at things in the 90s or early 2000s with 2026 eyes. I've been saying that for the longest. Oh, yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, so it's like the elements coming in trying to have control of myself. It's like, sir, you can kiss my ass. You can suck my D from the back. Because what you're not going to do is sit up in here and try to control everything. And then wonder why Paramount Plus is losing stock. Oracle's stock is in the toilet. Now you're about to ruin TikTok. But I was wondering, at what point the elites are going to realize they the problem? Probably not, ever. Because, egos and celebrity. And they still trying to get a hold of Warner Brothers. I'm like, Warner Brothers don't want you. That's like the girl that keeps telling you, sir, I don't want you. And then you turn into, Steve Urkel. I'm wearing you down. I'm wearing you down. Remember that? He kept harassing Laura Winslow for 8 damn seasons about I'm wearing you down. I'm like, but then eventually he did. But that's always the ongoing joke with these sitcoms. You got to stretch it out for as long as you can. So that way, by the time they get together, you don't want to ruin the momentum. It's all about the chase. Maybe that's what they think. They're thinking like eventually you're going to wear down one, but it's like, no, we don't want you. Y'all can't even get Paramount Plus off the damn ground or Paramount in general. Anyway, let's get into some Oscar news. So I'm sure you already heard the Oscars has been announced. I'm not going to go through the whole list, whatever, because it's like the days have passed. Everybody knows who's got nominations. Shout out to Sinners for 16, which is a record. It was cute to see Variety change the goalpost and have no choice but to just suck it up, Buttercup. Because, remember when they tried to make excuses for Sinners? Oh, it made this much of the box office. It's got a long way to go for it to break even though it didn't. And it ended up recouping his money. But moved the goalpost, tap dance, did all the things for mediocre ass Marty Supreme. But now, because of the 16, things, they had to go and, kiss ass because, that it is what it is. But what I thought would be relatively more interesting is to get into the snubs and the surprises before we get to the Delroy Lindo thing, because he is a surprise that was a part of the thing. Because here's the thing. I love Delroy Lindo. His scene when he's in the back of the car and he's talking about the scene, the thing that happened with the guys who earned the money and they went gambling and all this other stuff. They were having a great time. And then people was out here, the white folks was going around thinking, oh, they stole the money that they had, whatever, and hung them. And he's telling that story. And you literally see like the pain and how we all felt we was in that situation. And what I loved about that scene while he's telling it, if you're paying attention, you hear all the sound effects that Ryan Coogler put in that scene, and it makes it even more heartfelt and heartbreaking at the same time. So I just love Delroy Lindo. I've been a fan of his for a long time. Like, he's been around for forever, but he had to check somebody, and we're gonna get to that in a second. So I was when all the awards, the Golden Globes, the actor awards, which I think is the stupidest name y'all came up with for SAG. You should just left it as SAG. All these different critics' choice, all this other stuff, and y'all kept snubbing him or whatever. And I was just like, I'm tight because I thought Delroy Lindo did a phenomenal job in that movie. He should have been nominated for Best Supporting Actor. So they finally came around and shocked everybody, including myself, by putting him in for Sinners in the Oscars. So hopefully he does get his due, because he definitely deserves it. But we'll see how the things roll when the 98th annual Academy Awards rolls around in March. So Wicked was left out in the cold, which I don't know why y'all was surprised. First of all, there should have never been a Wicked for Good. Wicked is one movie, and they should have and you try to take the last 30 minutes of the Wicked situation and stretch it out into a 2-hour film, which if you've seen it, you realize that a lot of it wasn't working. Yes, Ariana Grande had a much media role and gave what she gave or whatever, but y'all tried it. Y'all were trying to be cute. Y'all were trying to cook the books. You were trying to be slick. And the studios was like, no, we're not giving it to this. Plus, the movie didn't do that well financially. And the critic reviews on it weren't so kind. So we knew that there was going to be a snubation. I wasn't expecting, even if Ariana Grande was going to get a nomination, I was like, she's not winning, especially all the women she was up against. So then also they snubbed Chase Infinity for one battle after another. Yeah, she's a breakout. I don't feel like her role in that movie was enough for her to garner an Oscar nomination. To me, I just thought Benicio del Toro was better in the film. Tiana Taylor, even though she was in it for like about as long as Judi Dench played the Queen, like 10 minutes. She ate in that role. And Leonardo DiCaprio, I thought, did a good job. Even Sean Penn was excellent in that movie. But Chase Infinity, even though, she was given what she was given, she kind of felt like an afterthought. Like, I don't think that she gave enough to get a Oscar Best Supporting Actor nomination. Then we had Paul Mescal for Hamnet. He was snubbed. Then Kate Hudson getting a nomination for Song Sung Blue. I haven't seen that movie yet. I know that I can rent it on Amazon Prime. I definitely want to get around to watching that. And I've heard great things about it. And I'm a big Kate Hudson fan. I love Kate Hudson. I love her mother, Goldie Hawn. I also love Kurt Russell, one of my favorite actors. So I just love the whole Hudson, Russell, Hawn family. So congratulations to her. Even I don't think Hugh Jackman didn't get a nomination, right? I don't think he did. Oh, then they snubbed Superman for the VFX nod, which I was actually surprised. But then again, I'm not gonna hold you. Y'all gonna have to be mad. But as much as I like James Gunn, no shade, I actually enjoyed Man of Steel more than I enjoyed his version of Superman. Like, there were certain things in Superman that I actually thought was cool. The special effects and the action sequences, I wanted a little more from that. So I was underwhelmed overall with more. And I've seen it twice. And I think maybe I saw it twice just to make sure that my feelings, maybe I was wrong. I was like, I wanted to really like the movie because I was more or less kind of annoyed with the Snyder Bros because of how they were projecting and acting towards this film. But when I look back on it, I like Man of Steel more than I like his version of Superman. I hope Man of Tomorrow is going to be much better. But so far, I'm not really liking this DCU and what James Gunn is offering. But like I said, there were certain parts of it that I liked. But the VFX, I'm not surprised. I didn't think the VFX was all that compelling. And then Dwayne Johnson and Emily Blunt were snubbed for The Smashing Machine. No surprise there because nobody saw the movie. So I don't think it was going to happen. And Weapons, I was actually surprised that they didn't get original screenplay. But I think but I have a feeling what's going to happen is Sinners is going to take it. So it doesn't matter. I love Weapons. Y'all already know Weapons was actually, I put that movie as my number one choice for best films of 2025. Sinners was second, but I just, and I love Sinners, but I liked Weapons slightly a little more. And because horror head. But then again, some people be like, well, Sinners was also a horror movie. Yeah, but if you want to talk in the technical sense of horror, because we can talk about slavery, all of that stuff, yes, those are horror within itself. But when you get to the vampire stuff, came up, on board a little late with that situation. But all the nuances and stuff in that movie, I just love Sinners for a completely different reason. But so what else? Oh, and then Shutter got a nomination for The Ugly Stepsister. I could have sworn I told her about that movie. Definitely check that out. That was a good one. So it got for unconventional makeup and hairstyling. So and then F1 got Best Picture. Jennifer Lawrence was snubbed for Die My Love. Miley Cyrus got snubbed for original song, which I'm not surprised by. And that's for that movie with Avatar, Fire and Ash. And then they snubbed Guillermo del Toro for Best Director. I'm like, we love. Shout out to Jacob Elordi for getting Best, an actor nomination for Frankenstein. But because they got 9 nominations and also Best Picture. So how do you get Best Picture but not Best Director? I think that makes sense. That was just dumb. So, and I like Jacob Elordi. Look, he got something. I was gonna say he got something Sydney Sweeney never got. That was an Oscar nomination. She didn't get. People just ignored her for Christie. But anyway, so I want to get all that out of the way with the snubations and my overall thoughts in regards to that, because snubs is way more entertaining than just going through the boring nominees. So let's get into the Delroy Lindo stuff. So, with him getting all these accolades finally, like it's taken him a long time for Hollywood to finally recognize him. And I think he's like around the same age as my actual father, my real life dad, who is 71. I think Delroy is like 72 or something or another. So they're in the same range. I think him and Denzel's around the same age. But anyway, so he finally got his first Oscar nomination, but had to check somebody who basically referred to him as an emerging artist. Mind you, he was in a movie called The Five Bloods. He did a movie with Denzel 100 years ago. Was it Glory or one of those stuff? I can't remember what movie he was in, but Delroy Lindo's been around 100 years. Look, first how I became aware of Delroy, and also he was in Crooklyn. Oh my God, I love that freaking movie. Anytime Crooklyn comes on, my ass is in front of the TV watching it. It's like one of my favorite movies from Spike Lee. Crooklyn, and also he played Aaliyah's father in Romeo Must Die. How do people not know, like, Delroy Lindo has been around since before speech replaced sign language? So when you get these influencers, and this will piss me off about a lot of you influencers who try to jump in this space, y'all don't do y'all due diligence of Googling. It is free. It is also someone you need to make good friends with, not the AI, but Google itself. All you got to do is do a little research on some of these people, and you sit up here calling them emerging artists. I'm like, sir, are you slow? So it says, an interviewer called the veteran actor an emerging artist, referring to his recent movies such as the Michael B. Jordan horror movie and Spike Lee's 2020 title The Five Bloods, only to be corrected by Lindo in a video the other party shared online, obviously recorded before the official nominations were announced yesterday. Well, this was a while ago when this story came out. The clip showed Lindo being asked what recognition from the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences would mean to him. He said nothing, as he mimed zipping his lips. I'm not talking about that. His efforts to avoid cursing himself obviously worked. He said, I'm also not an emerging artist. I've been around for a few years. So the actor broke into a laugh after the interviewer said, absolutely, sorry about that. The questioner posted the footage alongside a congratulatory message for Lindo and a line that he made a rookie mistake. In fact, okay, he's 73. They said the 73-year-old actor first popped up on TV shows and movies in the 70s, the late 70s, on the serial version of Beauty and the Beast and the movie sequel More American Graffiti, later playing parts in notable films such as 1994's Crooklyn and the 1999 film The Cider House Rules. Remember Erykah Badu in that? If I'm not mistaken. They say he told Entertainment Weekly in April that he tried not to buy into the hype when he was suggested as a nominee for parts in Malcolm X. Okay, it was Malcolm X, because I was like, wait, who was he in with Denzel? Malcolm X. And The Five Bloods. He said, I was profoundly disappointed, frankly. This is what he told EW of not being named among the nominees for the latter. Because The Five Bloods wasn't about that was about the Central Park Five, right? So when you do certain films and you haven't, what you learn in this business is that when people hype you up for things, you've been around for a long time. I've been acting for over 40 years, and that's like basically Delroy Lindo has been acting for over 4 decades. When you've been doing, or close to 50 years, so when you've been acting for that long time, you learn how to not jinx yourself or get hyped up over things, because people will blow smoke up your ass and tell, oh yeah, you were lock in, you were lock, you're a shoe in and all this other stuff. And then you buy into the hype, and then you end up with egg on your face like Jennifer Lopez with Selena and the stripper movie that she did, and so many other, and even most recently with Kiss of the Spider Woman. They paid her dust again. Maybe you'll get a Nickelodeon award like you did the last time, your second Nickelodeon award. How many of those she won? Because, she never got an Emmy, she never got an Oscar, she never got a Tony. She got a Nickelodeon award. I don't even think she got a BMA. But yeah, you learn to tune out the noise and not jinx yourself, because that's a big old thing. And yeah, I like Delroy Lindo. Shout out to him. He basically said that when they said Lindo recalled that Lee called him after the nominations were announced and they commiserated. He said, I think I've done enough. I've done a wide range of work as an actor. Lindo wasn't the only one recognized for his work in the Ryan Coogler film. Sinners, as we already talked about, it got 16 awards. And it said it bested other award pleasers such as All About Eve, Titanic, and La La Land. I did see a couple of memes going around where they were talking about Sinners, and it was like, and the Oscar goes to La La Land. Because it was like, they know they're going to try to find a way to make a joke or mess up and say the wrong damn movie. Remember that iconic situation that happened a couple of years ago with the Oscars? So yeah, y'all better put some respect on Delroy Lindo's name, because the man been around like I told you, since before I was born. So acting and putting in parts and things like that. And I'm just glad that it took a movie like Sinners for this man to get the recognition that he deserves. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Delroy Lindo having to school these new school influences? Well, just one of them. That he's like, oh no, I'm not some just new kid on the block that all of a sudden decided to wake up one morning in my good old, sexagenarian era or years and be like, you know what? I feel like being an actor. It's like, no, I've been acting since before you was a thought in your mama's cootie cat. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, so now let's see what the people are saying. Imagine if Gen Z finds out what led to Jenny Jones. Child, don't even give them nothing to go look up. Can you imagine they decide? Well, maybe I think there is one that exists, right? Isn't there a documentary that goes behind the scenes on what caused Jenny Jones to get canceled? That whole situation about the guy coming on the show and professing. I remember the episode like it was yesterday. The guy that came on professed his love for another man, and he was acting like he was all cool with it, and all of a sudden he went and killed that man once they left the show. It was a lot of crazy stuff that went on those shows. That show, Montel, Sally Jesse, Donahue. I know my grandmother used to love Donahue. Donahue and Oprah. Those are the two she used to watch. But me, I was all about, I was more the messy one. So I was all about watching Montel. Remember Sylvia Brown? Those were the iconic episodes when Sylvia Brown used to come on there with inviting her long ass nail and doing this with her hair and be coming up and throwing the shade in between, with the people that was asking her questions. Sylvia Brown was iconic. Y'all need to go look them videos up on YouTube, because Sylvia Brown was a key. Even though I ain't, come to find out she probably was about as fake as Miss Cleo. But nevertheless, it was entertaining watching that show. And I mean, when she was on it, and then it was who else? It was like, yeah, Jenny Jones, Ricky, bitch. Don't even get me started on Ricky Lake. Ricky Lake was my era. First of all, I used to live for Ricky Lake. I used to run home from school to watch that show. Then I became, because it was like, you have to go on the show towards the end, so I got to go and do one episode and being on it. Actually, one of my classmates from elementary school actually did an episode of Ricky Lake. Her name was Marsha Smith. I remember when she went and did an episode, I think it was a baby daddy situation. That show was ratchet as fuck. The Baby Daddy episode, that and the Drag Queen episodes, those were the iconic ones. Joan Rivers, Geraldo. Oh, those were the days. I'm so glad I was born in the time that I was born, because TV was definitely TV. Wait, I didn't read that. You said, as much as I am happy for Sinners, 16 nominations, but I remember watching the Oscars. Yeah, that's what. And you want to know? Not even a napkin. That's what I'm thinking too. Like, on one hand, I was like 16, but also in the back of my mind, I'm thinking back to the days of y'all playing in our face. We see what y'all doing. Oh, y'all gonna give us the 16 nominations, and y'all want to give the accolade and the numbers, acting like y'all doing some shit, and then we watch it and they walk away with nothing. We see y'all Oscars, so while we happy, we also side-eyeing y'all, or we just cautiously optimistic, because we know this game that y'all like to play. Okay. There's a lot of award shows. I hope Scream 7 doesn't flop. I don't think it will. I did see that somebody said, damn it, I'm trying to remember who they said that as a director, they should go, and what director should do Scream 8. It'll come to me, but I can't remember. I was like, you know what, that actually isn't a bad idea. But I don't think it'll flop. I don't think they need to release any more trailers. I don't think y'all just need to heavily promote and do a lot of, posters, ads, whatever the case is, all over the place, so people know it's coming. But for the most part, I don't think they should release another trailer, because I feel like you don't want to show your hand, and you already spoiled a little too much when y'all started revealing all the people that was going to be in it. Now, what capacity? Y'all guess y'all can go on the Reddits or whatever and look it up. Me, I choose to remain blind because I want to go in just seeing what it is on my own. I found out that the supporting category, you only have to make an impact in the film for 10 to 15 minutes. Example, when Viola Davis got nominated for Doubt with Meryl Streep. Is Tiana Taylor, yeah, she is best supporting. Yeah, she's in that movie for about that amount of time. She's only in the beginning of the film, half of the film, and then you don't never see her afterwards. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't see, as much as I would love to see Bakari win, I don't see it happening. I just feel like there's so much smoke being blown, and he working overtime, Timothy Chalamet. But if he don't win, I will be shocked. But it definitely feels like y'all trying to set it up. You said, I didn't realize I didn't either. When I saw that, I was like, really? Where? Black don't crack? NPR is doing greatest MTV video star, no Madonna. If there's no Madonna with MTV, it's rage bait to get no plays. Who's looking at NPR about anything to do with music? Curious to know your thoughts about the Lord of the Rings trilogy being nominated for each installment, but then Wicked for Good being snubbed entirely. Mind you, both franchises were filmed all at once. Well, the difference between the Lord of the Rings, because they're Lord of the Rings, Two Towers, Return of the King. Yeah, it was all filmed at once, but they're 3 individual films based off of 3 individual books. Or I have the entire Lord of the Rings all combined in one book. So, and that's a thick ass book. I've never even finished it. That's how big it is. It's like I don't have time to spend all this time in Middle Earth. So I've never completely read all the books. The difference with that is they filmed all 3 around the same time because they were splitting it into 3 movies because it's based off of 3 books. With Wicked for Good, it was Wicked is one thing. They decided to split into individual films. Wicked did not need to be split. That little bit, because I feel it was all a time thing, and the movie was already as long as it was. But I feel like y'all wanted to take a little bit of what was the second half, which everybody says is pretty much the weakest part of Wicked anyway. Even if you've seen the Broadway play, they've and read the book. They said that the second part, kind of like It Chapter 2, has always been the weakest part of that world, or whatever the case is. So it was going to be hard to kind of make that chapter interesting, which is when you watch the movie, that's a lot of the criticism. So, I understand Lord of the Rings and what they did. It makes sense why they split it. Well, they had to, they filmed it all at the same time because it's like they pretty much had an idea and a map out of The fact that it's based off of 3 books in one book, combined in one book. And they're splitting it into 3 movies. So might as well just put all the money on the table, have an idea how we're going to split us up, have us shoot it for like a year or 2, year and a half, whatever, how long they shot it, and make it work with that instead of having to come back and film it, just do it all at once, which makes sense. You know, there are people who are Black famous, but the Hollywood people don't know who they are. Yeah, definitely. Have you seen a Tyler Perry movie? Those are the ones that's Black famous. He is the best. Yes, Google, I heart you. um, but yeah, there's people that's famous, you know, in the Black circles, and then there's those who are. But I feel like Delroy Lindo has been. I don't know if he's been. I guess he would be considered Black famous, but he's been in. Or I kind of look at Delroy as he's a character actor. To me, the person who is kind of transition into like everybody knows him. You know, there's very few. There's like the Denzel, and then there's Samuel L. Jackson, who's been in like 1,000 movies, but he's been in everything. So people know who he is. I'm nervous about this award season. I understand that there are industry awards and cultural awards. For actors, I get why industry awards are important, but to me, cultural awards, yeah, and I definitely want to see a lot of Black folks going over there supporting the NAACP, the BETs, and all of those, and stop only just wanting to show up to the white establishments. And then when y'all don't get the nominations, y'all want to complain. I said, you got to support all of them. Don't just support the white people because you want to be in those rooms and you want to seek that approval. You need to also show up for your peers and show up for your people who actually do see you. Because I forgot the Black award show that I mentioned on the show a couple of weeks ago, that Sinners was like, they got a multitude of nominations. 18 Image Awards, but that's good. He said, I actually heard of you said the Jenny Jones Secret Admirer story episode before. It's why I keep my crushes on straight. Yeah, but back then, you know, this is pre-internet. You had to go on TV to profess all this stuff. I watch a lot of those 70s, 80s, 90s shows to see interviews with actual Punks club kids. Alan Jr. on Ricky Lake is the episode that came first to my mind. My son looks like Marilyn Manson. Or if you watch the old iconic episodes of Geraldo or Joan Rivers, where they had people like Michael Alec, and y'all already know that story to him with the Party Monster. Michael Alec, you had Amanda Lepore and all those icons, Sophia Lamar. I remember there was and I think it was Twilo where they filed a lawsuit against them. It was like some drama that happened back in the day. And I told her I got to try to find time to get to the city to see the Dean Johnson documentary, who was an iconic player within, you know, the queer punk scene. He had an event that he used to do at CBGB's. He also did stuff at the Cock. You know, he was an icon, and I believe he was unalived because Dean was into some shit. He was heavy on drugs. He was very influential in a lot of the queens that came to New York from, you know, traveling wherever. Very much a big influence on Lady Bunny and so many others. The Oscars flopped by not acknowledging indie for best. And I know one of my really good friends, DJ Tennessee, used to DJ a lot of his events and stuff too, who's also in the documentary. He said the Oscars flopped by not acknowledging indie for there's not enough animals that they could put up to get nominations. But that would be funny. Can you imagine? It's like we got a bunch of best supporting actors or whatever, and then you got Indy the dog in there. That would be hilarious. Do they not like ratings? Put a dog in and then have him sit in the audience, but you gotta hope and pray he don't shit. Or just during the category, just bring him out and have him sit on the carpet. So they could do that. All right, y'all. So let's get back into the show. We got some most movie news. Let's talk about Masters of the Universe. So I'm sure all of y'all probably seen the Masters of the Universe teaser trailer by now. Overall, when I looked at it, I thought it was all right. I don't know if I like too much of the Earth stuff, and I think it's because growing up from the original film that came out in the 80s with Dolph Lundgren, they went and they spent the first part of the film on Eternia, and then they brought it to Earth, and they spent a little too much time on Earth, and it was what it was back then. But I'm like, do we really need to go back on that? I kind of wish they would have took more of a Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings approach, where it's like we spend the whole movie on Eternia. But I understand it's like we got to take him because Eternia is under attack. We got to send him to Earth so that way, because he's the heir to the throne, and we got to protect him and all that sort of stuff. And his mother, who is not from Eternia, she's from Earth, so we have her send him there to be looked over, and now he's opining and wants to go back home, and then the sword and all that stuff. So that's all cool and everything. And the special effects I was kind of a little iffy about. I do like the look of Skeletor. I thought the Skeletor looks great. I don't know if that's Jared Leto under that. I think that's a stunt dude, and they probably just got Jared Leto doing the voice. I need more information on this movie to know if that's actually him under all of that. But I like the look. And I like the look of Nicholas Galitzine as He-Man. As Prince Adam, I don't know. I don't like this look. But apparently, so out of everything that's been going on with all of this, the biggest bitch that everybody has, because I'm a little on the fence, but I'm cautiously optimistic because Travis Knight is directing the movie. I didn't like some of the jokes. I thought the jokes was kind of corny in the film. Him trying to pull out the sword, and then all the others, and this is mine. Like doing that whole thing. I didn't like that. It's kind of giving. I mean, I did catch Thor vibes. I'm hoping it's more Thor Ragnarok and not Love and Thunder, because I hated Love and Thunder. Also, this vibes of Guardians of the Galaxy. But then when you look at the movie, it reminds me of the days when I was growing up as a kid, and it was like Flash Gordon. Love Flash Gordon, by the way. It's campy. If that's the vibe you're going for, then cool. Even though if you look at Thor Ragnarok's got a bit of that Flash Gordon vibe in there as well, but it worked based off of that. So then there's Flash Gordon, Beastmaster. It was kind of giving me that. When you look at this look of He-Man, it's kind of giving Beastmaster vibes. He got the little, the harness on. I heard somebody called the X. I'm like, child, come on now. I guess he don't speak homosexual because it's a harness. But to get back to this picture, apparently people got an issue with the film because they're calling it woke garbage because there's a he/him pronoun on his desk tag, because I guess he works in human resources, that sort of thing. I guess a lot of y'all don't work in corporate offices, but if you work in an office, this is the new thing. They put pronouns on things. So that way when you're coming in, it's all about respecting people as they are. If somebody wants to be a he, a she, a they, a them, an elemental P, or whatever the case is, how about y'all respect that? Instead of starting with y'all, I gotta come in and I gotta evolve as a human being, so I'm upset. I'm like, well, then go touch grass or go play in traffic. Who gives a fuck? Because if you can't sit up out here and respect people as they are, then I don't need to respect your dumb ass. But to me, what y'all are thinking that that the movie's gonna be pushing an agenda, woke mind virus, and all that stupidness, that idiot over there that, the ketamine freak over at Twitter has been out here trying to push. It's clearly a joke that went over your head. First of all, the he/him thing, his name is He-Man. There's a pronoun in the man's name based off an IP from an old 80s cartoon. So what are y'all talking about? Now, of course that went over your head because y'all get so caught up in certain things, your whatever, your beta isms and your attitudes, whatever, that's going to overtake. But then at the end of the day, it's just like, it's a joke. Now, if you thought it was funny, that's another story. I was like, okay, he, him, He-Man, it wasn't that funny. It's kind of giving like corny 5-year-old humor. And I'm hoping and praying this movie doesn't play into that corny humor or whatever. Like, we get it. If you watch actually, funny enough, I actually started rewatching a lot of He-Man. Like, I watched the animated cartoon from the 80s. It's literally on Prime Video. So sometimes when I'm feeling like I need a moment of comfort, I sit and I watch He-Man. And I'm sitting there watching, I'm like, this cartoon is so corny. I can't believe I actually liked this shit growing up as a kid. But it was what it was because that was the 80s. That and Thundercats. Those are my cartoons. So, when you watch it, it's like, yeah, it's kind of corny, but I'm hoping like y'all not trying to capture that tone, the corniness of the 80s cartoon. Just kind of do your thing. We already know He-Man is kind of corny, but make it in a way where it's also going to be entertaining. It's like you got to try to get my generation butts in the seat, but I understand you're also trying to get the younger generation to want to come in and check out the thing. So I don't know if the teaser has done the job of getting people interested. I need to see I need to see a second trailer, a much longer trailer, to feel whether or not I like it. So, um, yeah. So now they're saying, oh, one person said, now they're making a masculine universe and giving He-Man pronouns. These people won't stop until they ruin everything. Of course, like I said, because this is probably ketamine freaks who are over there on Elon Musk's Twitter, this is where that came from. While another declared new Masters of the Universe movie is going to be woke garbage. Thinking, I guess, so you thought Prince Adam's name was Masters of the Universe? No, it's the same thing as the other movie that we had from back in the day with Dolph Lundgren called Masters of the Universe. His name is He-Man. Like I said, there's a pronoun already in his name. Just like if they decide to spin it off and make a She-Ra movie, are y'all gonna get mad when they put she/her or She-Ra? Oh, look at y'all trying to be more woke garbage. I'm like, her name is She-Ra, you dummy. But you can't expect betas to actually have a sense of humor or any kind of sense. One even shared their belief that this is an example of forced diversity, making it clear there's no choice. They'll be wasting their money on this pathetic crap because go woke, go broke. We're assuming, oh, they said go white, go broke. I'm like, what? So I guess they meant go woke. But at least if you're going to try to read or try to come out here and try to rage bait, let's learn how to spell woke before you hit send. So this whole throwing in radical left and all this other stuff, it's like, can y'all just go out and touch the damn like what y'all listen to Joe Rogan, Trump, that sort of thing that indoctrinated your brain and basically turned it into old ass meat sauce. I don't know what to tell y'all. You can't really talk to these people. And I feel like people just want to get enraged for any little, maybe it's just a way to get those endorphins running. There's so many other ways you can get those endorphins up and running besides, trying to create a narrative that doesn't exist. But I feel like there's many reasons not to like this movie. And it could be like the CGI, you weren't satisfied with that. You don't like the overall tone. You feel like we've seen this stuff already. Even though, like, personally, He-Man, when you look at Thor, Ragnarok, and Flash Gordon, all these other things, I'm sure that the influence does come from He-Man because the animated series and how that was, that campy tone, whatever, that very comic strippy type of vibe. When you look at a lot of those little Guardians of the Galaxy, when you look at those tones, it's like, yeah, that definitely comes to the whole He-Man era. But by the time He-Man comes around, it literally looks like you're trying to rip off these other movies that came out before you, even though they were probably inspired by what y'all did. So it's unfortunate y'all come out this late. People aren't really feeling the tone. I think Travis and Amazon, y'all got a lot to get, to prove to people to, I'm still cautiously optimistic, but I'm on the fence. I don't necessarily know. I'm hoping that it's good. And I feel off your name that it should be a good movie. I know people also, another thing, people are apparently upset because Man-at-Arms is black. I'm like, who cares? I like Idris Elba. Idris Elba's a great actor. I don't care. I could see him recite the phone book. Him being in the movie is not an issue to me. So people getting mad over Idris Elba or Man-at-Arms being black, who gives a fuck? I like Idris Elba. So him being in the movie, I don't care how people feel. So I'm looking forward to seeing this movie, even though, like I said, I'm cautiously optimistic. And yeah, I think that's all I gotta add on that. And I like the outfit that he got on. And I heard some people say, look, if you're going to sexually objectify He-Man and have him half naked up in the film, which isn't a requirement because that's the part that he's playing, we need to do that with Teela. Why Teela all covered up, but He-Man half naked? And I'm sitting there like, look, maybe Teela, maybe she'll wear less clothes in the sequel, but I do agree that the outfit Teela wears in the cartoon, she do seem a little bundled up. But then again, wasn't she bundled up in the original film? And I need to see more Evil Lynn because I actually like the costume that Alison Brie has on, but I need to see more of her instead of that little millisecond where it looked like her and Teela basically her and Teela get into a fight and they have their little fight sequence. So I want to see more of her in action as well because I love me some Evil Lynn. I like, we got Battle Cat and all the other creatures in the film. And I am a little upset. Where is Orko? Why is he not in this film? Orko is very much part of He-Man. He should be in the film. Y'all didn't even have him in the original. Yeah, somebody named some damn Grildor. What the fuck is Grildor? Grildor, like something out of that should have been in Willow. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Regarding Master of the Universe, do you think that, of course, yet again, the betas are overreacting for no apparent reason, looking for a reason to just be pissed off and upset and fake outrage and the lot? So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on, I gotta send the text. The culture wars is dead, and that side wants to revive it because of fear of, well, look, they already lost. And so I actually still watch Thundercats. That, like, look, the recent story that came out that Pam Bondi had with Pam Bondi, right? That said, oh, we'll remove ICE from Minnesota if y'all give us the numbers in regards to like the votes and stuff. So y'all want to try to cook the books and own Minnesota because it's a Democrat? Like, no, y'all can't even win shit fair and square. Y'all got to cheat. Because that's the only way y'all can maintain the little power you have. And y'all got to still continue that power if you actually play by the rules and actually gave a damn about the people. But no, they just rather be a bunch of damn criminals. And if the next president decides to not prosecute these people to the fullest, extent of the law, there's no hope for y'all. But I already said this two-party system is a goddamn joke. And so I still watch Thundercats. I'm a big enough fan that just a few years ago I had a glow-in-the-dark t-shirt. Oh, come on, glow-in-the-dark t-shirt. And you said they went full on cheesy 80s and it backfired. I know it's cheesy, but it can be very different. Sometimes I'm sorry, it's okay. It's like you can balance the tone. We can have those corny little moments, but don't go. That's what I was like. What I liked about Travis Knight, I like that, what he did with Bumblebee. I mean, I like the first Transformers, but I love what he did with Bumblebee. I love what he did with Kubo. And I just don't feel like I'm getting what I need from this He-Man movie. I just hope it doesn't suck. Or, sometimes, here's the thing. Sometimes you can have a bad trailer, but then when you see the movie, I'm like, the movie was actually pretty good, but the trailer was bad. But it doesn't help your movie. Because that's happened many a times where the trailers be bad and the movie is just great. It's just going to have I guess at this point, is either you got to release a second trailer to ease our minds, or you're just going to have to rely on word of mouth to sell this movie. I keep hoping for it because you can't really trust a lot of these critics. A lot of these critics, they lie to get access. All of a sudden, they like every damn thing. I'm like, no, y'all need to really call it what it is. I keep hoping for a Thundercats movie. There's been they've been trying to put a Thundercats movie together for decades. It's sad that we haven't even gotten that yet. We got a Transformers movies. We have 2 He-Man movies, but we never got Thundercats. And we got Voltron coming too. With Henry Cavill. I just forgot. I just remembered about that. We got Voltron coming out with a movie. I don't know. I think that was Amazon too. What the hell happened with that movie? When's that coming out? I got to look that up. They said I keep hoping for a Thundercats movie. There was a rumor a few years ago. Yeah, I guess they couldn't crack the script. Kind of like Blade. They can't figure that out either. Anyone getting engaged over woke is telling on themselves and how they want the old ways of everything catering to old white male eyes. I just don't understand how you sit over there thinking that putting he, him pronouns and it's a play on He-Man. How that bought, like, what? I just don't get people. It's hard to sell a movie without revealing too much in the trailer. I don't know. There's been times where movies have been kept where they do the trailer in a way where if they don't reveal a lot, but it has you intrigued and people go see it and it's successful. So I don't know. It depends. There's been trailers where I'm like, I don't know what the hell is with it. Kind of like The Matrix. When I first saw the trailer for that, I didn't know what the fuck I was looking at. I'm like, this movie looks really cool though. I went to go see it and I loved it. It's like one of my favorite films, especially when they talk about spirituality and philosophy and all those different things that's in there, along with, all the things I like, science fiction, martial arts, all those things going on. And then they did new type of groundbreaking technology with bullet time. Technically, bullet time was first seen in the original Blade movie before we got the Matrix, but they perfected the visual of it. The Matrix did. But that movie is groundbreaking because it was like something we had never seen before. Plus, I think it reminded me of Dark City, which I like. I know a lot of people don't like that movie. It didn't do well at the box office. Then come to find out they used some of the sets from Dark City for the Matrix. Because I had the kind of that neo-noir type of look. Bring the speak over voice back. That's how it worked back in the day with the same. Yeah, we kind of missed that whole thing, like missed the movie phone. Or they would have like the voiceover and they don't do that no more. Now it's just like we're inundated and bombarded with freaking trailers, and it's annoying, especially going to the movies. All right, y'all. Now it's time that we move beyond the movies and let's get into some messy gossip. Let's talk about Kanye because now he's on his apology tour. And he out here begging y'all for his forgiveness because he decided to go after the wrong community, the Jews. And now that his career has been destroyed because he thought he was going to be out here like the white people and thinking that he could just say whatever the hell he wants with no consequence and no, repercussions for his actions, that he thought his little step and fetch it behind, his little Uncle Ruckus ass could run around here and do the same thing these Nick Fuentes and all these other wannabe Nazis could do. Where they was recently out of the club looking like something out of a Grinder ad, mind you. He thought he could just run out here and do all of that and that he was going to be spared, to the point where Kanye is so desperate for a comeback, he got to go all the way to India to perform. He got to go to the slums in order to, get a coin or a rupee. Because don't India, y'all get paid in rupees? Anyway, now that I got that little read out the way, and I'm sure there's going to be more that's going to come along. Now he's on his, I apologize, believe me, oh, believe me, I do. Shout out to Anita Baker. So Kanye is making headlines again with a public apology many thought we'd never see. Today, the controversial music star placed a full-page ad in the Wall Street Journal addressed to those I hurt, in which he attempts to take responsibility for a string of offensive statements and behavior that sparked widespread backlash. In the lengthy note, he apologized alongside a discussion of his battle with bipolar disorder. I didn't know being bipolar also made you a racist, a bigot, I will say, or just spewing anti-Semitism and all kinds of stuff. Like, I didn't know that being bipolar all of a sudden woke up this Tourette's and made you have a Tourette's moment and had you out here saying derogatory. I didn't know that that's what your brain does. But, okay, sir. So they said that noting that he was not properly diagnosed until 2023, West linked his mental health struggles to undiagnosed and unexamined head trauma he might have suffered in the 2002 car crash that shattered his jaw and inspired his solo debut hit Through the Wire, saying, I lost touch with reality. Things got worse the longer I ignored the problem. He wrote of his recent manic episodes. I said and did things I deeply regret. Some of the people I loved the most, I treated the worst. You endured fear, confusion, humiliation, and the exhaustion of trying to love someone who was, at times, unrecognizable. Looking back, I became detached from my true self. Now, describing what it's like to be in a manic episode, he said, you don't think you're sick, and it feels like everyone else is overreacting. You feel like you're seeing the world more clearly than ever, when in reality, you're losing your grip entirely. Once people label you as crazy, you feel as if you cannot contribute anything meaningful to the world. He also went on to add, the scariest thing about this disorder is how persuasive it is when it tells you you don't need help. It makes you blind, but convinced you have insight. You feel powerful, certain, and unstoppable. He went on to admit that in his fractured state, I gravitated towards the most destructive symbol I could find, the swastika, and even sold t-shirts bearing it. So yeah, he sold that merch on his website last February, while a few months later he released a song called Heil Hitler, which brings me to when I was talking about Nick Fuentes and Andrew Tate brother and all of them was up in the club. First of all, they was up in a car together, a big old sausage factory, playing that in the vehicle on their way to the club. And then they got to the club and asked the DJ to play the song. And I'm sitting there like, are you dumb? I don't give a fuck if Jesus Christ came up in and asked me to play some goddamn Heil Hitler. I'm not playing it. I'm not playing nothing derogatory or being like, yeah, we're anti-Semitic. Oh yeah, we hate the Jews. It's like you doing all of that, and it's like, yeah, we're alphas. No, you're a fucking beta bitch. That's what y'all are. So, and we'll get to Kanye in a minute and his overall thoughts. But it's like when y'all doing all of that, and you thinking you flexing because you playing this foolishness. What girl is getting moist over that? With a bunch of you morons up in here in the VIP section asking to play Heil Hitler. Like nobody's getting moist off of that unless you a damn Nazi your damn self. So like that woman that was skinning them people in Monster, the Ed Gein story. If you could find you a girl like that, then of course she would get moist. But ain't no actual female, I don't think, to my come bang me out in the bathroom because you playing Heil Hitler looking like you a real man. Like fuck out of here. And then that guy whispered, I don't remember which one he was because I don't pay attention to these moronic influencers. But then one of them whispering Nick Fuentes, who looked like he was the shortest one up in there, talking about, oh yeah, we're gonna get you a girl. Oh, please don't, because we know you a closeted self-hating homosexual. That's why you ain't want no pussy, but you rather get that ass ringed. And no shade, I feel like the only way you handle a Nick Fuentes, you gotta angry fuck him without a condom. So in his apology, he also said one of the difficult aspects. Wait, hold on. Because I was like, oh yeah, this that. But even before that, there had been other public incidences involving praise for Adolf Hitler and the promotion of Nazi iconography, along with the numerous anti-Semitic outbursts. Rolling Stone has also reported, shout out to Rolling Stone, but this is where I got this story from, by the way. Rolling Stone has also reported that West's fascination with Hitler and Nazis goes back several decades. So, but when y'all saying it goes back several decades, I have done the research. This is going based off of Rolling Stone. Was this before or after Through the Wire? So that's what I'm curious about. So did all of this liking all this Nazi stuff or fascination with it or being an anti-Semite, was this, after the accident or before, we even knew who Kanye was? Because we know how y'all like to dig in people personal stuff when it comes down to, before they was famous or whatever. Y'all will find an old tweet and something from somebody from 20 some odd years ago, even though 20 ain't been around. Well, has it been around that long? Decades. Y'all can find out decades ago somebody's stuff that they posted before they was even famous. Like how y'all uncovered Connor Story's YouTube channel when he was a So y'all be doing this, the sleuths be sleuthing when they need to. So now, in his apology, he also said one of the difficult aspects of having bipolar type 1 are the disconnected moments, many of which I still cannot recall. That led to poor judgment and reckless behavior that oftentimes feels like an out-of-body experience. I regret and am deeply mortified of my actions in that state, and I'm committed to accountability, treatment, and meaningful change. It does not excuse what I did, though I am not a Nazi or anti-Semite. I love Jewish people. And, some people be like, oh, you have a funny way of showing it. Because how do you go from, well, let me get to this part, because he also apologized to Black folks. He also apologized to the Black community, which he said held me down throughout all the highs and lows and the darkest of times. The Black community is unquestionably the foundation of who I am. I am so sorry to have let you down. I love us. Because we was going to say, like, how you go from George Bush don't care about Black people to saying all the things you were saying, throwing Black people under the bus, saying slavery was a choice, and now you coming in saying all the anti-Semitic stuff that you were saying. It was like, I've never known people who have bipolar disorder or any kind of mental disability just go on these racial tirades. And I know there's people out here who believe that being racist is a mental illness. And it's like, hate is a learned behavior. It's not something somebody wakes up one morning and all of a sudden just gets this whole situation. Like mental health issues, that is something that could be hereditary or just due to stress or whatever the case is. But when you're looking at something like being a bigot, that's a learned behavior. That's something you learn from the company you keep, your parents, or whatever the case. People aren't born racist. People aren't born anti-Semitic. That is a learned behavior. So I don't know. So then, they said, according to West, the 4-month manic episode of psychotic, paranoid, and impulsive behavior he endured early last year nearly destroyed my life. He even appeared to admit to some apparent suicidal ideation, saying, as the situation became increasingly unsustainable, there were times I didn't want to be here anymore. He credits his wife, Bianca Censori, who encouraged him to finally get help after they finally hit rock bottom a few months ago. Now, West said he has been searching for a new baseline and new center through an effective regime of medication, therapy, exercise, and clean living. He also said he had found comfort in Reddit forums where people share their own experiences of being in manic or depressive episodes of a similar nature. He said, I read their stories and realized that I was not alone. Now, in closing out his apology, he said he has found some much needed clarity and is putting this energy into positive, meaningful art, music, clothing, design, and other new ideas to help the world, saying, I'm not asking for sympathy or a free pass, though I aspire to earn your forgiveness. I write today simply to ask for your patience and understanding as I find my way home. So, he dotted all the I's across all the T's, and it definitely sounds convincing. Like, you almost got me, sir, but you want to know something? I'm a New Yorker. I'm also a Virgo, and I'm also got a cynic side. So while I'm all for you pulling it together and really showing that you have grown, and my thing is action speaks louder than words. You could write a whole citation. You could write a 50,000 page book on how sorry you are to the community. I got to see action. Put the words. Like, your words, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. And I feel like this is not the first time that you have apologized for your behavior and being offensive. Because remember, you went back in 2023, you published a note on Instagram, written in Hebrew, by the way, and said that you apologize to the Jewish community for unintended outbursts caused by my words or actions. It wasn't your intention to hurt or demean, and you regretted any pain you may have caused. So you've done this before. And then you went back and showed your ass again. And now here you come out with a much longer post. We're going to be on Instagram, and now I got to really put my little seal of approval on it by going to the Wall Street Journal. What's next? When you decide to have another outburst, we going to what's higher than the Wall Street Journal? You gonna put it in the New York Times? We going to Variety or Deadline? We going to Entertainment Weekly? We're gonna do it in video form. Like, I just need to know. So, like I said, when people show you who they are, believe them the first time. I want to believe you. You're gonna have to put in the work. I do like the idea that you threw in them extra, little extra seasoning in the gumbo, which was like, I'm not asking for your sympathy or for your forgiveness. I just want to show you that I'm gonna work at being a better person. And like I said, show it in your actions. If you come out and say another thing against the Black community and the Jewish community, then people need to fully wash their hands of you. I do agree that, you know what, we're all human beings. We're all a work in progress. We all deserve a second chance, or sometimes a third. We all fall down, but we get up. That was good for that moment, although I can't stand Dolly McClurkin. And it's funny how I had to go and use that reference for this mess. Two problematic ass people. But nevertheless, I'm rooting for you to get better, Kanye. You still Kanye until proven otherwise. I'm not changing that name. I always give a nickname to people. When it's a term of endearment, and when you get on my root canal nerve, I always give y'all know, depending on the tone of the situation. And so I hope he is working on it. Now, it's funny how he thanked Bianca Censori, but we ain't hear no kind of apologies about Kim when you basically revealed that Kim wanted to abort North. Didn't you reveal that, T? So I wonder if you don't need to write it in the thing whether or not you did. That's none of our business. I just hope that in private you worked, whatever, made amends with her. I did hear that he did work on some music for Northwest's upcoming album. I don't know who's gonna buy that because, child, you're not gonna be this generation's Raven Simone with the rapping and all of the stuff. But if it's cute, I'm sure we'll see how them numbers do in the streaming space if Northwest is real serious about the music. Because I did hear on Father they produced some songs or whatever the case is, which should not come as a surprise because that little girl's got access to all the things. But hopefully you worked it out with Kim because that is the mother of your 4 children, and that there comes a time and a place where it's like you're making amends and working on your relationship with your children because, like they were saying before, you kind of abandoned them. You've been off doing your own thing. I know you're working on your mental health. Hopefully you are getting the help that you need. You do have the money and the access, which I've been saying for years, by the way, that it's like, wait a minute, all this stuff you're saying is no excuse. You have more money in your account than most people will ever see in their lifetime. You have access to all the things to make yourself get better. But I also understand that there's a thing within the Black community, especially when it comes to men and mental health, that a lot of times, a lot of us Black men, we have pride. We barely will go to the doctor and get a prostate exam to make sure we don't, look at it as gay or whatever. Okay, well then pass away from cancer then because you worried about something go up in your ass. I would rather, well, I guess it probably doesn't work because I'm a homosexual. Let me saying this, but let me tell my business. I live the lifestyle of a top. You can stick your finger in my behind or whatever, just to make sure I ain't got no polyps or nothing up in there. So when Black people not willing to go to the doctor or especially men, where they could be stubborn in regards of their health, I could totally understand why the Black men would scoff at dealing with the mind and mental health and that sort of thing. So at the end of the day, as I say, I'm gonna be cautiously optimistic in regards to Kanye. I'm gonna still keep one eye on the side, still side-eyeing a little bit, a little cynical, but 80% cynical, 20% non-cynical. So I'm gonna give you a little benefit of the doubt, but I'm just gonna wait for that shoe to drop. And if it does, then we know, like any other time, you full of shit. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you believe that Kanye is going to put in the work to be a changed man after this is the second time he's apologized to the Jewish people? This might be the first time he's apologized to the Black community, though, in regards of his stance on this recent situation where he's they not feeling him. His career's in the toilet. And this apology is his way of trying to get back in the good graces because he probably realizing that them financials is dwindling. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right. Exactly. In a couple of months, he'll take back what he said. Well, look, it's in the Wall Street Journal, so they own that. Even though you took out an ad for it, it's in nation that you can't. There's no backseats. Pre-sale codes being sold to MAGA. Please, this girl's a fucking clown. Nobody cares about her. Hope this grift is worth it, sis. And I don't want to hear nothing about this bitch talking about, I was having a mental health situation. Because she'll do that next. Pre-sale codes being I'm gonna say how that's seen as a apology to her though. Who's she apologizing to? She sold her soul to a bunch of people who wouldn't spit on her if she was on fire. He said, exactly, bullish. He said, I'm not a doctor, but Jennifer Lewis is bipolar. She talks about her manic episode. She's on medication. Absolutely. And you ain't never heard none of these women come out and say nothing racist, anti-Semitic, throw their own their own people under the bus. You ain't never heard people who have, like me, I'm not a doctor either. And I've never had a manic episode. I've never been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I don't have any of those issues. But I've never heard anybody who has been bipolar to come out and just be flat out a bigot. That's a learned behavior. Or this is somebody who, now, if there's anything that Kanye got is narcissistic, personality disorder, that man is a narcissist. That man's got the ego the size of Florida. So, or I should say California, because California is huge. So, but just take responsibility for your stuff. We're not going to sit up in here and blame it on bipolar disorder. Notice how they threw the person of color Sneeko under the bus. Child, that old queen. That was another one. They said he's only doing it because he has. Oh, he does. Well, I won't be listening to it. Look, I told y'all the last time I listened to a Kanye West album, yeah, it was a while ago. I can't remember the new what last record I listened to. But I'm loving that new ASAP Rocky album though. I can't stop listening to that record. I know some people's out here talking about it's corny. I'm like, your mama's corny. It's like, no, that ASAP Rocky album slaps. Like you said, no, his PR team did a great job, but I'm good on Kanye, as am I. I have a feeling he's going to buy another Super Bowl ad and say a bunch of nonsense for 30 seconds. Tyra Banks is getting dragged for blaming the fans, but as a fan of Top Model, she's right. Both are at fault. We demand the drama, and so she gives it to us. So we are at fault. It's not, well, everybody partook. The fan, you got to feed the fandom, you got to feed the beast. Then you got the producers and everybody who participated in the shenanigans of it all, and the fact that we were all at that time about sensationalism. Like a lot of the stuff that dominated at the time, it was the Flavor of Loves, it was the Mob Wives, it was the Real Housewives, it was the Basketball Wives. There was a lot of that type of drama that was going on, and we acquired all of that in our reality TV. Even RuPaul's Drag Race in the early years was very heavy on like messy and drama and all that other stuff. I mean, RuPaul's Drag Race was inspired by America's Next Top Model and Project Runway. Tyra gave us what we wanted. It wasn't seen cruel until the last few years. Mm-hmm. It's like, yep, your mama corny. Yeah, there's a new documentary coming out about. Didn't we just talk about that? That's what I was saying. Like, I don't know if y'all be listening when I'm talking, but I was like, yeah, I was asked what was my overall thoughts on the Tyra Banks documentary. I said I haven't seen it yet. I saw that it was mentioned in passing, and yeah, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm gonna say my overall. I'm gonna watch it first, and then we'll talk about it when I come back and do a show on Wednesday because I have a Knicks game to work tomorrow, so I will not be doing a show tomorrow. That's why we're doing a long one today. 2.5 hours in, and we still got a long. Shit, this episode might be 4 hours. So you do plastic surgery, get teeth fixed. That's the reality of the fact. There's a lot of people. Look, there's a lot of things that people get fixed and all this other stuff in order. Because I always thought that in modeling, the one thing they always like is when some of them be having their imperfections. Like if you got a gap in your teeth or whatever the case, like people like those things. But then they have you try to check. Like one of the things I will say, and I know this is not, he wasn't a model, but one of the things I liked about Enrique Iglesias that made him stand out was that big old mole on his face. Then he went and got it removed. Man, unless it was cancerous, I can understand. But I thought that was a standout for him. But I guess maybe because of like a big old booger on his face, I always said I would rather work as a model until I'm 29 and work as a fashion designer when I. And that's another thing too that I think with models, male model is a shorter life for you than women. That's the one. For women, the biggest industry you can work in and make more than a man, modeling and porn. Now, as a male model, yeah, you're not really gonna make a lot of money doing that. Because the only one that people were really aware of that was like that's still out here doing it and making a name for himself is Tyson Beckford. He's still been able to accumulate a coin. But all the other male models like Mark Vanderloo and all these other ones, we don't be hearing from them. Travis Fimmel, Travis Fimmel went into acting, so he's good. Or remember Smith Jarrett? What was his name? His in real life, Smith Jarrett from Sex and the City. But yeah, you definitely have to jump into, use that money and jump into another avenue because the shelf life is very much short for a man. I drift in and out. Well, I was not going to the gym today, not in this weather. The documentary comes out February 16th. Well, I'll be watching. I heard Enrique Iglesias got I need to see it. Look, he got a bunch of kids with Anna Kournikova. I can't believe those two were still together. But whatever. Talk about a man who can commit. All right, y'all. So let's move on to our next topic. And let's talk about the Super Bowl. So the Super Bowl is going to be coming up in what is it, like 2 weeks? Because I think next week is the Grammys. I cannot believe in the next couple of days, what is it, Monday? Yeah, in like 6 days, the Grammys. I totally forgot. But then I think the following week is the Super Bowl. So I'm actually looking forward to it because the Super Bowl is going to be lit this year. And I don't care about the teams or whatever the case is. I'm not a big football fan. I like my basketball and all that good stuff. But with football, I'm like, whatever. So I'm actually looking forward to the performances. One, we got Bad Bunny doing the halftime, and then we have Green Day also performing. So with that being said, Donald Trump came out with this funny ass excuse as to why he's not coming to the Super Bowl. Number one, I've never known a president who spends more time trying to go to sports events than actually doing the job that a lot of y'all voted him to put, to do, which he ain't did jack shit for y'all yet. Them price of eggs going down yet? He out here murdering white people, and now all of a sudden they've woken up. But like, oh my God, now lives matter. Y'all didn't give a fuck when Black Lives was mattering. I'm not saying all. I'm going to say some. Y'all had every excuse under the book. When Black Lives Matter rolled around, all lives matter. When we had the thing with, the knee on the neck, excuses. He was, he was out here selling drugs. And he was doing this. He was doing, y'all had every excuse in the book. Then the white lesbian gets shot. Y'all wasn't all that. Some of y'all, some were upset, not all. Then a heterosexual white male, because now it's hitting too close to home, was out there helping a woman and got pow-powed for no damn reason. So now we out here murdering people in cold blood. Now all of a sudden white people waking up and want us to feel sympathy and empathy. And don't get me wrong, I have empathy and sympathy for that man who lost his life. He was one of the good ones. However, miss me with the fake ass outrage what a lot of y'all all of a sudden want to wake up because one of your own is being killed, but y'all didn't have that same energy when Black lives and Latino lives and so many other lives have been taken by the police force, whether it's ICE, Homeland Security, regular PD, or the like. So I need that energy to be the same way. But we've been screaming and shouting for the rooftops for y'all to kind of come in and join us on this side. It's nice that y'all can finally join the party at the last minute, but we try to tell y'all, sit down, sit in it. That's all I'm gonna say on that. Now, in this situation, so he talking about that he's skipping the Super Bowl, not because your numbers is at an all-time low, and the fact that your own party is unraveling and are pissed off at you over a lot of the actions that you're doing, and the fact that you lost the grip on ICE and immigration, all these other things, because now you're just grabbing regular American people off the street and putting them in, prison for no reason in a couple of days, not even checking to see if y'all even have warrants, kicking in people's doors and taking them out of their homes. Yeah, these are all the things that's happening. And mainstream media, of course, is not covering this, but they're doing all these illegal things, abusing people, pulling disabled people out of their car to just trying to go to the doctor. We saw that video, and killing people in broad daylight. So now his excuse why he can't go to California is because it's too far. He can't go to the Super Bowl. Mind you, they have Air Force One and Air Force Two. He can't get his fat ass on a goddamn plane to go to California. You had no problem going to the U.S. Open, which co-workers of mine did work. I don't work the U.S. Open. That's the one I don't do because them hours just be crazy. And then it's like by the time I get out of work, they expect me to be like, I only got like maybe a couple of hours before I got to jump back. Nope, not worth it. If I was in my, if I was hungry for money and in my 20s, I would be doing that. But I'm like, nope, y'all go and have fun. And then they take so much out of your damn taxes. But yeah, so you can show up to all these things. You can do the UFC match because, funny enough, and I've seen that. I've been in the room with Donald Trump quite a few times at Madison Square Garden. He's shown up to the UFC matches, and that was when his approval ratings was great. But then that last time when his approval ratings went down, he did not show up at the last UFC event we did at Madison Square Garden, which I was actually glad about, because the whole thing with us having to go through these channels, and he makes it such a headache trying to get into these venues. So in a way, we don't like when you show up because it's a fucking headache with security and all these people that's coming up in there trying to, you can't bring this and you can't do this. It's like, no, can you just stay away? Because you can create more chaos than making the situation better. And those of us who work in the industry that have to deal with this mess. So you can show up to UFC matches, you can show up to the US Open, but you really expect us to sit and believe that, oh, it's too far. I'm like, you've told many a lies and had people convinced on that. Like, even this lie sounds just stupid. So, and then of course he dropped this news in a New York Post interview because, you know, New York Post is, as a friend of mine has called it, a cross between the National Enquirer and Mein Kampf. It gives very much that. It is a conservative paper. A lot of the stuff they fall on, it's going to be very liberal bias, because if you've seen a lot of the hit pieces, the bullshit hit pieces they write on Zohran Mamdani, it is a cackle. I just be like, fuck off, because a lot of the stuff you're saying there is a bunch of lies and BS. Y'all just suck it up. A Democratic socialist is running New York City. People are loving what the man is doing so far, and you could just stay mad. If you don't like it, you need to do like Deborah Messon, bitch ass, and fucking leave. We don't want you here. So, you and also Michael Rappaport, you can take your asses and pack the fuck up and go somewhere else where you want it, like Florida or Texas. So the 2026 Super Bowl goes down on February 8th at Levi Stadium. Okay, so it's February 8th. So yeah, there's the Grammys this weekend, and then the next week we have the Super Bowl. And look, from Washington, D.C. to California, it is about the same amount of hours that it takes to get from New York to California. It's about a 6-hour flight. So you can go to all these different places, but this is your excuse, sir? Fuck out of here. Nobody's believing that. I don't even think the maggots would be dumb. Well, I'm going to say dumb enough. That within itself is an oxymoron. So he caught the Daytona 500 NASCAR race in Florida and this week's college football championship. Both events happened close to his Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach. He also made it to the Ryder Club in New York last September. But Trump's got bigger issues with his Super Bowl than just travel time. I truly believe the reason why he's not showing up is because Green Day is going to be there performing and Bad Bunny is going to be there performing. And if you've been to a Green Day concert, which I have worked their show, it was awesome, where they did like the no, what was it? Was it Dookie? Yeah, I think it was Dookie and American Idiot. They performed both of those records, and they're very much anti-Trump. Like American Idiot is very much about is anti-consumerism, anti-establishment. That was like one of my favorite albums growing up as a kid. I wore that CD out of America. So I'm a big Green Day fan, and also I love Bad Bunny. And you already know they're both political. They're very political in a lot of their music, because in a way, Bad Bunny, yes, he does reggaeton, but his music and his style and visuals and stuff is very punk. There's also a rumor going around that he's going to bring Kim Petras out on stage because, you know, the whole anti-trans thing. So he's going to throw it in his face. Also, there's rumors coming out he's going to wear a dress because he wants to piss a lot of the maggots off in regards of, but it's like that whole thing with football and this hyper masculine thing and him trying to, I guess, break the rules and the boundaries of this idea of hyper masculinity. Because look, quiet as is kept, there's a lot of you sports people, when you get a couple of drinks up in you, y'all do come across very gay. And a lot of stuff y'all do. So we're going to sit up here and try to act like that all of a sudden everybody that likes football is a fan of pussy. You're a damn liar. Because if that was the case, then we wouldn't even have gay sports bars in America. And I've been to quite a few. So let's not play that. Let's not play that lie in that situation. And how many straight guys have flirted with me in those situations or have made out with. You know, I don't got no shame in my old backsliding. Now, conservative social media exploded when reports surfaced about Bad Bunny's potential outfit choice. Multiple sources said the reggaeton star plans to make a cultural statement with his wardrobe. Maggots also started calling for Super Bowl boycotts, saying the dress rumors have right-wing Twitter in full meltdown mode. Thousands of NFL fans are threatening to skip the game entirely. Well, okay, well then skip, because we know y'all are a liar. What y'all gonna do is you're gonna hate watch, you're gonna get on Twitter, you're gonna start your vitriol, and then sit up there, well, I'm not watching. But then why are you in the comments making comments? So you just want to rage bait. You want to be outraged. And what is this man wearing a dress or making out with a dude or bringing a trans woman on stage, how does that affect your day? How does that shift you culturally? How does that fuck up your situation? It doesn't. You just want to be on social media. You just want to bitch. You just want to complain. You want to just whine and moan and about what? Because you're seeing something that's making you uncomfortable. And they're like, the kids. First of all, with all this shit going on social media and the things that these kids see, and the fact that you have somebody like Gavin Newsom talking about how his own son was a big Charlie Kirk fan, which goes to show you failed as a father. With all the things that's going on with all of this, it's like, how is that? How are you outraged by these things? You'd be surprised what a lot of kids see. When I was growing up, and this was pre-internet, you'd be surprised of all the things that I was seeing and I was exposed to by my classmates and stuff. So if you're thinking that you shielding these kids away from stuff and they so naive that they don't know what's going on in the world, these kids these days with social media are exposed to way more than you think that they are exposed to. And maybe you may have a full tight leash or given the illusion that you have a tight leash on your children in situations. Trust and believe the company they keep or the friends they hang around with have exposed them to way more shit than you be realizing that your kids are exposed to. I'm not, I don't make the news. I just report it. Well, this is based off experience and paying attention. So yeah, they're calling, now this is the laughable part, they're calling it the most controversial halftime show since Janet Jackson's wardrobe malfunction. Oh yeah, because y'all saw a black titty and got in a fucking outrage over it. But here's the thing, y'all don't even know what the hell Bad Bunny's gonna do. Nobody knew what Janet Jackson was gonna do. This was the, all that stuff that happened was the aftermath of Justin Timberlake, who didn't take no responsibility and got off scot-free because he tap danced for Les Moonves, perverted ass, who was doing inappropriate shit over there at CBS. Thank God the chickens came to roost on his behind. Justin Timberlake got away scot-free because he was willing to throw all the people under, but you already know for his career. And you already see, like, these days, people are still dragging him over it. Even though he came with the more half-ass apologies that nobody really believed. He still got his his little fandom. But, it is what it is. So, but they're calling it the most controversial halftime show since Janet Jackson's wardrobe malfunction. I'm like, wait a minute, we don't even know what Bad Bunny is going to do. We'll sit and talk about it when we cross that bridge and we see what the performance gives. Then we can sit up here and debate how controversial it is. Y'all going based off of rumor and hearsay. You don't even know if he's going to get there and wear a dress, or the rumors about Kim Petras coming out, if that's going to happen. You don't know what that is. Or please don't do that typical thing that a lot of these A-list celebrities do. Let me bring out a bunch of drag queens from Drag Race and have them perform because it's so, we love the gays. And it's like, no, now they got y'all out here parading around the stage in y'all little outfits like a bunch of goddamn show ponies, and it looks very performative. That's the thing that irritates me about a lot of these straight allies that want to say, oh, we want to show love to the gay community, so we're just going to put you all up on stage and drag and tap dance like a bunch of goddamn stepping fetches. It's like, no. Please don't sit up here and, because y'all glad that y'all getting a moment and opportunity and things. It needs to feel authentic and not performative. So now they're saying that Green Day adds more fuel to the fire as the pregame performers. The punk rock trio has been changing lyrics. Of course, like, especially with American Idiot, they've always changed it. And they don't call that part redneck agenda. They use MAGA agenda. And they did it when I worked at concert. They said it. Now, Billy Joe Armstrong has, of course, spoken out against Trump's immigration policies multiple times. During a recent performance, he called the songs anti-fascism and anti-war. Now, Donald Trump insists the performances have nothing to do with, no, please. He's trying to say their performances have nothing to do with his decision to stay away. He's sticking with the distance excuse despite flying to events across the country regularly. That's why I said, if you wasn't really out here trying to show up at these events and making it about you, then it would be believable. And a lot of times he's been showing up at these sports events and have been getting booed and people being F you and all this other stuff. Like, they've literally been, and we've seen the videos online of, and Fox News will sit and change the narrative and move the goalposts and lie to y'all. That news, what's the other channel called? News Nation, Newsmax, News something. One of them, with the Chris Cuomo, that show, that channel he's on, they'll sit up in there and they'll lie to you and move the goalposts. But if you go on social media doesn't lie in regards of like the Twitters and all those other things where they post the videos and you hear the boos and stuff. So I think that's what it is. He's polling low. The only people that's still up in here thinking Trump, shit don't stink is the ones that's in the cult. But outside of that, there's a lot of people that are outraged with what's going on. They don't like the way the country is, the direction the country is going. Even though, in my opinion, basically this regime, because not even administration, this regime is basically holding a mirror up to what America's always been: a bunch of bullies and colonizers. I mean, you colonized this country from my people, indigenous people, Native Americans, and built this country on the backs of slaves, which is also the other side of my ancestry. So I got the 2-for-1 special in regards to all of this. And even on top of that, had the unlitigated gall up in here rounding up Native Americans who have even more of a reason to be in this country than majority of you other people with y'all ethnicities, rounding them up and deporting them. How you gonna deport them from a place where they actually have land? They own land, they have stake in land. Well, my ancestors actually, because the indigenous side, we have land in Canada and the United States. So maybe I could just run over there, get in touch with some of my ancestors. Like, y'all got space on that reservation for me out in Canada, because I'm tired of the bullshit here. So we'll see how this whole situation goes down at the Super Bowl when it airs in 2 weeks. I'm looking forward to seeing what Bad Bunny is gonna do. I gotta check to see if I'm working that day, so that way I'll be able to see all of this. But then again, if I'm working, I'll catch it on YouTube. So I'll say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do y'all? This might be just a stupid question for me to ask, but do y'all believe this BS excuse that this president is given as to why he's not going to the Super Bowl? My thing is this: I just feel like the people don't want to see him there. The attitude, you making it all about you, it's going to be even more of a headache trying to get people in. Because I remember when people, like coworkers of mine, was like, it was a shit show when he showed up at the U.S. Open, because how heightened security was, the people trying to get into the U.S. Open to watch some of the matches, and they're missing out on matches because they have to go through extra situations of getting people in versus the normal of, you just scan your ticket, you go through the metal detector or whatever the case is, and you just go to wherever your seats are so you can watch the matches. Now, with the president being there, he adds an extra layer to the mess, and it makes it even more of a headache for these people to get to where they gotta go. And then on top of that, it's the numbers are dwindling in the polls and regarding of him. His approval has gone in deeper than the toilet. I don't know how deeper down the toilet his approval rating can go, but it's down there. And all the stuff that's going on with ICE and what's happening and how they're just grabbing everybody and anybody off the damn street at this point because they got to fill a quota. It's just not looking good for him. But we all knew this disaster was coming. We just didn't know it was going to come this fast. Or maybe a lot of people just didn't think it was going to come this fast. I was just waiting for the shoe to drop. But now I will say this: I didn't think it was going to be as bad as it is now. But then again, when you literally are a walking wrecking ball and a chaos demon, what do you expect? We shouldn't be surprised. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh my God, I totally forgot to bring the Melania thing up. So yeah, then there's also on top of that, her movie's gonna flop because they said they're reporting that Amazon MGM spent a ridiculous $35 million. So I think on marketing, and the movie is $40 million. We did mention that earlier. So it's a total of $75 million where they put in with the whole Melania thing. And it's only going to bring in, like $5 million at the box office. I was like, John, you could just do this shit on streaming and call it a day. And I'm sure that people would secretly watch it. No one's going to admit that they watch it. But show up in a theater, you got to be a real brass balled, hardcore, red hat wearing supporter to go see this in the theater. But for the most part, you putting this movie on 1,400 screens. They said it was going to do 2,000 plus theaters, but they brought it down to 1,400. And this is according to Empire City Box Office. And that they reduced it some more, going from wide to now limited release. And this is according to Puck. Puck did an article on it. So shout out to Matt Maloney, who did the article on this. And then they also said that, it's going to, I think, like I said, it'll be a streaming juggernaut, but I don't think it'll recoup the money. I just feel like this is a write-off for Jeff Bezos because, if in order for him to be in good standing and be in good favor with Donald Trump, especially to get those tax incentives and the write-offs and all this stuff that they need over there at Amazon, because, they don't like paying their workers a living wage and they want to work them literally like slaves over there. But Jeff Bezos will still want to hoard all his money so he can get himself an 8th yacht. I'm joking. He probably literally does have 7 yachts. I don't know why. I mean, I guess just to have it. And so, as a tax write-off, I was like, okay, I'm gonna just do what I gotta do to stroke your ego. But nobody asked for this. So this is a vanity project for Trump and his wife. That's awesome. But I knew from the beginning when I heard that they were making this, I'm like, who is this for? Because nobody cares about that family. Not like that. Okay, hold on. So now that I talked about that, we can get that out of the way. Oh, excuse me. He said, I have no idea who's actually playing at the Super Bowl unless I get invited to a watch party on Super Bowl Sunday. All I care about is halftime. That's just what I care about. Kansas City's not playing. Half that team is injured. Speaking of Enrique, I did hear about that. Greg Bovine, he's been demoted and announced his plans to wait. Who's that? I remember Trump showed up to one of Madonna's Drown World to Police. He better not show up at her upcoming tour because they'll be like, get out. Oh, speaking of Madison Square Garden, we ain't talking about Harry Styles' new single and the 30 dates about at the Garden. Speaking of which, because look, I went to work the day that the whole 30-day announcement was, and of course that was the talk, still is the talk for the past couple of days. I found it funny that I even had to tell a coworker of mine, and he didn't even know. He was like, 30? I'm like, yes, we're doing 30 dates. And I don't think I'll be working all 30 unless they schedule me for it. But he's only doing, like, out of all the U.S. dates, he's only doing Madison Square Garden. So that's going to, of course, increase tourism. So everybody from all over the world will be coming into the United States to New York, which is a sanctuary city, by the way. So that was smart on your part, Harry. So they'll be coming here to watch the show and sell out. Now I'm hoping that what he does, he has a 360 stage. So that way you could do like Billy Joel and get all the people in there. Because this Shane Gillis show that has happened over the weekend, he did 20,000, which was more than, I know some people are like, but that's more than the Knicks game. I'm like, yeah, because we could put more seats on the floor and the stage was smaller. When you're dealing with the Knicks, you have the whole thing set up where it's like you got the basketball hoops and then you have, the court and all the other stuff. So we can't fit that many seats. The most we could do is 19, but we could fit 20, because you could put more seats on the floor, you could fit 20,000, maybe 20.5. Almost 21,000. So that's basically the capacity. But with Shane Gillis, he sold out all 3 weekends with that many people, and with the because we had a lot of seats on the floor. And I'm wondering how Harry's stage will be set up, because if he can kind of do it where it's literally a 360 thing instead of half the arena and then there's obstructed seats, please don't do like Sabrina and Gaga where y'all selling obstructed view seats and then I got to sit and deal with all the kids complaining and their mothers. Well, my kid can't see you can't see the stage. I'm like, well, you bought a ticket that said obstructed view or limited view. You may read the fine print before you get in. But I don't want to be cold. But yeah, it literally says on it, which I think holds us, makes us not liable in a lot of ways. But that's Ticketmaster. Take it up with them. And I think that's shady on their part. So I'm wondering how his whole setup is going to be. Oh, and speaking of the song Aperture, I actually like it. First of all, I like the video even more. Like, to me, like that minimalism and the build and how he's playing around with his vocals and the synths and all that stuff. I'm like, Harry is like an old soul, I feel like. Like, I feel like he's kind of taken a lot of the type of music that I grew up on and is taking inspiration from that and is bringing it into what he does. And I feel like because in an era of songs having to be a minute and a half or the longest 2.5 minutes, he's like, fuck that. I'm gonna give y'all a 5-minute song and y'all gonna like it. and the fans love it. And I feel like depending on the status of the artist, like a Beyonce or Harry Styles or whatever the case is, when they're the ones that go in and do the experimentation, people will receive it and accept it more than, some person that's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just be, because I'm worrying about algorithms on fuck TikTok. TikTok is trash now. So you can't even depend on TikTok to even get your music to do whatever. I think maybe people are gonna have to resort to coming to YouTube or whatever the case is, because now that the Ellisons done took over that damn app, it's going down the tubes. She's actually in the documentary. Oh, okay. And you said, I also heard NFL is trolling Trump because they announced lesbian icon Brandy Carlisle, who's about to do 2 shows at Madison Square Garden, by the way, the following week. So yeah, she's got 2 nights. I'm only doing one of them at MSG. It said I think it's that the following Saturday. Organization hates Trump because he tried buying teams and stadiums. He's trying to buy a lot of stuff, and nobody took him seriously. Now that he's the president and they know he's got all that power, now those very people that never took him seriously or whatever the case, because he is a joke. Back then he was, and he still is. They decided to we gotta just butter him up. All we gotta do is tell me about my eyes, kiss my ass a little bit, and then of course with a little flattery. It doesn't take much to flatter that man. He'll give us what we want, and it works. I'm not the damn game, though. So, well, I said I'll watch it on YouTube. I said no one will miss seeing Trump at the Super Bowl. ICE being there is going to ruin it and distract the game. Kind of on topic. I know a lot of people are boycotting this year's Met Gala because it feels very eat the rich, with Bezos being a co-chair. I didn't even know a lot of people was boycotting the Met Gala. I mean, I'll watch to look at the outfits, but I don't be following the Met Gala like that. I just look at what people are wearing. What are you wearing? As Joan Rivers used to say. I was talking with some fam about the Super Bowl, and they mentioned Bad Bunny supporting the LGBT fam. I stopped and stared at them like, you better be careful what comes out of your mouth next. I mean, Bad Bunny has always been a staunch supporter of the LGBTQIA plus community. Whereas a lot of the Latin community thrives off of misogyny, like Anuel and so many others. Bad Bunny has always been a staunch supporter. He's always shown his love and support for the community, and why not? I mean, y'all think gays don't exist in Puerto Rico? They got whole gay clubs out there, so let's not act brand new. And they said, I can bench press both their bodies. So rags. Is that your safe word? He said, my friend is extremely pissed. The tickets is so pissed at the prices. $2K for the floor, $95 for the no. Oh, you talking about, Harry's going to take advantage of. Look, y'all going to hate me for saying this, but I'm like, $2,000 is not bad. Yes, on paper, yes, it is. But compared to Gaga, how she charging over $2,000, I told you on the floor is $3K. And she bringing the Mayhem tour back to the Garden. So on the floor, the seats is $3,000. So, and that's because I guess she got to pay for, the sets and the costumes and the 20 dancers she got and stuff. Harry, I guess, is just going to give you him in the band. But yeah, that is kind of crazy that you charging $2,000 for, and $95. That's the bridge, which is probably going to have a lot of the lights and stuff that's blocking everything. So you're not going to be able to get a full view. So I do kind of feel bad that they're doing that, but that's great. That's why I was like, look, I'm so glad I'm working it, because I'm like, ain't no way in hell I'll be paying $2,000 for some damn Harry Styles. Well, anybody, I wouldn't even pay $2,000 to see Madonna, and y'all know I live for her. We said there was this messy viral tweet I wanted to send you. For the longest time, I thought MSG was some huge stadium. The way people hyped it up, it's not huge in there. Like, I've heard people say, oh my God, it's a lot smaller in here. I'm like, yeah. First of all, TV makes everything look larger than what it is. But when you in there, I mean, yes, for the most part, like the average human being, it is very relatively big in there. And to get from one side of the arena to the other, it is a bit of a walk. It is big. But when you inside it, when you put all the bells and whistles and things in there, it does appear upon the naked eye a lot smaller up close. But that's everything. When you look at when you come up in certain events, it's smaller. Unless you work at a stadium or you go to a stadium show. It is much bigger in there because stadiums hold 40,000 people. But no. And I also want to say MSG is actually, it's not a stadium, it's an arena. So yeah, it's smaller. It said Epstein is now banned on US TikTok, but not anywhere else. So wait, you can't even talk about Jeffrey Epstein on TikTok? That's why I said there's other avenues people could use. Or people need to learn how to, this would be the time where people got to learn how to film and edit and do other stuff and post it on other social media platforms. For a long time, TikTok made it easy to kind of like do all the technical stuff when you could put videos and pictures and things in there, especially with the green screen and stuff. And I like that about TikTok. But now you got these people coming in trying to control what you can and cannot say. And what you don't realize with that is that you're about to see revenue go down on that. I've always seen some people call Harry out for choosing a residency in one city in the States over an actual tour, something along the lines of booking hotels and traveling. Well, don't you have to do that anyway when you be traveling to different places? But I totally get it. I just feel like maybe he's trying to do something different. He's pulling a Billy Joel. A lot of people came around the world to watch. Billy Joel did a residency for years at the Garden. People had no problem with that, but I guess maybe because his audience skewers younger, they're thinking that. We'll see how it all works out, but I totally get the whole residency thing. I mean, it's different. I've been saying for the longest Madonna needs to do a residency at the Garden instead of traveling. And maybe if he's smart enough, he'll record it. Speaking of Billy Joel, the rumor that was going around according to Bob Shutter was that Billy Joel will be his first guest on the night, like a surprise guest. There ain't much of a surprise if you spilling it, but they said that he'll probably be the first guest on the first night of the tour. And I'm sitting there like, but everybody talking about Billy Joel is sick. That's why that recent tour that he was supposed to do over the summer, last summer, he canceled because he was supposed to do, I believe, a night or two at Citi Field. That ended up getting canceled. So, he's fallen ill. So I don't know if that's accurate, but that's the rumor. So some of my fan was talking about, that posted again to add the Aperture Music videos. Oh yeah, the video was crazy. I'm like, what is going on? It's like this guy with an Uber Eats bag. I felt like he was stalking him, and he's falling down these steps, and then he goes in this choreography. And then we go into the Patrick Swayze, Jennifer Grey, I Had the Time of My Life choreography. And then it's like, I'm like, what is happening? But I'm entertained. So it was a crazy video. I liked it. I should have. I was like, I listened to the song, but then I watched the video. But I'm glad I did that. Cover is set in a lowly, saturated room. The same set Billy shot her Birds of a Feather music videos. And Taylor Lorenz is calling us smearing Brooklyn Beckham and right wing. Taylor Lorenz gets on my nerves sometimes, and sometimes I have to turn her off because she's with that fucking vocal fry that I'm like, girl, please, I don't want to hear you talk. You're annoying me. So, and it said, it's iconic, but the biggest arena is in the UK with 23K capacity. A lot of our venues during remodeling and stuff, we lose numbers of seats because, and that was the thing with the Garden. It has gotten a remodel a couple of years ago. So it is going to be a lot smaller. But now that, with a lot of people coming in with their stages and things, a lot of things have become more bigger and elaborate. They're doing, two stages. Like Kylie Minogue had two stages. She had the A stage and the B stage. B stage, of course, is the smaller stage. Lord had a B stage. Tate McRae had a B stage. So, like you said, this is just me being a geography nerd, but I find it so strange he picked Amsterdam over Paris and decided Australia should be the only country on the tour with two cities that, well, Australia is huge. So I could definitely see him doing that. Like Pink basically does a residency in Australia. But yeah, that is crazy that you didn't do Paris. I do feel like you should have picked a lot of the the big cities like London and at the O2 in Paris and Amsterdam, which he is doing, and got Robin opening up for him on that. And you should have been doing that. Maybe, I did see some in the comments saying, like, maybe be patient. He'll probably add more dates. We'll see. He said, was Herbie the guy you were talking about saying Madonna was an icon, but not a legend? Well, I caught you live. I like your Kim Petras video. Thank you for the support. All right. I was like, where was that? Oh my God, I totally forgot to add it. I was going to do the Billie Eilish story because he was talking about, but I didn't add it. So we'll just have to say that for another time because Billie Eilish is calling out, and that would have been a good transition about the whole Trump and ICE situation because her and her brother Phineas are calling out people for celebrities for being silent about ICE. So we'll just have to save that for the next show. But in the meantime, since we already started talking about Nicola and Brooklyn and Victoria Beckham in the comments, let's get into the story. So more tea is about to be spilled regarding this whole Nicola Peltz situation where, her father is problematic. Once upon a time he had a stake in Disney and ended up selling it because he didn't like the direction. He felt that they were going woke with a lot of their stuff. He didn't like the fact that women were being propped up in these big roles and stuff in the MCU. When I'm like, have you never read a comic book? There are a lot of strong female characters that are in these. I mean, I know people hate the phrase, but I got to get to the point. I ain't got time to be sitting up here trying to coddle people's feelings over certain terminologies. But strong female characters in comic books and all this other stuff, apparently he has a problem with that. Then he decided, word on the curb is he controls Nicola. He basically bought her an acting career. We'll have to see how that turns out, if people give a damn about the movie she makes or what she's going to star in. And he paid for her acting and everything. But I'm like, what does this broad even start in? Except for the only thing that this girl seems to be good at is making the men she encounters lives live in hell. One of them being Anwar Hadid. So once upon a time, yes, she used to date Bella and Gigi's brother, Anwar, which I never knew what he looked like because I remember when I used to watch The Housewives of Beverly Hills and Yolanda was on the show. I never knew. Or maybe I wasn't paying attention. Maybe it's been so many years I don't remember if Anwar's ever appeared on the show. But I never remember what the boy looked like, but he's in the picture as I got on the right hand side. Well, my right, your left. So according to reports, they said Nicola Peltz was reportedly very controlling over ex-boyfriend Anwar Hadid, and his family are still relieved the former couple called it quits. Anwar, who was 17 at the time, began seeing Peltz in 2016 before she dated now husband Brooklyn Beckham. She was in Transformers Age of no wonder I don't remember that movie. I think I've never watched it because them Transformers movies got terrible after the second one. So they said the Transformers Age of Extinction actress, who was 22 at the time, reportedly monopolized his time and wanted to be the first priority and would flip out on him, the Daily Mail reported on Friday. The outlet claimed the Hadids believed Peltz took advantage of the much younger model. The family members reportedly still talk about her and how he's better off without her. Now, reps for Peltz and Hadid, the brother of models Gigi and Bella, did not immediately respond to Page Six's request for comment. Now, the duo called it quits in 2018 after 2 years together, with Peltz moving on with Lonnie's Paul Klein. Before, well, is that Lany? I don't know what that is. Is that fashion? Whatever, I don't know. Or is that a band name? I don't know. I never heard of this person. Before she began dating Beckham in late 2019. Now, Peltz was 31 and the Cooking with Brooklyn star, also 5 years her junior. Oh, she got a thing for young men. Maybe she feels that, because she's older, which I find that hella problematic, whether you're male or female. When you're an older person who gets with a younger person, it depends on the situation. If you're wise beyond your years, I could totally get you dating someone older. But yeah, I noticed that a lot of times, especially with Gen Z, they have a problem with older and younger because they feel that there's a power dynamic. And to me, in this situation, it definitely feels like there might be a power dynamic with this girl, especially with the Peltz and where she comes from and that whole family and what they're all about and how they're staunch Trump supporters and the fact that her father is problematic because apparently he don't like anything that is showing women in a strong light. He probably, there's racism or whatever the case is. He just don't like anything that's going to show any kind of, he doesn't like diversity in a lot of the things, which caused it because they wouldn't, there was a whole deal that was going on. He ended up selling his shares of Disney because he couldn't take the woke garbage, as they will call it. So then they said they got engaged, her in Brooklyn in July of 2020, excuse me, and walked down the aisle in Florida, of all places. In April of 2022, the star-studded nuptials made headlines for alleged tension between the bride and mother-in-law, Victoria Beckham, with estrangement rumors ramping up last year. On Monday, as y'all know, Brooklyn slammed Victoria and his father, David Beckham, as controlling parents who tried to ruin his relationship with Peltz. As celebrities picked sides, Anwar's sister Alana Hadid blasted Peltz in a scathing Instagram comment. The 40-year-old insisted Peltz doesn't want privacy and has been trying to be famous for a decade. She took aim at Brooklyn and as well, ending an 8-paragraph rant about his family's dirty laundry with "all we want is privacy is all I need to know," which makes sense because you can't go out here and say, "I want privacy," but then you do a whole 8-page citation in your Instagram stories and it's spilling tea about your family. Then you were making accusations about your mother and your father and all these other things, but you wasn't elaborating more. Like, if you're going to open up the can of worms, if you're going to spill it, and as I always say, if you're going to tell it all. You can't sit up in here and be selective in the tea and how much tea you want to spill, but then we got to sit up in here and try to fill the blanks. You invited us all into the group chat, sir. So once we in the group chat, Miley was good. Like, I need to know all of it because you can't sit and tell us how much you want to spill. And then there's other things I want to get to because this is multi-layer on what they're saying in regards of why Victoria might be low-key liking all of this attention, because with all this attention coming on this whole situation, it's actually got people listening to her music. Because, once upon a time, I don't know if people realize this, she's a member of the Spice Girls. It's a joke. It's like, come on, you got to be living under a rock if you didn't know that Vicky B is a part of the Spice Girls. That's Five Spice. But also, once upon a time, she did put out a solo album that flopped, and now I got people listening to the music. So people out here, because of all this drama, they're discovering Vicky B's musical side. So I do agree with that, but it's like, you got one, why you got one of the Hadid sisters dragging Nicola and using people for clout by getting, because you can't sit up in here and be a Nepo baby and then talk about you want privacy, but then you go on a fashion week, you do all the things that your privilege allows you to do. You being the child of Posh and Bex, it allows you to get in those rooms that a regular Joe is not going to be able to get himself in. So in a way, I get it. And it could be, look, two things can exist at the same time. Excuse me. You can have asshole controlling parents, but you can't go around and call them out on it when you need to. But you also can't go and run over and marry somebody who's wealthier than your family, meaning the Peltz, because they're billionaires, and then talk about how you want privacy, you want these other things. Because if it comes down to it, it makes sense that your mother would be like, you're Brooklyn Beckham. You being the child of us, we have to sign your name on a certain thing and secure it so that way you could profit off of it and all these other things because you are so. Same thing when you look at the Kardashians and their children, Northwest and all of them, you got to trademark their names and all this other stuff, because if you don't, someone's going to make money off of that name. You got to be able to own your name. That's part of branding. And you out there, I understand you want to be normal. You want to, carve out your own identity. You can do all of that in private. But you have to realize, like, if you don't want to be Brooklyn Beckham, you want to be regular schmegular, whatever, and get yourself a little job in a coffee shop and be regular, then maybe you need to give up all the things and all the privilege. But I'll call bullshit on it. You don't want to give all that up. Because if you have to sit out here and and be like us regular folks struggling, you ain't gonna last 5 minutes. Especially when you was born with a silver spoon in your mouth and you've been able to endure all the privileges that you've been given because of who you are. I can't feel sorry for you in a lot of ways. I mean, I feel sorry if your parents have been treating you like shit, but I'm side on you on the other stuff. Now, speaking of all this other stuff, let's get into Vicky B. Where, hold on, let me take this picture out. Where she basically, for the first time, stepped out with the Spice Girls, you know, amid all the family drama. She hasn't really said anything about it or whatever the case is. But over on her Instagram, if you go over there, yeah, she did basically post an IG with all the girls except Mel B. She wasn't there. So we had, you know, we had Sporty Spice, you got Ginger Spice, and you got Baby Spice, and Posh Spice, but no Scary Spice. So yeah, she posted this Instagram post, well, Melanie C did, and said, the most beautiful night celebrating our Emma Bunton, over 30 years of friendship. Love you all more than ever. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this year marks the 30th anniversary of Wannabe. Oh my God, I just want to roll over and die. I can't believe that that song is so old. I know when that album first came out, I ran to the, you know, HMV. Had to get that CD. Like, Jesus, 30 years ago this album came out. That song, and then of course it followed with the Spice album. So yeah, so it says Vicky B stepped out with her Spice Girls bandmate for the first time since her family drama with Sun Brooklyn made headlines. The designer joined Melanie C, Emma Bunton, Jerry Hollowell for a night of celebrating more than 30 years of friendship. The gathering appeared to be held in honor of Bunton, with Chisholm sharing the snap on IG. Chisholm and Beckham opted for dark tailored looks, while the former bandmates leaned into softer tones. Beckham herself kept things understated but affectionate, commenting on the post to express her love for her former bandmates, and said, "Love you so much, XX." And then she did post that in the comments. And then, so yeah, she's choosing not to answer any other drama that's going, like addressing it, just like David is not doing it. They're very old school with it. I have heard a rumor, according to Rob Shutter, that they said that they might be looking to Oprah and a bunch of others for a sit down. I feel like that at some point, y'all can't ignore this, that you will have to address it eventually. And if there's a place that I would say go, I definitely sit down with Oprah, but that's old school. That's how we used to do back in the day. I don't know if people care enough, but then again, I say, why not? So if she definitely wants to go and have a talk with Oprah and tell her side of the story, her and David sit there and, you know, they fierce outfits and sit and have the conversation, then I definitely feel like that's what needs to be done. But speaking of which, so there was this conversation that was had, speaking of Rob Shutter, because I did see this over on his Substack. I told y'all I do subscribe to his Substack, so that's why I be getting all the good juicy stuff. He is out here saying that Victoria is secretly loving all the attention that this, you know, because the Family Feud is in the headlines and is definitely bringing attention to, it could be either her fashions and even her music. Like, she's been spiking up the charts, I believe, on Spotify and Apple Music. People have been listening to her solo stuff. I don't necessarily know if it's happening with the Spice Girls music, but people have been out here listening to Victoria Beckham stuff. Now, it says, while the Beckham family feud continues to splash across headlines, insiders whisper that Victoria Beckham is privately enjoying the spotlight, even as the drama plays out publicly as painful and deeply personal. Saying Vicky, well, I'm calling her Vicky, but it says Victoria, would never admit it, but she's absolutely thriving on the attention. She's a brand, and controversy keeps the brand alive. Now, as Sun Brooklyn Beckham's explosive accusations and the resurfaced wedding dance scandal dominate social media, Victoria has stayed conspicuously silent. No denials, no clarifications, no emotional statements, and according to those in the know, that restraint is very much intentional. Saying Victoria knows exactly how this works, a fashion industry insider explains. Silence creates mystery, and mystery creates relevance. Every headline keeps her name trending, and she's very aware of that. I don't know, because once upon a time, it used to be that silence creates mystery, and being quiet, it helps it reignite or goes away, whatever the case is. However, in certain situations, when it comes to social media now, you can't really just ignore something and expect people to not be like, okay, well, you're going to have to address it because this is looking bad and you really have to come out. So I think back in the day when social media wasn't what it is today, silence created mystery and that worked. I don't know. I think in some cases that might be true with this situation, but I do feel like eventually you're going to have to address these accusations. You can't just sit up here and ignore it, because if you got something that's going to come out and needs to be promoted, somebody's going to ask you. Now, maybe American pundits will play by the rules because they want to have the access. This is why I like the British press. How even though y'all can be messy and real messy in how y'all do things, I do like how y'all had the cojones to really go up to the people and be like, I don't give a fuck, I'm gonna ask. Because they did that with David Beckham recently. They was like, well, with all the accusations with Brooklyn, what are your thoughts on that? He just kept walking and just ignored them like they ain't said a word. And people are like, oh, that's classless or whatever. That's the Brits. They don't care. They gonna get the answer. To me, I'd rather y'all be messy and ask the questions because it's what we all want to know. Because otherwise, you wouldn't be looking at the clips and watching it. Versus American conglomerates wanting to play the game and being like, well, we want to play nice because we want to have access. So we're not going to ask the question. And so we're just going to ignore this big ass pink elephant in the room. Okay. And this is why people will go to YouTube pundits, because they'll come out and say the things that need to be said versus the ass kissers over at Extra and Access Hollywood and all the other places. So then they also said that she survived far worse scandals than this. Compared to past scrutiny, this is manageable and even useful. Behind closed doors, insiders claim Victoria believes the narrative will eventually swing back in her favor. She sees Brooklyn as emotional and reactive. Victoria is playing the long game. Meanwhile, David is also said to be deeply distressed over the family rift, leaving Victoria to step in for the role of quiet strategist, saying she's hurt, a confidant admits, but she's also pragmatic. Attention equals power. For now, Victoria is letting the headlines swirl, confident that in the Beckham universe, visibility is everything. And then they went on to say that, I remember reading something or another where they actually said that at the end of the day, if this, Brooklyn ends up splitting with Nicola and he comes running back home, which he will, with his tail between his legs and on his Kanye West apology tour for, getting caught up in, drinking the Jim Jones Peltz Kool-Aid and being hypnotized by her and those bony ass hips and her manipulation, then he'd be like, I'm sorry, Mom, forgive me. And then she said she'll take him back, as a parent should. It's like, yeah, we hurt, but at the end of the day, you're my child. And with David saying that we have to allow our kids to make mistakes, because that had resurfaced with him saying that, I do agree with that. It's like, we see these people for what they are. We don't trust them as far as we could throw them. And we're trying to warn you that this girl and her family are trouble. Now, if you want to get caught up in drinking the Jim Jones Kool-Aid and you being ostracized, you don't want to listen, then you're just going to have to learn the hard way. I'm like, damn, who knew pussy could be that powerful? So, so now they're saying that there's another Substack from Rob saying Brooklyn is slammed for biting the hand that fed him. So let's go through that story. Hold on, let me pull that up. So yeah, he's got this story here where it says, Brooklyn Beckham slammed for biting the hand that fed him. Now, David and Victoria Beckham have lived their lives in the spotlight for nearly 3 decades, weathering scandals, tabloid feuds, and relentless scrutiny while building a global brand, a lasting marriage, and a tight-knit family. But insiders say their eldest son, Brooklyn, may finally be pushing things too far. Now, Brooklyn behaves as if he's built this life himself, a longtime family friend has reported to Rob. They said that he forgets his father created a sporting empire from scratch and his mother turned Spice Girl fame into a global fashion business. With no shade, but with David's money, by the way. The doors didn't open by accident. Well, he is a Nepo baby. He's got to learn that, yeah, you being a Nepo baby, if it wasn't for you, it's great that you want to sit and find yourself and carve out your own identity. But you got to remember, those doors would not be able to open for you if it wasn't for who your parents are. Same thing with Rocco Richie. He had to come to terms with the fact that, yeah, you want to build your little foundation, you want to be who you are. But if it wasn't for Chanta and if it wasn't for Guy Ritchie, you would not be able to be Mr. Red turn Rocco with your art pieces and be able to sell them the way you sell them because you are the son of one of the biggest superstars on the planet and a filmmaker. So let's be clear. It's like, yeah, you can do your own thing, but also remember those doors didn't only open because of who your parents are. But of course, if the talent is there, that's also a plus. But the doors do get open based off of who you know. Because nepotism doesn't just exist with celebrities. There's regular people, depending on if you're friends with someone or relative, how they help you get certain jobs. So nepotism goes all, it exists in all different forms. So tensions escalated after Brooklyn married billionaire heiress Nicola Peltz, who's 31. He's dazzled by her family wealth and influence, says a source close to the situation. Now he's using that to criticize the very people who gave him everything. Brooklyn's recent Instagram post accusing his parents of caring only about money and branding. But isn't that all the Peltz care about? Stunned those closest to the family, saying a disagreement over a wedding dress or a dance didn't equal emotional trauma. And insider scoffs. David and Victoria gave him a life that most kids can only imagine. No student loans, no financial pressure, and access to every opportunity. And speaking of student loans, he did drop out of college after a year because allegedly he got homesick. He went to photography school. So I forgot to bring that up in there too. So, yeah, the fact that you got rich parents, you ain't got to worry about taking out student loans and all those other stuff because your parents could just pay it all up at once and be like, just go figure out what you're doing. We're going to pay for it. Because I think also, speaking of Rocco, his parents paid for him to go to art school and, where he got better with his paintings and things. So, yeah. So, it's cool or whatever that you're admiring the Peltz because, yeah, they have more money in the bank than your parents do. But you can't sit and complain about, your parents when you're with a family far more wealthier than them and you're still reaping the same benefits in some sort of way. So I just hope that with all of this stuff coming out, and I'm sure there'll be more coming out in the future, that you work it out with your parents and realize that, if they're toxic and you need to cut, toxicity out of your life, then I understand that. But to me, it's just like, the Peltz ain't faring no better. Like, if anything, it just seems like they're way worse based on some of the things I've heard. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story regarding Nicola Peltz, having pretty much a pattern? Like, the way that she allegedly treated Anwar back in the day, that's what she's doing with Brooklyn. And maybe because he's so young and naive, he doesn't see it. And pussy whoop. He don't see, this broad for who she is. That is not a beauty queen you looking at. You literally looking at Jasmine from that scene, that season of Angel, where you looking at the most beautiful woman in the world, Gina, Gina Torres. But then if you Fred, you see literally a worm lady. So let me know what you guys think of this story. If you know the reference if you watch Angel. So let me know what your thoughts are on this story and the whole thing of Victoria Beckham setting out with the Spice Girls. Of course, with all that being said, people are out here assuming that she is going to that there might be a Spice Girls reunion on the horizon. I don't know if that's going to happen because they always talk about Spice Girl reunions, and then there's some reason where Mel B opens her damn mouth and fucks up the thing for all the other girls to even want to put something together. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So let's see. You said, yes, please. I haven't been keeping up with the Beckhams. I don't keep up with the Kardashians, but I sure keep up with the Beckhams. He said, we saw him on the show like one time, barely said anything. Ooh. He said he was talking about Herbie Revelis. He ranked the R&B adjacent. Oh yeah, that video. that I sent people in a group chat just to piss y'all off. I'm like, he's basically the black version of Swithologist, where you got these Gen Z queens jumping up in here with their rankings and don't know shit about the music that they speaking on. And he said he ranked the R&B adjacent pop girlies, and Madonna is not an R&B adjacent pop girl artist, so of course she wouldn't rank on an icon level. She only has 2 R&B albums, or has had R&B influences in her music. 2 albums that came out 30 years ago, and she only touched the genre again on occasion. The same thing applies to Pink's first album, which she don't even acknowledge until recently. I think she just acknowledged because There You Go, what is it, celebrate its 25th anniversary or something or another? I don't know, but that's what I think R&B God meant. I saw a clip Herbie posted on IG talking about Madonna, but haven't seen the whole video. What's WAG? Wet ass Gussy? He said, because she now gets to be Super Bowl girlfriend. Victoria has a song on her only solo album for him, and stories coming out saying she did not be in Victoria Beckham when she took her kids to David Beckham to his photo sessions. Say, well, I guess she was. She was playing the roles like, yeah, my husband is the big soccer player. I'm not here to be posh. I'm here to be a mom and a wife. Oprah is back in the press for bringing the topic of kids leaving their parents. Well, who knew? Vicky B. That's what I call her. They want her side, but Victoria can't help it. She is a Gen X. Yeah, a lot of Gen Xers believe that, the same thing with like Beyonce. There's that mentality of that media training, which is like, we're not in the time of we got to go on social media and put our whole citations or spill tea in the Instagram stories, and we have to go and just spill everything online and do whole lives and all this other stuff. Like, she's not of that era. She is the era of the media training, and things happen, we keep it quiet, it rolls over, unless it's so big that we can't ignore it. Then we go and hit up, I was gonna say Barbara Walters, that lady dead. We got to hit up the Oprahs or whoever and do that interview. Don't do Gail. Gail's annoying. And he said, Brooke, and sometimes she comes across as very condescending. Brooklyn is full of alienation now. Nicola could do her abuse. Well, yeah, that's how they start. They start with the mental abuse, where they try to basically ostracize you from your family and your friends, and then you only have them to rely on. It always starts with mental abuse first. I don't know if it'll start with physical, because I'll be looking at her like, this bony bitch, I'll be damned if she put her hands on me. She's going to be flying into that wall. And he said, how do we know if these stories aren't manufactured by these celebs to feel relevant? We don't know. I mean, it's possible. But why would Victoria Beckham put herself through all of that just for attention? I mean, I could understand if she was doing that, and this is around the time her Netflix docu-series came out. Will Timothy Oscar chance to be diminished by being with? Probably not, because we did a story on the show where they said that he's hoping that his relationship with Kylie will help his chances of winning an Oscar. That he's been leaning more into that relationship to help swing votes. I don't know if people care enough about them. Why do you even think that? But I guess because he's a Gen Zer and they think like that. I don't know. I just think that'd be dumb. Magical Mermaid, we did our research on her family. I never heard of Nicola until she married Brooklyn. She wanted fame, but couldn't do the Paris Hilton route, the Paris and Kim route. What, doing a sex tape? She looked like she has a deficiency of some sort. I can't see Victoria being toxic. She had death threats, child kidnapping, and cheating scandal. Maybe that boy, I do agree he is biting the hand that feeds him. Mel B admits she slept. Child. Forgot about that part. It's like, girl, mind the business. Don't be out here spilling tea to my who box you ate and vice versa. But I feel like it probably was more of Mel B eating the box than the other side. Because Mel B definitely gave me free, hence why she was with Eddie Murphy. But I cannot see Jerry Hall will look like the girl, them college girls that experiment with the lesbian stuff, and then we're like, oh no, I'm strictly dickly. After that was cute, but it was a moment. We had a couple of Chardonnay shots. I drank a little wine, was feeling a little, loose, let loose. I said let her loose. He said every new adult generation think there is ruled. 90s and 2000s were mostly. Yeah, I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, damn, you know what? I missed the 90s and the 2000s. Because those were the days. The club scene was lit. It was a fun time to be had. There was real diversity in like movies and TV, and really people was really pushing the envelope. And that was like a real good time where things felt like it was progressing. Then 9/11 happened, and it all went to shit after that. So there's that. All right, y'all. So now, speaking of things going to shit, let's talk about Pharrell. So apparently Pharrell is scheduled. He was named recently. He's going to be performing, I guess, with the Clips on Sunday. Well, apparently one half of the Neptunes, aka Chad Hugo, is suing him because he said, bitch better have my money and pay me what you owe me. In the words of Riri. So, the Neptunes, 2/3 of the group NERD, and masterminds behind mega hits like Britney Spears' I'm a Slave for You, Netflix, Nelly's Hot and Her, Gwen Stefani's Holla Back Girl, and countless other hits. They work with NSYNC, they work with Madonna, and so many others. Khalees, who tried to warn us about Pharrell, problematic ass and thieving ass, but yet and still here we are. So now Chad Hugo, who helped a lot with those bops that we were living for in the 2000s, said basically that he's owed $1 million from one of the duo's NERD albums. So lawyers for Hugo filed a lawsuit on Friday against Williams, alleging that there has been a systematic denial of Hugo's royalties and rights as a partner in the Neptunes and NERD, specifically when it comes to the duo's 2017 album, No One Ever Really Dies. Williams engaged in sub-dealing, concealed material information, and diverted revenues owed to plaintiff. Hugo's attorney Brent J. Lehman wrote in the lawsuit via Billboard. Such willful, fraudulent, and malicious conduct warrants the imposition of punitive damages. Now, this isn't the first time Hugo has sued his now former friend and production partner. In 2024, Hugo filed a lawsuit alleging that Williams had fraudulently tried to gain sole control over the trademarks tied to their production and songwriting work as the Neptunes, including registering 3 separate trademarks for the Neptunes without involving Hugo, an alleged violation of the duo's longstanding agreement to share everything equally. As the Neptunes, Hugo and Williams produced and wrote some of the biggest hits of the 2000s, including Snoop Dogg's Drop It Like It's Hot, Drop It Like It's Hot, and Gwen Stefani's Holla Back Girl, and a Michael Jackson leftover called Rock Your Body, which eventually went to Justin Timberlake. In addition to their work as NERD, the Neptunes last produced songs together in 2022. The same year, they were inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame. However, following Hugo's 2024 lawsuit, Williams revealed in an interview that he was no longer on speaking terms with his Neptunes production partner. Since the initial legal action, Hugo's new lawsuit claims Williams has continued not to provide Hugo with the necessary accounting and royalties related to the Neptunes and NERD output. A rep for Williams did not respond to Rolling Stone's request for comment at press time. So here's the thing. I think because Pharrell is more of the face of Neptunes. When I was growing up, of course, it was all about Timbaland, Dark Child, say my name, say my name. It was all about Dark. We had some of the best producers some of the hottest tracks coming up in the 2000s. Of course, when it came down to the dominators of that era, it was Timbaland and the Neptunes. And then, of course, you had the copycats like Shakespeare, because with that sound, it was very similar to a lot of what they were doing at that time. And everybody and their mama wanted to work with the Neptunes. So we all knew, those of us who read liner notes from the CDs, as I did, I used to study the shit out of that because I always want to know who was producing things, who had a hand in writing, the engineers, all that other stuff. I paid attention to a lot of that as a music head coming up. So you always saw like Chad Hugo's name was on it if it was a Neptune situation. So, and then Pharrell over the years, yeah, he became more of the face. He became more of a personality. He was out there more. You would see him in the music videos, and yeah, Chad would appear in things, but Pharrell was more or less the one who I think wanted to be a star more than anything. Because a lot of these producers, they don't want to sit in the fucking background as they should and just make the beats for the artist, and that let the production speak for itself. So if you owe this guy money, and yes, he is just as much a prominent figure of the Neptunes, and y'all have worked on some things together, then pay the man the money that you're supposed to be paying him. Tell the man to come with the money to come here and pay me, as RuPaul would always say, or use that phrase in a lot of his stuff. So yeah, they're just do what you got to do and pay the man what you got to pay him, because we've heard stories about how Pharrell be trying to stiff people for their papers. I mean, Khalees done said what she said back in the day and how she was treated, and we've heard things that have come out about him. So I do be looking at Pharrell like he a damn snake, and I'm still got my knee on your neck in regards to the stuff that you was out here saying in the past about what did he say, capture this or tweet this or whatever that stupid shit he said, where he was doubling down on some of the problematic things that he was saying in regards of money and business and black people, and they dragged his ass over how tone deaf he's been. Oh, when he was talking about like politics and all this other stuff, it's like, boy, you just another damn pick me. So pay Chad his money and stop being a money hungry ass bitch. So no one's taking away the fact that, yes, Pharrell, you are immensely talented. You've given us so many bops coming up in the 2000s, but the way you do business, I don't like it. But this is a standard industry practice, apparently. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Pharrell fighting with his former Neptunes partner? I'm kind of curious as to why they no longer speak. Because it's like, that's crazy. Y'all came up together in high school in Virginia Beach to be specific. You came up around like you two, Missy, Timberland, all y'all came up together in the game. And the fact that you let money, ego, celebrity, all that other stuff come between y'all, and the fact that both of you together created some of the biggest hits of the 2000s and the 2010s. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hole in note says, oh yeah, because there's always situations that happen. Breaking news: Greg Bovino has lost his job and is expected to retire. Didn't somebody bring up Greg Bovino? Wait, hold on. Who is Greg Bovino? Oh, the Border Patrol commander. I was like, why that name sound familiar? Yep, they said he about to leave Minnesota. Deuces, bitch. You know who need to be next? Ice Barbie. And the funny thing is, word on the curb is Bovino and Ice Barbie are fucking. And she married. So you out here holding an extramarital affair with this man when you got a whole husband at home. And we see what y'all doing. She need to be next. Not only lose her job, but the bitch need to be thrown in jail. And you need to have sitting in a cell with a 300-pound bull dagger named Tiny. That's what you need. And have that box violated. So did anyone? No, I haven't seen it yet. I totally forgot. Like, I've been seeing the advertisements about Star Search, and I keep forgetting to watch it because a friend of mine on social media said that I think it's friends of his or might be a relative, that was on the episode, and Sarah Michelle Gellar basically critiqued them and all this other stuff. So he was talking about that. I don't remember the whole detail because I just saw it in passing, but a friend of mine said that people they know actually did the episode. But I need to check it out because I know Tuesdays and Wednesdays, I think they do the live episode. So I'm going to try to check it out soon. Not looking at you, Diplo and Cal. Because I told us a standard, but that's why I said at the end, standard industry practice. And this is not the administration taking accountability, but trying to repair someone. And then look, but it's funny how you can fire whoever you want, but the mess is still what it is. You're still violating people's basic human rights. 2 people have been killed. Americans have been killed for what? No damn reason. Because you got these trigger happy damn people who y'all just speeding the process, not doing background checks. You're hiring people to be a part of ICE. And the training was supposed to be 6 months, but because y'all have a whole agenda, you cut it down to 47 days because the president is the 47th president. So now you get a 47-day training situation for what? And then you got these trigger happy beta bros and some of you women up in there doing it too. That's up in here for what? Because the more, like, this is some coyote type shit that the more people you capture, the more bonuses you get. Is it worth it? Losing your family members and people in your family who are turning their backs on you because of what? Some money? Because you rounding up people? For what? And rounding up innocent people at that. Oh yeah, I heard about the gay hairstylist. I was looking at him like, they said he was in his 50s. I'm like, he looked good for his age. Oh yeah, I had somebody else tell me that about that movie about his and hers. And I told a friend of mine, I was like, another friend of mine went to school with Tessa Thompson in California. But I gotta see it because I know Tessa Thompson's in it and also John Bernthal, and I like both of them. So I'll check it out one of these days. I'm so far behind watching stuff. Because I told you, I spend more time on YouTube trying to keep up with everything going on in what's in current events. That is like by the time I get around to wanting to watch like actual movies and shows, like I just started getting around to watching The Traitors yesterday. That's how far behind I am, and they on episode 6. And we got a Traitor story that we got to get to too. So, wait, was that all the comments? Oh yeah, it is. All right, y'all. So where we going? Back into some more tea. So let's talk about Ray J. So y'all already know Ray J was in the hospital because he had some heart issues or whatever the case was. Hold on, because I just realized that with this whole situation, I forgot to pull up Ray J's video. Because he did speak on some stuff that's going on with him. Because apparently he said that when he got out the hospital, in Vegas, he said that his heart is barely keeping him alive. The R&B singer dropped an update about his condition on a video and basically said that his heart is working at a 25% capacity after severe pneumonia and heart pain, scare landed him in the hospital on not January 6th of all day. So yeah, he went and explained this a little bit he explained on his Instagram. So we do have that video. Hold on as I pull it up for y'all so we can hear it come from Ray J's mouth. And then we will come back and talk. Please hold.
Right. What's up, everybody? It's Ray J.
That's over with.
We're live right now. We're coming off of a crazy run. I want to thank everybody for praying for me. I was in the hospital. My heart's only beating like 25%, but as long as I stay focused and stay on the right path, and everything will be all right. So thank you for all your prayers. I'm gonna burp right now, and I'm gonna say excuse me. All right, excuse me. What a way to start this thing off. Big announcements are on the way. The Neutronics Network is back in full effect. I want to thank the Zeus Network for powering us and for bringing this new wave to us. The Tronics Network will be a full dating show network for the next 6 months. We're doing 25 dating shows.
Okay, so y'all pretty much got the point because we don't need to go through his whole Zeus resume and all this other shit. But I do find it funny. Somebody said, "Why do you have that girl still hanging up under you?" And then, somebody said, "Why do you look so aged?" I was about to get into that. I'm like, me. Or does Ray J look older? Hold on, let me see if I can expand on that. Yeah, look at her. Look at her. Shout out to Johnny McGovern. He do look older. And I'm wondering is because, and here's the thing, because now you sitting here talking about pneumonia, your heart working at 25%. sir, you be out here living a hard life. I don't want, prayers up for you. I hope, you get what needs to be worked out. Now, the question remains, do you need a heart transplant? Because that's probably what's going to be the next thing. And that should be something that should be of your concern, that you should be working. If it's working at 25% is horrible. Like, that's something that, okay, now you need to get on the list and possibly get a heart transplant. All of a sudden, you need to take better care of yourself, because before, you was out here drinking, smoking, doing all kinds of crazy stuff, and you stressing yourself out. You talking about Tronics and Zeus Network and the bullshit that goes on that damn channel, that's stressful enough to cause anybody to have a goddamn heart attack. So you working in those type of places, I don't know if that's a great idea on your part. You definitely look a lot older for that stuff. So I'm wondering if it's due to you were in the hospital, so you probably aged up a little bit. Like, you do look. I mean, I would think that with the weight loss and all the other stuff, that it will cause you to look a little older. And so maybe you being in the hospital for those past, because you said he was in there January 6th and just got out. So it's almost a month you've been in the hospital, which means that all the regular things you've been putting in your body, which you having to probably be on an IV and all these other things, all that weight just came off. So I think at this point, because you have to realize you're not a spring chicken anymore. You're in your mid-40s, I believe, or maybe younger. I think he's like 43, 44, or whatever the case is. You got to take better care of yourself. And hopefully this is a wake-up call for you to take better care of yourself, because, you got to give your... Not somebody in this comments talking about give your heart completely to Jesus. He got more bigger fish to fry than talk about giving your heart to Jesus. That heart about to give out any second. You worrying about giving that shit to Jesus. That he need a whole new heart. You sitting there worrying about giving it to, what's that going to do? What's giving your heart to a Sky Daddy going to do for him? Or how you going to live longer? You people be sending me with this organized religious bullshit. But nevertheless, prayers up for Ray J. Hopefully this is a wake-up call for him to get his life together, stop the hard living, stop stressing people's life out, like holding guns, holding your girlfriend at gunpoint on a damn live. Or even as you saw in that picture, when he was in the hospital, you got people recording you in the hospital. So you treating this stuff like it's content. And it's not. Like, it's like you want to feel for Ray J sometimes, but sometimes it's hard to take you seriously, because I feel like you be trying to use whatever you got going on in your life for sympathy, empathy, and for content. Because if you just drop that, my heart, shout out prayers. I mean, thank you for all the prayers and the things that y'all said. My heart's at 25% capacity, but now let's get to business. Let's talk about Tronics. Let's talk about Zeus. Let's talk about all these things I have going on that I'm making money from, and let's talk business. It's like, what? You said your heart is beating at 2,000, 2,000 a minute, and now you got to talk about business. You don't give a shit about that. Your life is more important. So tend to that. And hopefully the Norwoods is keeping you on the right path. But then again, you're a grown-ass man. You got to, at some point, you got to put your own life in your own hands. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? As I said before, I do have empathy for Ray J, but sometimes you be just doing some clown behavior, and that's hard to take your ass seriously. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I do like that. I haven't seen the second episode yet. I was going to watch it yesterday, but then I got sucked up in the traitors and watching RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars 2. So I started rewatching that again. So, but yeah, I got to check out the second episode. I like the first episode. I like the little kid Egg. I like the lead character in the show. He is so tall. Then he had that nude scene. I'm like, damn, he got a big old butt. But I like it, and I think that King might be a little fluid, but hopefully, they don't start treating the queer characters on the show like y'all always do, which is y'all waste them, you kill them off, whatever the case is. So I definitely like a night. I like the fact that they've turned something where it's just a side quest of a story that happened 100 years before Game of Thrones, and it's interesting. It's not like we gotta get caught up in kings and queens and power and all that stuff. It's just a regular dude, and he's on a mission, and it's interesting. So I'm definitely like it. And this is the first time I watched the show where it's week to week. Normally I like the binge stuff, but I'm like I'm here for it. Ray J always gave me low key. I don't think it's okay. And he said maybe he had a minute. Probably, because I'm like at that age and the way he be living, had that hard living. And Ray J is definitely someone who gives me Peter Pan syndrome tease. Like you're someone who is in your 40s and you haven't accepted that you got responsibilities. You're older, you had a wife, you have a child, you need to try to live for that person. You still want to be out here popping bottles and trying to live the life of that bad boy situation because your sister was the one that had the big A-list celebrity status. She was the one that had to have this image of being the Disney good girl type, no kind of scandal. And then, of course, those scandals started coming out about her. So it allowed you to kind of go off and do the whole bad boy situation. And it's like, okay, it's time for you to grow up because you in your mid-40s. I'm not saying that people in their 40s can't, go out and still dip it and do it and have fun. Why not? There's a lot of older people out here that's still out here popping bottles and having a good time and relinquishing and, still being youthful. If you don't have any responsibilities, go ahead and do that. Or even if you have responsibility, if there's times you want to go out and party and have fun or whatever the case is, you should still do that. But everything in moderation. But it's different because I guess he's a celebrity. He's trying to do this whole reality TV thing. But if your health is at risk, you got to put that first. Not just say no, Ray. Maybe he's getting what Wendy got. What, dementia? Oh, wait, they said she don't have that. They said Ray J looks horrible. I know his being ill contributed to it, but it's part of him being ill. Is part of his being ill from him taking some toxic chemical things. He's definitely taking in toxicity working it with Zeus. And also, like, it could be that show, but also the hard partying. I think a lot of that has to do with why he is the way he is or why he looks the way he looks. Because I'm like, sir, you in your mid-40s and you look like you pushing 50. 5. All right, so now, wait, hold on. Well, I may need to start rewatching those episodes. That and I Love New York. All right, so now since we talk about wait, hold on. So now we up in here talking about looks and beauty and age and all that other stuff. Let's get into this story. So a cosmetic doctor has come under fire for critiquing Troye Sivan's looks because he posted a TikTok. The videos ain't there no more. Otherwise, if it was, I'd have pulled it up. But he was out here analyzing Troye's looks without his consent. Now, here's the thing. I didn't know that it was a requirement that if you're going to pick apart somebody's looks, because here's the thing. There's a lot of people, cosmetic surgeons or whatever, that I've seen where they go on TikTok mostly TikTok, because I was trying to think of other streaming platforms. But yeah, mostly TikTok, where they go on and they start picking apart, well, has this person had plastic surgery? Where they do it to Madonna, they do it to all the other, a lot of the celebrities. Jennifer Lopez, they've done it to a lot of them. So now they've gotten around to Troye Sivan, because Troye is 30 years old, and they talking about his twink era is over. And so the doctor was up in there picking apart his looks. I'm like, well, yeah, twinks, that's only a short shelf life to be a twink. Kind of like Electro Clash. That had a short shelf life. But then now it's starting to make a resurgence. So a London-based doctor by the name of Zayn Khalid, and it's spelled exactly like Zayn Malik, Z-A-Y-N, Khalid Majid, posted a 2-minute clip drawing attention to the 30-year-old's problem areas following an appearance at a recent event in Australia. Now, fans criticized the unsolicited advice, and the singer himself responded with an essay explaining how the video had triggered long-held insecurities about his body. Since deleting the video and contacting Sivan to apologize, Majid tells BBC Newsbeat he will try to make a more positive impact with his content. Sivan, whose career began when he was a teen, is regarded by many as a poster boy for the twink look. Now, are we really in here explaining what a damn twink is? Well, it is the BBC, so I can't always expect, the straights to understand our terminology. But for those of you who don't know what a twink is, it is basically a younger, slim, gay man with a boyish look. That's basically what a twink is. So, like Brent Corrigan would be considered a twink. Um, why am I only talking about porn stars? Joey Mills, even though he is probably around the same age as Troye Sivan, will be considered a twink, even though he passed that age. And then, of course, when you starting to progress past twink, would that be considered a twunk? So we have twink, twink, twunk, stink, stank, stunk, twink, twink, twunk. That is so stupid phrases, but that's our community. So, now in the video, which compared studio images of the singer with recent footage from a red carpet interview, Majid and Sivan appeared to be showing signs of twink death. They said the cosmetic doctor, who has more than 250,000 followers across platforms, pointed towards several problem areas such as shadows and volume loss in the singer's face. But that's where the injections come in. He said, then you imagine a scenario where Sivan and his patient, enlisted various cosmetic improvements he could opt for, including skin boosters and dermal filler. Well, child, when I get to that age, I'm talking about age in general, where I need cosmetic procedures. I would not rule out getting injections if I need it. Like, oh, you're looking a little droopy around the eyes, so I would definitely get like dermal filler or whatever. But child, I got melanin up in this skin, so some of us coloreds, we don't need that. But then when it comes to white people, I think the thing that made Troye look that I didn't like about the look on the right, I would say, is them grills. I was like, why are we going here with the grills? The bottom grills in his mouth, I just didn't like that look for him. And then I know and it wasn't just this doctor, because I remember when he did this red carpet thing, the amount of comments I was reading with people telling me he looks old and Troye don't look like himself. I mean, yes, everyone gets older, people. I mean, y'all should be grateful when you get to 30 or 40 or 50 or 60 or 80. It's like, why are we sitting there making a thing about age? I guess maybe because low key, what you're really thinking about is your mortality. So that's what the real gag is. It's the mortality aspect, and you're being reminded that you ain't got long for this earth. So that's what people are really bitching and moaning about. But then they try to pick apart the age and all this stuff. But I do agree. I don't like when these cosmetic doctors get on social media and start people, well, this person need this thing and all this other stuff, because there's a lot of that in Hollywood where a lot of these celebrities are reminded about it's a young man's game. And me, I don't agree with that. I truly believe in it gets greater later, that with age comes wisdom, and y'all get so caught up in this whole thing about youth and being youthful and being young and all that stuff. Young, yeah, that's great, because you got the stamina and the energy and all that stuff. But youth ain't all that is cracked up to be. And I'll even go on to say this. There's an iconic line from one of my favorite movies, Boys in the Band. Youth is wasted on the young. So there's a lot of that, where it's like a lot of times we don't take in value about or just appreciate when we're young. It's only when we get older, I feel like, damn, I really wish I would have taken the time to really soak it all in and really appreciate the innocence and all the things that comes with being young. It's only when we get older we start to look back on it, because I even started having this revelation recently. I was like, damn, you know what? Like when we were talking about earlier with the 90s and the 2000s, that was a great time to be alive, especially like with the music and art and pop culture and the club scene and all these other things. Like the other time where I posted a video on my social medias of Britney Spears being escorted by Lady Bunny to perform at Splash, and people was gagging over like Splash. I said, yeah, that was the club to be at in the 2000s. I used to live in Splash. I would every Wednesday and Friday after work on Fridays, my ass would be up in Splash, during happy hour because of the drinks. And I know all the bartenders, I would get fucked up in there. And then, of course, I would switch over and be a club. And then, all the music and stuff that I was playing was like Madonna and Hung Up and all the other stuff. You see all the videos. I was up in there doing the choreography for that song. I had enough drinks. I was up in there, and, doing that whole choreography. And then Holla Back Girl be doing the reciting the lines and all this stuff. So the memories was there, and that was a great time to be alive. And it's just we don't really take into account like we love the youth part and all the other stuff. And it's just unfortunate that you would have a doctor that would just take the time to take apart this person. And yeah, it's getting you clicks and views and all other stuff. But you have to think about, how does he feel? Like, this all going to get back at him. And you got shady ass people that will comment in the comments. And then they think they cute by tagging the celebrity in the comments because they wanted them to see it and drag them into the stuff. Because I be seeing what y'all be doing. Even when I be talking about celebrities and I post on, I see when y'all go and tag them celebrities. I don't give a fuck. But y'all be tagging them in there to see, like, I guess you hoping that they're going to come in and that'll get you clout points or whatever. Like, okay. So, yeah, they said the singer himself that got involved, posting on blogging platform Substack about how the video had heightened his insecurities and pushed him towards considering cosmetic surgery. He said, I've struggled with my body image for a lot of my life, as I'm sure most people have. What's good is money in modern medicine, if not to fix all the flaws that this random plastic surgeon told me I have. Newsbeat reached out to Majid, who said Sivan's response was incredibly raw and vulnerable. He said, I felt terrible, and it was never my intention to make him feel like that, which is why I reached out to him directly to apologize. Majid deleted the videos from his TikTok and Instagram, and Sivan later updated his blog to say that there was no hard feelings from his side. The doctor admits that he could see how it came across. Now, Majid says he started creating content to educate and inform people, but began to talk about celebrities because viewers seem to enjoy it. Well, that's because celebrity news, gossip, and that sort of thing, that definitely would get eyes on the show, on the channel. Trust me, I know. I mean, it's what I do here. It's what I get paid to do. So that definitely is true. But you have to realize, as the iconic line from Spider-Man is, with great power comes great responsibility. So you have to be careful on how you present what you're doing when you talk about, celebrities and all these other things, because we understand, and trust me, I know this too. Sometimes we can become slaves to the algorithm. So we like when you can get a whole lot of eyes on your stuff, because a lot of eyes turns into a lot of revenue and also turns into money. So you just got to be very conscious of some of the things you say, because you never know what you say could be, how hard it is, because you have to realize with these celebrities, they're deeply insecure. Like, these people are beyond insecure in how they feel. So you definitely have to be aware of, watch what you say, baby girl. Just watch what you say, in the words of Whitney Houston. So let me see if there's any more to add. So yeah. So he said it is important to demystify surgeries that celebrities have and educate patients. Because he said that he will continue to make videos that analyze celebrity faces because he believes there is an appetite for them. So it's like, I guess you just got to find a way to approach your, what you say and all this stuff. But here's the thing. Also, there are regular people out there who look at celebrities and be like, I want that look. So maybe that's why he was coming at it. But still, it's like, you got to be aware of how you're coming across. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you think that the cosmetic doctor overstepped? And do you think that Troye Sivan is overreacting? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know what they are in the comments down below. No, Lord, not Troye. I think this one could be a planted story. I don't know if it's planted, because I showed y'all the picture and he basically came out and did a whole Substack on it. The guy did a TikTok. There was a backlash, and Troye responded by the cow of not Twink Skull. He said, that's a hard. Well, look, you saying that's what. I saw somebody came up in there with a comment. I was about to cuss that bitch out. I was like, you ain't even worth, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. I ain't going to sit up in here and windmill on everybody. I'm like, girl, you're not even going to get a response. They said, no more spoon-sized frosted shredded wheats for you. There's a lot of sugar in that. Even though I do like yes, thank you. Electric slide, yes. Heidi says, "What?" She's still, well, she is back on Project Run. Yeah, Project Runway. She's back on there. She said, one day you're in, the next day you're out. I totally think now that it's a planet story to promote them both. Well, look, everything is always about promotion. As they say, any publicity is good publicity. I think the reason the picture of Troye went viral as it did is because he is the visual representation of a twink to most, and we are witnessing his twink death. Absolutely. It's like he's 30. Eventually, you're not going to remain a twink forever. Everybody who is a homosexual in the community knows this, that there is a short shelf life to being a twink. So now you go from twink to twunk, and eventually you go to being a man. And look, Timothy Chalamet about to experience his twink era about to be over. Because he and Tom Holland too, they all in the same age. It's next one day you bottom, the next day you're a top. Well, they will call that being verse first. Go into the room, verse first. He says, sidebar, have you heard of looks maxing? Is that meaning maxing out in the looks department? Which is why I don't think you can always rely on looks. Stop relying on that body. Is that what that means? Is the Pope Catholic? Have I heard about the show Heated Rivalry? Have you checked my channel? There's nothing but heated rivalry stuff I talk about on here. Also, we have a story coming up. The next story that's coming up is about heated rivalry. You said it's a show for the gays, and the main actors got to carry the Olympic torch. Yeah, we're going to talk about it in a second. Like the next story is heated rivalry. Yeah, we talk about it since the show came out. I've been talking about it. I've been doing topics on it. Oh, that's what I said. I feel like the title was pretty much self-explanatory, like looks maxing. That's how I figured it out. I said, check the archives. You'll definitely see some heated rivalry stories. Meth to say lean and fixes ADHD. All right. All right, y'all. So yeah, 4 hours. I told you it was gonna be a long ass episode. Because we got a lot of tea to cover, and like I said, I'm not gonna be on tomorrow, so I'm gonna give you a long show. But yeah, we down our final 4 topics. So before we get to those final 4 topics, thank you all for most of you that have been sticking it out. Much appreciated. All the eyes that's on the channel at the moment. But yeah, so before we get to our final 4, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Kris Avalon Unfiltered. Also, hit that hype, all that good stuff that comes with it. All the things that YouTube asks you to do. Please do it. Helps out with the channel and all that good stuff. So without further ado, let's get into our next topic. Well, thank you. Let's get into our next topic. And let's talk about Gus Kenworthy, who was giving his overall thoughts on heated rivalry. And we all knew this was coming. I was like, they're going to pull a TMZ and start asking because, whenever it comes to black people doing shit, TMZ, what they do, try to find every black artist, black rapper getting some mess. They want to find every black musician to ask what their overall thoughts on it. Same thing with the gays. Whenever it comes down to something that's trending, we want to ask every out athlete what they think about heated rivalry. And yes, people are living for heated rivalry. People are loving heated rivalry. And one of the people that's living for it right now is Gus Kenworthy, who is currently training to be in the 2026 Winter Olympics. So he basically just recently did an interview where he talked about it. So openly homosexual Olympian Gus Kenworthy identified deeply with the themes of closeted elite level sports in the TV series Heated Rivalry, comparing the experience of character Scott Hunter. I knew of all of them, he would pick that one because that's the most masculine presenting on the show versus him using the other two. to his own years in the closet. Kenworthy preparing for the 2026. I was like, we traveling back 10 years? The 2026 Milan Winter Olympics, stated the show reflected his own real-life heated rivalry against societal pressures to hide his sexuality, calling the series moving. So he also made, by the way, he was the first openly homosexual extreme sports competitor when he came out in 2015. So he'd been out for 11 years. So yeah, he said he was moved. Now, an extensive Q&A with the New Yorker ahead of its fourth Olympic Games in Milan, Kenworthy noted the parallels between the Runaway Crave Canada hit and his life as both a private individual and public-facing athlete, saying, quote, "At first, I didn't understand the big deal. It was fun to watch, but it was sort of smut." Well, we love smut. He said, "I honestly thought all these thirsty gays, y'all are just horny. Like, you could watch porn. People kept telling me, just wait, it tugs on the heartstrings," and then it did. Particularly Kenworthy, who has also forayed into acting in recent years with appearances in American Horror Story and 80 for Brady. What the hell is that? That sounds familiar. 80 for Brady. Is that about, I thought it was about Tom Brady. First felt represented by Francois Arnaud, as someone pointed out. It's like, I call it Arnaud. That's me being American. But apparently it's Arnaud. And I said, tomato. Standalone episode Hunter, which focuses on the clandestine romance between another pro hockey player and a smoothie bar barista named Kip, played by Robbie GK. And no shade, I love Francois, but Robbie GK, that is beauty on two legs. Now if he was an athlete, I could understand that. Maybe Gus could relate to him more because they kind of have the like similar features, like body build and everything. The curly hair, the muscular build, that sort of thing. Masculine presenting. So the third episode, they said, changed things for me. Kenworthy, who won the silver medal in men's slope style at the Sochi Games, recalled. He said, "I actually wrote a message to the show's creator, Jacob Tierney, because I was so moved and didn't expect to be. And I don't think I've ever seen myself reflected on screen like that in such a substantial way. The parallels are kind of insane. I also had a secret relationship with these clandestine meetings and hookups. And Miley Cyrus was my own Rose, Sophie Nelise's movie star character in the show." Oh, he's saying that Miley Cyrus was one of the girls, but I think it was because if you watch the show, Sophie was the one who hooked up with one of the athletes, and they were kind of making it seem like they were dating Shane Hollister. Basically, she was dating him, and she kind of clocked that he was gay because she noticed there was a little flirtation between the black friend and him, and I guess he clocked him. So it came out, but she was like, "Look, if you are in the like, if you're gay, like it's okay. I can be the beard. It's no skin off my nose. If you ever need to talk to somebody, like, let's actually be friends for real." Because she broke up with him in the scene because she knew she clocked it. Your soul been clocked, honey. You know, when it comes to, you know, that's a phrase for the trans, but I was trying to see if I had something else in here. Okay, so yeah. So he also went on to say it's not the same as, well, he said the famous person that I was suddenly linked to, and as much as I kind of wanted it, because that's the person you would want to be with if you're straight, someone successful and beautiful and talented. It's not the same as when you're with a guy. So wait a minute. He dated Miley Cyrus? I was like, where the fuck was I? And and then the Scott Hunter character, I really related to him. I wanted to be out, but really, I just felt truly like he couldn't be because of his circumstances. That was me for so many years. I had the same yearning to be in love, to be public, and to not have to hide. Kenworthy, who will be staging a comeback I'm going to keep bringing this up, in Milan as part of Team GB, also joked he was available to appear in season 2. He said, I played hockey through high school. I can skate and I know how to handle a stick. I'm sure you do, Miss Palmer. Now, the sleeper hit, which streams in the U.S. on HBO Max, has gone global since its premiere late November, catapulting the main star's Williams O'Connor story to overnight celebrity. And they said, as it was mentioned before, the duo carried, before we got to the topic, it was mentioned in the comments, the duo carried the Olympic torch in Italy. I saw the pictures and stuff online, and sparking important conversations about hegemonic masculinity in elite sports. Williams also spoke about being sent lovely anonymous emails from closeted pro athletes competing across hockey, football, and basketball, while some out athletes have touted publicly that what the show means to them. So as I said before, I love the fact that this show is really opening, up the conversation for, hyper masculinity in sports, and the fact that, yes, there are not all the athletes are straight, that there are gay people who love sports, who play sports, but just so happen to have feelings for someone of the same gender. And they shouldn't be looked at any less because of who they have feelings for sexually. And so the sooner people realize that, yes, all queer people or gay men are not the stereotypes you see where they're doing your hair and makeup, or they're the BFF, or some queer accessory to straight women, and that there's more to gays than just being, those things and a stereotype, that there are some who are masculine presenting. And I use it in the term of, when you see on the outside as all masculine, it's not that they're being, there's a difference between masculine presenting, in my opinion, and straight acting. Because you have people who are straight acting who are just putting on a front. But then you have people who are just, that they don't have those. They're just like straight up, straightforward into like all the things that stereotypically a man is into. It just so happens that they like dick or ass, depending what your preference is. But there was something, I gotta find it. I hope it's on Instagram. I could not pull this damn thing up. But, oh Lord, Christian Keys out here talking again. Lord Jesus. Oh, we're gonna have to save that topic for the next time I come on live. But there's some drama going on with him. But now, hold on, because I probably have to go to my stories and see if I could find it. And I'm gonna have to play the live because oh yeah, I got it. Because there was this one video called Heated Rivalry and Black Queer Representation from someone by the name of A King _32. I was trying to find the video so I could play it for y'all. So now I'm going to do a ratchet style and just play the audio. And then I do have an actual clip that I want to pull up from Gay Magazine where they were talking about the Black experience and Heated Rivalry and those things. Because I've been saying for the longest that it's great that we have queer representation and these things I was talking about, but I really think that there needs to be diversity. So I love the fact that this is opening the door, but this white show and so many people resonating with it, but there's so many of us out here who need representation and want those stories told. There is a lesbian show that I did see that they picked up that's going to be on Crave. I've totally forgot the name of it, but I did see that Crave Network picked it up. It's supposed to be coming out, and hopefully it opens the door. But let me pull this video up for y'all, and then we'll come back and wait, hold on. And talk. Please hold. I said no. And I thought to myself, I'll probably get to it when I get to it. But it's just probably not my cup of tea. And I was like, I think I have some like resentment for it. And I think it's because of the fact that Black representation of queer people does not get the same shine. It doesn't get the same opportunity as others. And basically, I feel like Heated Rivalry as a whole, even those two white actors who are starring in it, they have a push that other shows do not get. So we have, first of all, it's on HBO. HBO is an iconic luxury network, right? Whereas you have shows like P-Valley, which I love, which represent Black queerness, it's on Stars. Nothing wrong with Stars. And there are exceptions to what I'm saying, obviously. I'm firmly generalizing, right? Generally speaking, Stars is known for being an urban network. It's known for being an urban streaming network. You have Power, you have Raising Kanan, you have BMF. It's known as that. So it kind of gets shoved. It's almost like, excuse my phrasing, it's almost like Chitlin Circuit, right? We also have the representation of these gay white men. So it's a layered conversation because LGBTQ people, all people, will watch Heated Rivalry and enjoy it and love the steaminess of it, yada, yada, yada. But then you also have white women who will watch Heated Rivalry because they enjoy watching queerness. Generally speaking, like I said, I'm Generally speaking, there are exceptions to this, but generally speaking, white women enjoy gay white men more than the average black woman enjoys black gay men, right? And it's like I said, this is a very layered, it's a layered conversation. It's layered. Black women are the most disrespected people on this earth, period. The most disrespected humans, doesn't matter what ethnicity, what group, whatever, they are the most disrespected. There is a fight for femininity. There is a fight for who gets to claim femininity. So a lot of black women, not all black women, please hear me when I say this, not all black women, generally speaking, a lot of black women do not like black gay men and do not like or consume black gay media because they find it disgusting. Let's just keep it real. And a lot of black women, they like black gay men to be their friends. But the second they get into an argument, it's like punk, it's the F word, yada, yada, yada. So I'm saying all this to say when it comes to the push that Heated Rivalry gets, Heated Rivalry is getting more shine. P-Valley would never get that kind of shine because it just simply does not have the support. Best friend asked me, have I watched Heated Rivalry? All right, so that was what I wanted y'all to hear, and that's that's a fact, because I remember when people, first of all, we still waiting for this damn third season. And yeah, I do agree, because I was like, when P-Valley came out and Uncle Clifford and the fact that he was getting, his guts blown out by that masculine rapper, and then there was the scene, he had the bottoming scene, which I actually met the guy who wrote that scene and wrote that episode and had a good key camera, because back when I used to do COVID tests and stuff, and my ex-roommate, who also worked at the same place, he used to do his testing, but then we had a moment, we were having a conversation, I was telling us my favorite episode, when the rapper got his guts blown out by, he let Uncle Clifford top him. And a lot of the controversial things that they was putting in that show, a lot of black people, particularly black women, had a problem with it. And yeah, you see a lot of times when you watch these shows that black women don't really support a lot of queer shows. You love us when we all accessory, but then when we step out of line, then all of a sudden you want to dehumanize us and call us sissies, punks, and rhymes with maggots. And so, and I've said that many a times on this show. So yeah, it's like at the end of the day, white people tend to support a lot of their content more so than we do. And I wish that we would all come together and really just break down those biases and really support all types of content instead of just looking down upon certain communities. So I'm glad that he put that out there, because I was like, but at the end of the day, how I'm looking at it, I just like the fact that Heated Rivalry is touching on things that we haven't seen a lot of people touch on, specifically when it comes to, sports and, all those things. But then one person said, let me cut on Noah's Ark reruns because I want to see us. But yeah, I do feel like we need more representation. Now, this is other video that I want to get to, last but certainly not least, and then we can move on to the next topic or topics. But there was this video that I saw over on YouTube, but yeah, I had to leave it Instagram, sorry. I had to leave it a certain way so that I could just click right on it. But yeah, there was this one from Gay Magazine that we gonna get into where he, a black queer guy, Macklin presenting, started talking about Heated Rivalry. I thought this was also interesting, so let's get to this clip and we'll come back and talk. Please hold again.
So about this show, Heated Rivalry, I noticed that the show is getting a lot of praise for challenging the normal view of masculinity and representation and all that. And I can't help but think about the difference in perception and how the public perceives gay stories, you feel me, when it comes to black men versus gay stories when they're centered around white men. I think about shows like P-Valley, you feel me, and how P-Valley was just dragged through the mud, you feel me? It wasn't no conversations about, it was breaking barriers, you feel me? It's, helping set the tone for representation. Like the actor who's playing Little Murder, I saw more negative shit around it than positive. So about this show, Heated Rivalry, and I looked up some articles about the show, Heated Rivalry. Like every article I come across, is, you feel me? They're like, oh, this show was great for representation, for this, for that. Representation for who though? Like, you feel me? Because it definitely ain't representation for gay men who look like me. Of course, the common factors in this situation would be the homophobia within the black community and the way Hollywood chooses to represent black gay men, black men in general, as a matter of fact. All these coming of age white stories, you feel me, they are marketed as wholesome, loving stories. You don't get the same temperature when it comes to black gay stories, and that's just what it is. White people have the shield of normalcy. You feel me? For centuries, they've been marketed as the right way, the only way. So when a white man is gay, I mean, yeah, they got homophobia in the white community, but when it comes to public perception, it's like, and I look, it's like, oh, okay, you're white, you're gay, so what? But when you black, being black in America is already sensationalized. You feel me? So you black and you gay? Not to mention in the 90s, the only black gay representation we had was fucking RuPaul and the Wayans brothers dressing up as gay niggas every 2 seconds. Now that I think about it, the Wayans brothers might have been the biggest contribution to the black community thinking gay people are a joke, but that's another topic for another video. Maybe I'm overthinking. Who knows?
I don't think you're overthinking it. I feel like a lot of what he said made perfect sense. The fact that black people are already seen as a threat. You don't want to see them as they have vulnerability or, they've already been sensationalized. So you want to keep them as like these caricatures or whatever the case is. So, white people have been taught to fear the black man or whatever the case is. Oh, don't start mixing races and this, that, and the other. So there's a lot of nuances, I think, that goes into that. And yeah, while exactly the point, someone said that there are two different shows targeting certain audiences. P Valley was targeting basically ghetto and ratchet community to watch, and the other is targeted to suburban white gay people. I don't know if that's not true because Heat Arrival is going past the suburbs. It's going beyond the suburbs. Everybody's watching that show, and not everybody who lives in the suburbs is watching it. The thing with P Valley is the fact that yes, his point of what he's saying is that gay black people should only be seen as some sort of a minstrel show or playing in the stereotypes. What I got from it, when I watched No Murder, yeah, on the exterior, he was this hard, ghetto, chitlin circuit stereotype. He was all of those things. But when he got in that room with Uncle Clifford and you got to see those moments of vulnerability with him, you got to see that human side of him. You got to see that soft side. So I was like, people are not really paying attention to. You look at the surface stuff, and I think that's what everybody focuses on. But I also get it from this young man, where he's basically talking about that he can't relate to Heat Arrival because people like that look like him aren't being represented. Now, if we want to get to a point where we're gonna move from Heat Rivalry and they're gonna give us a version of Heat Rivalry with basketball players, like I would definitely love to see them go in that direction but I don't know if they'll do that because basketball is predominantly a black male athlete sport. So it'd be interesting if that's a direction they would want to go in. Someone's got to take the time to actually develop that script. But I would love to see. Once upon a time, wasn't there a show on VH1 where it was about basketball players and there was some gay basketball players up in there? I do remember that. I forgot what the name of the show was, but there was a show that lasted a couple of seasons. But I would say, like, hopefully in due time, what will happen is with the success of Heat of Rivalry, we got to see, like, hopefully it's not, it moves on from being a fluke to actually seeing queer representation of all genres on the small screen and the big screen, that there will be a resurgence of that because it's like, I don't know why people are surprised, but it's like there are queer people in the world and there are people that want that representation and we need it. So I'll say all this to say, because I know I just had to add multi-layer stuff to it. Like, I love the fact that there's so many people out here that are relating to it and more athletes coming out speaking, going that, yes, this show resonates with them in a lot of ways. But I also want to show the other side and say, like, there's people out here who also are not feeling like they're being represented and they get all the hype, but they don't see them on the screen. I mean, quiet as it's kept, hockey is relatively a white sport. I mean, there's very few black hockey players that exist in the game. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. So let me close some of these things before we move on to the next story. He said the tweet got 100K likes. What if we get local homosexual athletes who have faced hardships carry the torch rather than some actors who acted? Child, you want to know something? I was saying that a lot too. I even had people in my comments that was saying that they feel like, how y'all got straight people doing this? Instead, y'all got, you should have had queer people up in there doing it. But then again, I was like, you're correct. However, how do we know Connor's Story and Hudson Williams aren't part of the community? I mean, I did tell this story that wasn't Hudson outed as straight, like he has a girlfriend and all this other stuff. And that was a whole story that was exposed. I had people in the comments, you don't have a girlfriend. Google is free. I keep telling y'all this when it comes to, if you need to do research, look it up. So, and there's rumors that Connor's Story is dating Francois Arnault. So how do y'all know that these people that they got carrying this torch aren't part of the community? Just because they haven't decided to come out, I'm happy, I'm gay, I was born this way. Because they haven't come out with a whole rainbow outfit on and running up that hill or down it with a torch, letting a flame burn bright, literally. How do you know they're not part of the community? So I get it. Pink Mafia in the building said they need an NBA one. Yep, and I didn't even read the comment, and that's what I was saying. I was like, yeah, we need an NBA one, because trust and believe, there are a lot of homosexual athletes in the NBA. Some of them, I think, is on that damn Knicks team. You said jokes of the day. Someone said, I hope when MAGA Minaj comes on the stage at the Trump event and Ice has we'll see how many people give a damn to watch her dumb ass on there. The people will be they paid her a good amount of money to come up there and probably appear. So it's a grift. Hopefully, hope it's worth it, sis. Yes, and I've said that many a time. And speaking of which, I would love to see. I need to see though. Why don't anybody ask some of the cast members of Queer? So don't Hal Sparks got a podcast, whatever? Some of the because there's comparison between Queer Folk and the other show and Heated Rivalry. I was like, why don't people ask? Because this is the same mania, but I don't think at this extent. Because I do remember Queer Folk was very popular, but because there was no social media back then. It was mostly you were in the magazines and, you were in Entertainment Weekly or you did. So that's how or HX and X, you appeared in those type of things, or Out Magazine, The Advocate, you appeared there and stuff. It wasn't it blew up because of social media. We didn't have that in the 2000s. So it would be nice to see okay, ask, because there are those comparisons are there. It kind of makes me wonder, if Queer Soul back then existed today, how would that have worked in the social media landscape? A New York Times article says Gen Z has fallen out of love with Harry Potter. Well, look, HBO about to waste all that damn money on his freaking show. And someone said, congratulations, J.K. Rowling, because Twilight got Gen Z and other IPs. You had to be toxic and turn people off. And here's the thing. Kristen Stewart said she's open to, if they decide to reboot Twilight, she said she'd be down to direct it. And she also said that since becoming a director, people respect you more. She said actresses get treated like shit. She said people didn't start respecting her until she became a director. So we'll see. Unfortunately, because of homophobia, I think that homosexuals in drag isn't groundbreaking because it's a stereotype expected from us. And especially with RuPaul's Drag Race Disney-fying it. But masculine gaze is groundbreaking for them because it challenges their images of masculinity, which is, I've always been saying that, yes, I've always been pushing for that whole thing. I was like, yes, we need to see more masculine, presenting gays, because when you look at the stereotypes, it's easily identifiable. It fucks with people's head when you look at a Gus Kenworthy or you look at some of these other people, you can't automatically clock that they are part of the Levitical community. Shirts and Skins was on logo. It featured an all-gay basketball team. Mm-hmm. But no, there was another show. It wasn't gay necessarily, but they had a gay basketball player on it. But there was a show that was on VH1. Hold on, let me see if I can look it up. Hit the Floor. That's what the name of the show was. I was like, I could not remember what it was. It was called Hit the Floor, and it was Zero play. There was a at first closeted devious basketball player, and Jude Kincaid is a junior agent. They said the show follows the off the court drama of the LA Devils basketball team, with the Zood relationship becoming a major focus. The series aired on VH1 for 3 seasons from 2013 and 2016 before moving to BET for its 4th season. Then they said another less common show, often mistaken for a VH1 series, which is probably what you thought I was coming with. Shirts and Skins, which came out in 2008, which was a reality show on the Logo Network about an all-gay basketball team, the San Francisco Rock Dogs. So there was that. They said, just saw an interview with Connor. Shut up. It's like, girl's a sister. Yeah, we definitely, look, she do be a little animated, but I try not to, out people. Y'all got me mistaken for Perez Hilton. I don't be out here outing people. He be like, I don't do that no more. Oh yes, DeMarco Majors. Shout out to him. He was a gay athlete. He said, I admit it's hard to do TV shows of events that happen to educate them, but they don't care. Where millennials allow timepieces of war films, love stories like The Notebook and The Fort. I'm not picking up what you're dropping, but carry on, cheerio. He said, have TV shows in the 2000s, 10s, and 20s. All right, y'all. So let's get into our next topic, and let's talk about the Traitors, which, the Traitors is definitely we already, I don't know how many episodes there is this season, because I was going to say we halfway through the season. They're up to episode 6, but I don't know how many episodes the season has, so I can't even say that. But we 6 episodes in. I do find it funny that there was and I just started catching up and watching it yesterday because, I've been so busy. I haven't had time to really take the time to watch a lot of shows and stuff. But yeah, the show is heating up. People are getting so invested. The cyberbullying has started to the point that, unlike RuPaul's Drag Race, the people of the Traitors actually got on social media and was like, cut it out with the cyberbullying, because it happened with Colton Underwood, and now they're saying it's happening with another cast member who recently just came out and said he got a case of the tism, which, no shade, child, I clocked your tism the second you popped in the first episode. I mean, you didn't really need to tell us, but nevertheless, he said he got the tism, so let's get into it. So, as the Traitor heats up, Peacock is urging fans to keep the ruthlessness off social media. On Sunday, the network issued a statement condemning cyberbullying and asked fans to avoid sending hate to the show's contestants, saying, "We are committed to making our cast feel safe, respected, and supported on screen and off," began the post shared to the series' official social media accounts. The cast of The Traitors are real people, and what happens in the game should never lead to cyberbullying or harassment. The statement continued, "There's a difference between discussing a show and targeting individuals. Let's not ruin the passion for the show and unwarranted negativity and personal attacks. We appreciate your support." And you already know these morons are going to still continue to do it because apparently they're slow and they don't understand, that this is a TV show and then there's real life. There's the Matrix and there's the real world. Similar to when we was talking about Heated Rivalry. A lot of you fans are not understanding that it's a TV show. Y'all went and decided to cyberbully Francois Arnault because allegedly he's hanging out with Connor. Well, not allegedly. He was spotted at the airport with Connor's story, and y'all assume that they're hunching in real life, and y'all want him with Hudson. And it's like, they're characters on a scripted series. And I can't be friends with people that I'm, hanging out. I can't hang out with my co-star. Like, what are y'all talking about? It's the same thing with this show. I understand that people get invested in watching these shows or whatever, and we like the characters that we like, and y'all be conniving, but they're playing a game at the end of the day, and we like the shadiness and the connivingness because it's a game. It's like even with Michael Rappaport, he got a little too caught up in the game, but because of what he did to Colton Underwood, they dragged him. And then you have all this other stuff coming out. So people get caught up in it. I wish the fan base over there at Drag Race, they would heed these words, but also it'd be nice if some of y'all over at Drag Race, like World of Wonder and maybe even RuPaul, would pipe up and come at these fans. I don't know if the fandom is still as bad, because I really don't be on social media paying attention like that anymore. Or maybe because this season is not all that exciting. However, we all gonna get into having a conversation about that last episode over at Drag Race after we're done with this topic. But a lot of these fandoms can be real toxic, because it's like, I understand y'all are passionate, but y'all got to realize that when you say to these people got feelings and they're actual human beings. So they said the message to fans comes after the 6th episode of The Traitors' 4th season aired on Thursday. The season overall has sparked fiery discourse, with fans picking favorites and debating which celebrity contestant in the Hidden Traitor show has the best strategy in the competition. That's another thing too. I'm loving this fact that we have 3 traitors. Candace, you got 2. Remember, one of them is from Love Island. I don't know that boy, but they got 2 members. He cute though, but I'm like, I don't know you. And we got 2 housewives that are traitors. So we got Candace Dillard and Lisa Rinna. And they got another traitor, but nobody knows who it is. So this person is working by themselves. And I was like, fuck, how they gonna make this work? And they did actually put some of the actual traitors on the list to get rid of. So it's like they don't even know who the other traitors. So they're like working in the dark and have no idea. 3 of them know who each other is. The other one, they don't know. So I do like this idea. Not even us. We don't even know. So I like this idea of like them playing that game or whatever in regards to that, because it makes the show relatively interesting. But how they execute is anybody's guess, unless they've already revealed who it is. But I don't think they have, because I haven't caught up with the show yet. I told you I just started watching it yesterday. So, yeah. So they also said that former Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star Lisa Rinna also took to her IG stories on Saturday to denounce fans sending hate to fellow competitor Colton Underwood. I didn't even know they were sending it to him. I thought they would send it to Michael Rappaport and people was feeling bad for him, but apparently they sending him hate mail, probably because they're trying to say, it's because of the whole drama that happened with him on The Bachelor with his ex-girlfriend Cassie Randolph. We all moved on from that. Cassie done moved on. He done moved on. He got a whole husband and a baby. Y'all sitting out here worrying about shit that went down 10 years ago. Let's move on, people. So they say, it's come to my attention that my post that I responded to in my housewife mode is taking on a life of its own, and it's causing real problems for Colton. That's what she wrote on IG. I do not want this because Colton and I are great. Oh, yeah, because she made a stalker comment in the episode where she found out his past. So, I do not want this because Colton and I are great. He was great and is a great nemesis for me on the show in the game. She continued, the fact that the backlash is happening, I feel horrible about, because I don't want to hurt anybody. I'm here to play the game and have fun, and Colton is a great nemesis for me. We have so much fun. I've only always had a great time with him. She also urged her followers to be gentle, reiterating that The Traitors is a game. The cruel commentary has been so rampant throughout the competition that another contestant, comedian Ron Funches, revealed that he was motivated to seek out an autism diagnosis after gleaning how widely misunderstood he was on the show. Last week, Funches wrote on social media, well, the internet told me I was autistic and was right. You win this round. He explained on Threads that his son Malcolm, who's 21, was diagnosed with autism at the age of 2, while he decided to seek out a possible diagnosis for himself in recent weeks. The way I felt I wasn't being comprehended or understood, while I thought I was being direct, and seeing some of my own mannerisms made me start the process of going to get a diagnosis, he wrote, admitting that he can be extremely unaware of, obviously. I was literally about to say this before I finished the sentence. I said he does lack social cues. And that is one of the signs of autism, is that when you are blunt and you say certain things, you realize that, like, yeah, you are lacking social cues. Like, you saying things that's kind of rubbing people the wrong way or whatever the case is. And a lot of times people just think, oh, it's part of their personality, until you watch yourself on screen. You're like, oh, fuck. I wasn't even aware that I had certain tics and mannerisms and things of that nature. And it opens you up to wanting to be like, okay, I need to go to a doctor and probably take one of those tests to see like if there's a possibility that I may be diagnosed with autism. And maybe people saw, they clocked the they clocked the sign. Literally, I said in the beginning, I was like, you could literally see it that it was there. But am I going to go on social media and you got autism? Like, am I going to go and do that? What's the point? I'm not here to be out here bullying people unless it's warranted. When you out here saying derogatory things towards the community, then you're going to get your ass cussed out. But he wasn't doing it. They're all playing a game. It's a TV show. I get caught up in the shenanigans and stuff, but I don't sit up in there and be like, I got to tweet this person on how much I hate them. Like, these people don't know me and I don't know them. I'm getting into watching the show. I don't know these people personally, and I don't feel the need to like, I gotta go bully you because it makes me feel good. And I gotta let you know that I'm mad at you for what you did on a TV show. Who gives a fuck? So they also, this is not the first time the Peacock has taken to social media to ask viewers to refrain from sending hateful messages. Last summer, the streamer shared a similar message with fans of Love Island USA. Oh, isn't he on that guy, the other trader? I think he's on Love Island, expressing gratitude over buzz for the show, but asking fans to be kind and spread love instead of hate. So it just happens with a lot of these reality shows that people get mad over certain things that they say. And I love the fact that the traders is putting these people on notice. Now, the people actually going to follow these rules, that's TBD. So, and my cynic side says they not, but y'all get an A for effort over there at NBC Universal. So I say, and Peacock. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Have you been watching the traders? Are you caught up in all the shenanigans and the mess? Are you enjoying this current season? I love it. And I just love Alan Cumming and his crazy fashions and how melodramatic he is with delivering his lines in the show, how so in it he is. I just love the fact that he's just a really good host for the show. And all the drama and shenanigans that pops off with it. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Yes, Cardi, you are the drama. Anyway. All right, y'all. So now let's get back into the show. And speaking of Drag Race, let's talk about Drag Race. So we got to talk about that last episode that happened when Briar Blush finally got the chop from Drag Race. Unfortunately, but then again, we all knew her. It was her time. Like there was like, how long were they going to stretch out that whole Athena Dion drama? And of course, her situation with Mia Starr came to a head, and the way they were trying to wrap everything, I said, okay, she about to go home. Like you can always tell at this point when you've been 18 seasons into this show, you can already tell like with the narrative and everything. Okay, it's got the the 3-part act, the beginning, the middle, the end, where they came back into the workroom. They didn't even read the damn sashay away note that our nurse put up on the thing. All of a sudden they get into this thing, and then Mia goes in and confronts Briar, and it was like that. Oh, you wanted people to respect your boundaries, but when it comes down to other people, you would say crazy things to Athena. And now you come in between her and Juicy and all this other stuff. And I like the fact that you have this great relationship with Juicy, but the fact of the matter, you trying to come in the middle of stuff probably because you want to fuck Athena. You got a funny way of just getting around a professing your love for somebody. It's giving very much like teen crush that I gotta bully the person when I secretly like them. So with all that being said, then came the part where Briar wound up having a Wendy Williams moment, and she was literally looking like, and literally had a moment where she just fainted on stage. So she basically spoke to Entertainment Weekly and revealed what the whole cause of the situation was, because she said there was a diagnosis that happened after the fact. So as y'all know, Briar Blush is like, that's a tongue twister, made an unforgettable impression on Ru's season 18 episode season of, I should say, of Drag Race. Known for her confidence and a unique perspective on drag, the Boston Bates Queen faced a dramatic episode filled with cast tension, a vulnerable moment of honesty, and scary feigning spell that ended in her time in the competition being cut short because they had her go up against Kenya Pleaser. And I was like, wait a minute now. Kenya Pleaser is giving me my life on this show. Y'all better not chop her this early. I don't know if I agree with that being the bottom two. But I did like the idea. It was another design challenge. And the hole in the pants, which somebody did put Joella's face in. I thought that shit was funny. There's a meme going around where somebody put Joella's face in between her legs and that hole that happened from them pants. That was also a choice. So, Briar isn't letting the outcome define her. Instead, she's focused on how far she's come, as well as the direction she's taking her drag career moving forward. Coming back into the workroom after surviving the lip sync in the previous episode, Briar was hit with unexpected friction from her fellow queens, and according to her, it caught her off guard. She said, I would say that I was confused. I would say that I was really confused because the interaction that you saw with me and Mia, Star, in the workroom mirror, that they showed was our only negative interaction at that point. And we just hadn't talked until we were back on the couches. And so when she started, I was confused, and me and Athena had already talked, and we were like, oh, we're good now, way earlier. And so when that happened, I was like, what? Huh? Oh, you turned into Peaches? What? Huh? All right. Y'all know that's all. But who knows? Maybe it was a production thing, what they were saying with that, but it's like the way that the show went is our assumption that, you know what, maybe you and Athena did talk off camera. However, production probably wanted it on camera. And the thing was, Mia and you didn't talk. They were aware of a little bit of the friction because they had that off camera scene that we saw where you were vulnerable and you opened up and said that you were in a, because y'all were talking about relationships, if y'all had a man or no, whatever the case was. And Briar opened up and was like, I guess she had like a bad breakup or something or another. And because of the way Briar comes across on the show, Mia made a joke and was like, were you the problem? Were you the cause of the breakup? And I guess that was a trigger because we don't know what was going on in your personal life in that relationship. We don't know the extent of what you went through. And she felt the way and she shut down. But I do agree with the thing is that you can't go around trying to push boundaries and poke bears and try to push the limits with people, but then you have a limit for you and then you get mad. So it just comes across as like it's one-sided. Oh, you could do it, but you could do it to us, but we can't do it to you. And so maybe your situation wasn't resolved with Mia. Production knew this, and they were like, we need a moment. And they played me, and on Mia bringing it up and getting in her ear, and then she had to bring it up on camera. Hence how it all starts, all the friction going back and forth. So that's my overall assumption of what may have happened. Because you saying that you and Athena were good, maybe Mia wasn't aware of it. Because they all family. So even then, Briar said she wasn't interested in dragging the moment out. And she said, I don't want to have any malice with my sisters. So really in that moment, I wasn't fighting them because I didn't want to fight. I was like, oh, what's going on, So now the tension later led to a more emotional conversation with Mia when Briar opened up about being othered by her family and leaving home as a teenager. She said, I think for me, that's not necessarily something that I was shy to tell people about in my life. I think I consider myself a success story in the idea that people don't have to love or accept you for you to love and accept yourself. So when we were talking about it and I was being really vulnerable with her, I felt like I was getting to a place where we have more understanding of each other. And we got that from the episode. So we're glad that you ladies, worked it out at the end of the day. And so then now let's get to the faint heard around the world. So the episode took a dramatic turn, as y'all know, when Briar fainted on the main stage right before the judges revealed who they thought made the best outfit between her and Juicy Love Dion. So, it looked like Laura Roche caused her fainting spell. Now, not much, I'm not going to lie, she said when asked about what she remembers from that moment. I remember getting critiqued. I thought my critiques were what they were. I don't even remember really I remember a few things of what Laura Roche was saying, but I remember in that moment, I just remember my head feeling so warm and I was getting so tired. Like I said, she probably was overheating, whatever the case was. She had a Wendy Williams moment because she fainted just like her. And I remember just waking up, Juicy shaking me, tears in her eyes, scared, and I didn't know what that I had passed out. I just remember thinking that she was looking at me sideways above me. She's above me, and I thought she was just leaning her head over. Now, after filming, oh yeah, and it was also this, before we get to the rest, there were some queens on the show that believed that she was faking it. I don't know if she was faking it. I'm not there. I'm not her doctor. And I'm not in Briar's head. But I'm just going to take it for what it was. If she fainted, she fainted. And if y'all don't have a reunion this season when y'all bring this up, but then again, they never have a reunion. Y'all don't even have a Bring Back My Girls where y'all did the last season thing. Y'all need to bring the reunions back. But maybe it's the show's gotten so boring, there's really no reason to have a reunion, but whatever. So after filming, Brian learned there was a serious reason behind what happened. She said, well, after the season of Drag Race, I really considered how I approached drag because I wanted to mention that the reason I ended up fainting was because I had pneumonia during filming. She said, I was diagnosed later after getting home. Because, yeah, you got them regular medics that work on the show. That's like the medics that work, no shade. The medics that work at my job, Madison Square Garden, whatever the case is, they'll check your vitals, see if you're okay, whatever the case is. If you need to go for like even something more extreme, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, they check you out there with the professionals are. Yeah, you have your medic people that are on staff that, check the blood, check your, vitals, all that other stuff. But then you have, if it's something serious, you go to the hospital. But the doctors reside. So yeah, she said she was diagnosed with having pneumonia when she got home. Now looking ahead, she said the experience has pushed her to rethink how she approaches drag and her health. Saying, and so I really want my drag in the future to be, I want to make sure that I take care of myself and do things that are artistically fulfilling with my drag. And that's my mantra going forward, that I think me first always to make sure that drag is something that I love and is not putting me in a position where I'm doing things just because to do them. Now, despite the on-camera friction, Briar said that she's in a good place with her cast today, saying, yeah, I would consider me and all the cast friends. Me and Mia talk, me and Athena talk, we FaceTime, we're all good friends now, and whatever fights we may have, we did resolve that there, and that was real, and we became better friends afterwards. So they work things out, so don't send the girls hating all this other shit with each other. They, they have their drama. They're in a pressure cooker. They're working 14 and 16-hour days on a set for a month and a half. It is what it is. And so don't send the girls hate. Now, one thing about Briar, she may have worked things out with her season 18 sisters, but one thing she ain't work out was this apparent beef that she has with Miss Jan Sport. Because she went over there, and it probably aired already because it is about 9:48 as I'm doing this topic on a Monday p.m. She appeared, but then again, it's probably in the VIP questionnaire thing that you got to pay the $2 for. They asked her about this drama that happened between her and Jan, where Jan was on an episode of the Pit Stop with Bianca Del Rio. And they talked about, she, I guess, gave some harsh critiques on Briar, and apparently they got beef. So I do have that clip, which I posted on my Instagram, by the way. And so we'll go and we'll look at that video, and then we'll come back and talk.
Since you brought up TikTok, before we get to this last question, I was just going to ask, how's Jan?
I knew it.
If you don't know,
Really
I'm going to give really quick. I'm going to give you a little in a nutshell. Miss Briar put up a TikTok, and she was like, I work with this drag race girl, and she was just rude, and she was this, she was that, and blah, blah, blah. And then she ends it. She ends the video. And then she got like a bunch of messages like, well, who's the girl? If you're not going to tell us the girl, then why bring it up? So she makes another TikTok. She's like, okay, it was Jan. And then Jan comes out with a TikTok, and she's like, well, she's a liar. And so I want to know, did you guys squash it? Did you guys
squabble
talk?
it?
Yeah.
Squabble
like,
it?
where's that drama at right now?
Okay, so I knew you were going to ask this, Naisha. I know how you play. Here's the thing. Okay. That Jan drama is hilarious to me because that's 3 years ago that happened. And at the time, she just blocked me on TikTok and every other social media. And I just didn't think about it. And then when I got announced and the episode started to roll out, she started going on live talking about it. She started going, she started doing all this stuff. She called me sick in the head on TikTok. And the thing is, I am. But I will say that I hope that she's in a better place with it. Because you want to know what? In life, we can laugh at ourselves, and it's not that. Because really, I just called her rude. It's not like like, come on. Yeah, come on. Whatever.
Didi is shady. Didi, your
Oh,
sister.
she's a shady girl. But no, I have no issue with Jan.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure that she.
Well, let's FaceTime her now.
Sure, do it. I would love
Listen.
it. Oh my god, that'd be fabulous. I would love
have her
that.
number. I don't have her number. I don't have her
Look at
Nobody has her number. All right, we've got our next question. Love you, Jan. That bitch came to Chicago, went to the drag race experience, and didn't even pop in here and say hi. Girl, bye.
But you want to know what? The last thing I have to say about it, I got her some bookings out of it. So
Yeah.
you're welcome, bitch.
Yeah, you're welcome. Right, you got her a pit stop. I love you, Jan.
Okay, so I just wanted to play all that clip. And look, I met Jan. I met her at the Drag the Musical. And she does have a coldness to her, because if she don't know you, she paying you dust. And that's kind of like the energy I got from her when I was at that event, when I went to the drag race. Well, no, the Drag the Musical, the one with Alaska that she put together, which was off Broadway and is no longer around. So yeah, I just want to play out that clip. And in case you didn't see it, and definitely, and my Instagram, if you want to follow it, is at Kris Avalon 1. So follow if you want to follow, but because, I'm chopping TikTok, especially after the Ellisons recently bought it and they got those stupid, rule thing that they got on there. So I'm about to get rid of that damn streaming service. So that app. Even though I will miss some of the Roscoe stuff and all the other clips that I want to get and show y'all on here, I just have to find other ways of getting it. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding this recent episode of Drag Race, Briar Blush all together? And did you even see that recent episode of Roscoe's Viewing Party that you can check on YouTube every Monday? But if you pay the premium, the VIP thing, I think you can watch it like Friday or Saturday or whatever. So whatever your thoughts are on this matter, let me know in the comments down below. I didn't know Renna was on. Yes, she's on there. There's a lot of housewives. They got Lisa Renna on there. They have Candace Dillard. Who else? Portia Williams is on there. I can't remember everybody. They even got Travis. They even got Taylor Swift's mother-in-law, future mother-in-law, Travis Kelce, and Jason Kelce mother, Donna, is on the show. And they already started. Oh, Dorinda's on there too. They already started talking about that if you go after, they said if you go after Donna, the Swifties gonna get you. So they already started that mess. They said breaking news: WoW has announced a new version of AbFab coming to the streaming service, and Madonna is going to do an exclusive thing for WoW, the exclusive home of the Rio show. Really? Let me see. I was like, is she about to do something? I need to find out this information if Madonna's going to do something with the WoW network. That would be actually cool if she did stuff with Fenton Bailey and them. Nobody likes Law. I like Law because he's messy. I love mess, so that's probably why I like it. And I like that recent video that he did where he gave Casanat advice for him wanting to get into fashion. And to me, when the video I looked at with Kai, he definitely seems passionate. Now you just got to put that passion to use. He said all her past tours, including exclusive streaming home of Truth or Dare. Oop, that would be cute. They probably paid a mint for that. Look, all that money I'm making from Drag Race, you can afford it. And he said people think she faked it because she seems like the type to fake it, especially with all the mess that was shown at the beginning of the episode. I would have thought, yeah, it definitely was giving stunt. Not Tyra Sanchez tease. Well, I don't know if she'll be out here calling in bomb threats. I don't think she'll take it that far. I saw a video of Briar doing Melanie Martinez inspired makeup back in 2019. Thank goodness her mug has improved. You shady. You know I live for it. He said when Briar fainted, I thought she did fake it, and Ruth found out. So she became the disqualified queen of the season instead of Discord. The place. Here's the thing. I don't know why Discord was in the bottom. Wait, what? Wait, was it Discord? Oh, wait, I don't like Discord being in the bottom. Oh yeah, I was like, wait, she went up against Can You Please? I don't like them two being, the bottom two. I also didn't like the idea. I'm glad they finally said something about Discord's walk because I'm like, y'all need to stop. But I live for that Monsters walk. Like that's what it's giving. Like she's doing the Lady Gaga dead dance. That's what it's giving. Melanie has a new album coming out too. Very anti-AI concept. People like Melanie Martinez. I saw her concert. I remember that's when I first started working at Square Garden. She did a show there. People are hating on the show. They were like, "Oh, it's terrible." I'm like, "What the fuck are y'all watching?" I'm living for every moment. The crazy costumes, the elaborate visual. Like she's a visual artist. I was liking all of that, but I come from like that whole visual art club kid era. So I love stuff like that. Where they do like prosthetic makeup. Like I like all that stuff. Looks like from a Warner insider, the upcoming Madonna has no collaboration, and they read what fans wanted on Reddit. Well, yeah, we want a solo record. We don't need her doing collabs. Like if there's somebody you want to collab with, it needs to be producers. It doesn't need to be our other musicians. I feel like Madonna needs to focus on the fans that have supported her career for 4 decades. If the younger generation wants to come in and discover her, which a lot of them have, because I see a lot of the YouTube videos where these kids sit and they watch Madonna's videos, her old stuff, and they critique it, then you can come on board. But at this point, that woman has built a foundation. I'll be like, I've worked too hard to build the foundation I have. I'm not interested in trying to bring in new people. If y'all want to come on board, that's great. But I have to feed my artistic creativity. And I don't feel like I need to jump on who's the hottest person at the moment in order to sell records. She did all of that with Interscope, and it wasn't really working. So she needs to go back to being her authentic, confident self. I do agree with that. I think that Athena has not been giving what needs to be given. I've heard Felix, when we had conversations, he said that he feels with Drag Race, now it's becoming obvious that it's a clear front runner or whatever. I don't get that from this season. I'm not looking at any of these girls and I don't see clear front runner. Not yet. They're trying to compare Athena to Sasha Colby. I don't see that either. Sasha Colby is someone who was well known not only in the drag world, but she was known all over. So people will, like, even the person you would think didn't know who Sasha Colby was. She's an icon in so many different, venues. Athena is well known in the drag world, but she's a Florida girl. Those are the people that really know her in that whole situation. And also, like I've said with this, people need to realize there's drag, the people that excel in the world of drag, like the world of drag, like the clubs and all that other stuff. Then there are those who excel in drag race and know how to play that game. The Alaskas, Bianca Del Rio was someone who excelled in the drag world before she transitioned into drag race and won. So she's an exception with that. Because I've known who Bianca Del Rio was, especially because she used to do a podcast, D-List, with a friend of mine. Oh my God, I just forgot his damn name and it was just in my... this always happens when I just be like, when I be overthinking and then all of a sudden, I forget, dang it, our DCO. They did a podcast together back in the day. So, and her friendship with Lady Bunny and stuff. So it was like, I've always known who Bianca Del Rio was before she got on the show. And so there's a difference between, there's people that excel in drag race, there's people that excel in drag, but then there's people who transcend both. Hence why, Bianca is currently doing the pit stop, and Angeria Paris Van Michaels wants to do the pit stop and has yet to been offered the gig. And you said, I want Madonna fans that don't live in the past to look me in the eye and tell me they wholeheartedly believe she's capable of getting a hit single from M15 she most likely won't, and that's fine. Well, I need to hear the music first in order to determine. I mean, chart success, I don't know. I think you got to be able to excel at both at this point. Like, you got to be able to still hit them charts, and you also got to be able to hit them streaming numbers. And I just feel like because of who Madonna is, the ship has sailed in regards to the whole sale thing, because there's a prejudice there. There's ageism. But then again, we had Kylie Minogue who defined those stereotypes, because y'all tried it with her, with Padam. And the fans is the ones who gathered BBC Two and all of them when they tried it by trying to prevent her from having a hit over on the radio station. The people started calling in and doing other stuff. Fans got to do the same thing with Madonna. They're still doing this bias ageism thing. They're going to have to get on the phone and start calling me like, y'all need to play that damn new Madonna song. Same thing they did with Kylie Minogue and Padam. He said, yeah, people can't separate drag from Drag Race. Exactly. And I feel like a lot of people who go on this show and think that Drag Race is a representation of drag don't really support and understand drag. Because I told you, I've been supporting queens out here and doing drag long before Drag Race was even on TV. Which is almost 20 years. So, if Madonna picks the right song for the first single, she should have a hit. With her age, people will still make it difficult. Absolutely, there's definite ageism that's going to be in part of this. Because let a man of her ilk put out a song, they'll try to push it to go viral or hit the charts. Speaking of which, you know what? I meant to say this earlier. I'm so glad that Harry Styles is out here pushing the boundaries of music, unlike Bruno Mars, who still give me all the same shit, the same reheated nachos from James Brown and Little Richard. Emphasis on the Little Richard. And y'all eat it up. I was like, that's why I could never get into him, because it's like, you just giving us the same stuff. Her treatment of Lady Gaga hurt her. Madonna is 67. A whole generation grew up without her. Mm-hmm. All right, y'all. So now let's get to our final homosexual comment, or topic, I should say. And let's talk about Queer Eye. So y'all already know that there's drama brewing behind the scenes of the final season of Queer Eye. I don't know if the show is on yet. I don't know if it's airing on Netflix, nor do I care, because I don't watch the show and I don't like none of them bitches on there. But because this is a hot topic, we gonna talk about it. Especially how allegedly these queens was going around bullying Karamo, which I also heard that there was some people out here saying, well, Karamo ain't no angel either, because there was a girl that came out with some pink sauce and he had her on his show and he was doing some bullying on the Karamo talk show regarding the pink sauce, and somebody was complaining about it. It was a whole drama situation. I'm like, okay, that's one situation. But what does that got to do with a black homosexual male who, of course, has got to be the representation of the entire community, because there was only one of you and four other white queens that's sitting up there getting to represent different aspects of the community. But he got to be the staunch, citizen in this situation. What does that got to do with the fact that he was being bullied behind the scenes by his co-workers, and his mother heard them, throwing shade on a hot mic? I just want to know what the hell what was said behind the scenes. That's what I want to know. Because then this will change everything and let us know who it was. Now, I'm blaming Tam for it, because Tam want to be white. And then I wouldn't put nothing past that Anthony, because Anthony gives like pretty boy, but you a shady bitch behind the scene. You definitely get that energy. And I wouldn't put nothing past that gay Jesus, because while he be having little outbursts, there might be some shade that's thrown with him and stuff. But let's get into it, because speaking of gay Jesus, let's talk about him, because he has broken his silence in regards to all this Karamo drama that's been circulating all over the internet. So Queer Eye's grooming expert and 1/5 of Queer Eye's Fab Five, Jonathan Van Ness, has spoken out about Karamo Brown, claiming he was worried about being bullied. Now, on Tuesday, January 20th, tensions between the Queer Eye Fab Five, Van Ness, Tan France, Anthony Porowski, Karamo Brown, and Jeremiah Brent, appeared to have come to a head after, under advice from his therapist, Brown opted out of press interviews promoting the 10th and final season. Karamo Brown's assistant said the culture expert was worried about being bullied if he appeared with the four, adding that he had felt mentally and emotionally abused for years, though he did not state by who. The no-show has blown the cover of a rift between the current Fab Five, with Brown having unfollowed Van Ness, France, and Porowski on social media. The only one person that he wanted up following was Jeremiah Brent, who has no skin in the game because he's new. He's only been on for 2 seasons. After especially, season 8, they went and fired Bobby Burke, who we're going to get to him in a minute because he actually jumped in the comments, in Karama's comments showing support. So we'll get to that in a minute. But Jeremiah had no skin in the game, so he's going to follow him and realize that, okay, there's no malice or whatever between you because you're new. You don't really have any history. You're just here to do a job. Yes, he is friends with Tan, and Tan did come out and try to say that I didn't have any say in getting Bobby fired in order for this guy to get hired. Although you did reveal, and it wasn't your place to do that Bobby Burke was allegedly fired from the Netflix show, even though Bobby said he walked away. But then, of course, your little shady ass had to go in and try to take the narrative and make it, you had to be cunty with what you said. And we know how bitchy queens are. I don't like cheap queens. I don't like bitchy queens. I don't like messy queens. I'm always use that quote from the iconic Gia Gunn when we talking about this. But anyway, so now Van Ness has now spoken with news.com.au. I'm guessing that's an Australia paper about or website about the drama. Now, reporter Andrew Bucklow asked what it's like to be part of a story that's trending globally, to which Van Ness responded, "It feels kind of out of body. I think there is so much pressure in our industry to show up and do things that you may be. I don't want to speak for him because I respect him. I treasure the time that we had together on that show. I'm proud of him for doing what he needs to do to take care of himself. That's all I want for anyone to do. Do the things that you need to do to take care of yourself." Now, on Wednesday, former Queer Eye star Bobby Burke, who exited the show in 2023 amid team tensions, appeared to subtly respond to the drama. Now, taking to Instagram, Burke shared a photo of himself hanging off a fence post, gleefully grinning. He soundtracked the post with Chaperone's 2023 song My Kink is Karma. Sorry. Now, in 2020, saying that, them bitches are they ain't that innocent. And now you got 2 out of the Fab Five who are throwing shade at them other bitches on that show. What do you think is the common factor? And it's probably that they're all jealous because, okay, so Bobby Burke was the talented one. He was carrying that show on his back, and that's no shade. He's the one with the actual talent. And so Bobby Burke is fine. I believe now he's on HGTV doing his thing over there. Karamo had another job outside of Queer Eye. He's got his own talk show. He's been doing other things. So he's not hurting in any way. And Karamo's very mentally talented. And when you look at them other 3, I'm excluding Jeremiah from this. But when you look at them other 3, every now and again, you'll see Anthony pop up on The View and doing some food thing or whatever. And he'll pop up here and there on a show. And Tan, he couldn't hack it as doing like that little fashion show. What was it called? Next in Fashion on Netflix? I don't know what's going on with that. After 2 seasons, we ain't heard nothing about that show. I don't even think it's coming back. And then Gay Jesus, yeah, he's put out a couple of books, but outside of that, who's checking for her? They do go by she, her, they, them, him, her, or him, he. Do going by all the pronouns, but you non-binary. Okay. So now, taking to Instagram, Burke shared a photo of himself. Oh, yeah, I read that part. Now, in 2024, 7 individuals who have worked on the show remember, there was a Rolling Stone expose that came out where Van Ness, was accused of being a nightmare to work with and described him as having rage issues. Is that a hormone imbalance? Now, they said in response to the claims, Van Ness captioned a series of photos. Doesn't matter what they say, the jealous games that people play, name that tune. Okay, girl. Now, the quote is a reference to the song Our Lips Are Sealed by the Go-Go's, which also includes the lyrics, "There's a weapon that we must use in our defense, silence." Well, apparently it didn't work because you took the social media posters. Now, silence means you don't post shit. It don't mean that you just go in and try to, control the narrative. So that's not all, because not only, speaking of Anthony Porowski, he actually clapped back at a fan who basically was in the comments over on his Instagram, who basically was like, I can't enjoy this show no more because it's now fake. Because you out here saying all these things, or y'all putting on this front like y'all good Judies, because you saw the body language. They're all sitting on, next to each other, holding each other's hands, putting on a united front. It was giving fake and phony. It was giving performative, and I wasn't buying it as far as y'all could throw it. Y'all were trying to put on this whole act because Karamo basically threw y'all off y'all game. And y'all couldn't even come in and present this thing of, this media training thing that y'all could do. You couldn't come in and do it because he threw you off your game. So y'all had to come up with something quick. So we going to sit with each other, hold each other's hands like we around in a prayer circle singing fucking Kumbaya. And nobody was buying it. Not even the people that's over in the comments over on Anthony's page. And rightfully so, because it kind of makes you look at it. If two people from the show have had issues with y'all on the show, and it's giving Mean Girls, it's giving Regina George with the burn book tease, if it's going to give all of that stuff, then how are people supposed to react? And people watching the show is like, now I'm sitting there watching and wondering, okay, so we're in there, like, y'all really like each other or no? So it's like, you can't even sit and watch the show for what it was. And that's why I said, me personally, I like the original Queer Eye better, because that original Queer Eye show, it was like, yeah, it was about trying to help straight guys look better or take pride in their appearance or whatever the case is. But also, it was all tongue in cheek. It was poking fun at, these stereotypes around gay people and also straight men and that whole situation. So I love the idea of, it didn't take itself seriously. And that's what I feel like is missing from the show. It's all about tugging at heartstrings. It's taking itself too seriously. And that's what I feel like it turned me off from that, because when you do a show like Queer, it needs to be a sense of camp, a sense of irony, that sort of thing. It's not about, oh, we have to come in and act like these serious people because we want to make the lives of straight people better. And it's like, please, get off my line with this fake, phony bullshit. And I saw it through it from the beginning, which is why I didn't subject myself to the foolishness of this damn show. So, with Jonathan Van Ness saying what he said, I'm glad you talking about, you saying all the right things, but I'm side-eyeing you, because I'm wondering if you partook in the stuff, or maybe you were just somebody who they were talking shit and you were sitting there on the sidelines just kikiing and giggling and not coming to Karamo's defense. Maybe that's why he unfollowed you, because he like birds of a feather. So yeah, let's so speaking of which, let's get into this stuff. So as y'all know, they had the thing now. They said after reacting to Brown's absence in interviews, Porowski alluded at the feud on Wednesday by posting an image to his IG stories of the Fab Five with the caption, "When life hands you lemons, you make some thyme and rosemary-infused lemonade." And you writing that, it goes to show that I believe that you were the one that has something to do with this drama going. You and Tan ain't said shit. I'm starting to think it was you. So now, what I noticed, and I clocked it before Gail in that wig decided to go in on Jeremiah. Well, we're not going to sit and dismiss it. And I'm glad she said what she said. But I told y'all in the beginning, I said I caught it from Anthony first, because he was the one that opened the door a little bit. He laid he threw from Showgirls as that reference, he threw the beads on the floor for his ass to trip over. A little subtle. But then Jeremiah picked it up and decided to carry it further, because Anthony opened the Pandora's box. So I really feel like there was some shade that may have commiserated from his ass. So I'm starting to think he has something to do with it, because I clocked it from that thing. You were trying to act like you was you palm people, you homosexual white boys. Y'all like to hide behind that smile with the face, that shit. But I always catch the shade when y'all be throwing it. And you ain't that damn cute. You cute, but you ain't that damn cute. So now, also on Wednesday, Porowski shared a series of images from Queer Eye Season 10. He captured a post as not about how or even that it ended. The journey of it all was the part I'll hold close to my heart. Thank you to each, blah, 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 watch the show, whatever that case was. So he said all of that foolishness. And now we have somebody who jumped in the Instagram comments, which I'm going to pull that up, because the people went in on his page. And I'm actually surprised that he didn't even like turn the comments off. Maybe he was real confident to come up and then think that you wasn't going to be affected by the shit you was going to say. So he jumped in the comments, and there was a guy that said, don't you owe Karamo a public effing apology? Then, y'all shady. Somebody posted a picture of Bobby and Karamo with a laugh emoji. Y'all just going, ain't I'm living for it though. Another person said, I want to know what y'all did to Karamo and Bobby. But here's the thing, because I think this refreshed, so it took away the actual comment that Porowski responded to, but I have it because it's in the actual article courtesy of Pink News. But we'll get to that in a minute. Let me just read all the other ones because then we can get to the final one and then we'll use what Anthony said. So another person says, stop watching after Bobby left. For a bunch of guys on a show about community, talking about community, seems you forgot about what the word meant. A group of mean gays abusing their coworkers just doesn't have the same ring. Another person says, stop watching. Damn, a lot of people said they stopped watching after Bobby Burke left. One big happy family, in quotes. Another person says, so y'all just not gonna include photos about, oh yeah, that was another thing too, how they just clearly erased Bobby Burke from the show. So they posted all these pictures with Jeremiah. And it's sad that Jeremiah got to get astray in all of this, because I don't know, based off of what we're going by, he has nothing to do with this. He has no skin in the game. He has no stake in this fight. But you have all these other queens who being slick and just trying to act like Bobby Burke wasn't a part of this show for 8 damn seasons before whatever happened behind the scenes happened. So now y'all doing that whole queer erasure from a tight-ass show that I just didn't particularly care for from jump. Another person said, I'm definitely looking at a lot of y'all sideways after the news of Karamo's absence broke. And so another person said, this is so sad that the rest of the cast are not addressing this, neither trying to make amends to restore their relationship. This goes against everything that they have preached. I don't know if that makes sense. Or I think you meant they have preached. But they wrote priest. Okay, so I'll just leave it on this picture for now. And then let's get into the actual thing that caused Anthony to get up on the line and I guess what called himself clapping back. So the person said, not gonna lie, the backstage drama kind of kills the vibe of the show. I'm not motivated to watch you all portray to be a big happy family on every episode knowing it's all fake. If you can't work out your own mess, how can you be in charge of fixing someone else's life? Now, in turn, Porowski said this. He said, a lot of us come from complicated families and still have jobs and positive things we're passionate about. Authenticity is about being honest about the complexities of life and knowing two things can exist at the same time. And what would that be? Because now that you open that can of worms, we want to know what you're talking about. You're talking about two things that exist at the same time. What is them two things? That you have love and family and all these other things, and family is complicated, but y'all be talking shit. Like, we know the tea on what happened. Apparently the story came out from reputable sources that Karamo's mother heard y'all talking shit about her son on a hot mic. So if this is the moment where she's been clocking what y'all did at this point in this show, the final season, what else have y'all been saying about her child behind the scenes? It's basically what we want to know, since we were brought into this, into the group chat, courtesy of Corona not showing up. Okay, so I don't think we need to finish on the rest of it, because it goes into, this article also goes into the thing about Bobby Burke, and they also talk about the Rolling Stone investigation into drama and all this other stuff with Jonathan Van Ness. But they were talking about, in 2023, after the show's 8th season, a 2024 Rolling Stone investigation identified further issues based on multiple reports from people involved with the show's production. Burke has responded in the latest few by sharing a gleeful image, blah, blah, blah. We talk about Junker Jack. Oh, he got a show called Junker Jackpot. And I didn't know that was the name of the show. And then they talk about, they're all saying the same shit. So if y'all care, definitely check out Queer Out on Netflix. I won't be watching. I watched a little bit of the show in the beginning. I don't give a shit about these queens. They could all sashay away for all I care. But shout out to Karamo. Regardless of how you feel about him, nobody deserves to be bullied by a group of people on a damn show, especially when y'all supposed to be working. And y'all need to realize that it's slim pickings out here when it comes to the LGBTs and representation and gigs and jobs and things on the TV screens. But y'all want to be out here acting like that y'all career's gonna last beyond this damn show. Well, some of y'all will. All of y'all, I don't see it. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding, Jonathan Van Ness, what he had to say, and Anthony saying what he had to say? I don't feel like he said a bunch of anything. Like it's still been left vague. I'm still relatively confused, or maybe it's because I did like 15 damn topics. My brain is fried. I'm tired. My voice is about to go, and I'm ready to get up off this topic and finish wrapping up this damn show. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Because yeah, it's 5.5 hours I've been talking. But anyway, but look, I can't get mad. I put all this work on me. So let me see what the people are saying. Because I went up too far. Gen Z needs a MTV to counteract the conservative movement. It's like the younger generation outnumbers the first generation Z. The first half of, well, I don't know what they could do with all of that. People are just tired of Madonna chasing trends, getting rappers. Well, yeah, that's what I said. Girl, you used to set the trends. Then it's like once Hard Candy came around, you started following them. The younger generation is part of the teen mom baby boom, which of course was all in the red states. And now my sister was telling me today something about they're trying to do like pregnancy packs, like that's coming back. That was like when I was a kid. They started doing it. Now they got the newer girls. I'm like, really? Y'all out here trying to all get pregnant at the same time? Y'all do know it ain't cheap to have a baby, right? Jonathan Ness got red for wanting to be. Oh yeah, he definitely gives that. I want to be like so bad. So I definitely feel like he would just co-conspirator, meaning on the sidelines is probably giggling, going along to get along. But I truly get like the real Mean Girls, the real Regina George Mean Girls is definitely Anthony gives that, which is why he can't keep a fucking man. And Tan France definitely gives me that. I mean, he got one now, but they're going to be broken up soon, like all his relationships. I did feel the last season of Queer was kind of performative. It's all performative, and that's why I never got into it. Don't he look like him? Gay Jesus? The queens hated working with not your typical gay guys, and it led to two of them wanting out. I just think that they were just happy to get a job or have a job because, like I said, the slim pickings out here in these streets. The guy Jeremiah was crying all the time. Oh yeah, he was getting on my damn nerves. He would even do interviews and start breaking down. I'm like, would you stop that bullshit? Like I get like you trust and believe when you get in your 40s, you definitely be in touch with your feelings a lot and you start crying on the whim. I will admit that has happened to me quite a few times, but every time you do something, you cry. I was like, ma'am, Mary, get it together. And Tan is not a good. No, he's not. Because I'm sitting like, how you got the style guru thing like Ted on the show, and you can't even put an outfit for yourself together. You look a fool. Like if you was on a fashion show and Laura was judging, oh, he'd eat you up. There's a lot of talk about issues with TikToks. Yeah, the terms and agreement. That's why I'm getting rid of it. Because there's a lot of issues people go. But maybe I'll hold on to it for a couple of days, see if they decide to back off on it. But yeah, they doing the most. And what happened was I posted some videos up on TikTok like I normally do. And my videos be getting views in the thousands. And I looked at all the videos. I posted like 4, got 0. I'm like, why is there zeros on these? Like, why is no eyes, no comments, none of that on the videos? So that's what I noticed. I'm like, okay, now y'all playing in my face. Kind of. Aren't you being kind? Therapy is therapy to deal with the velvet rage, which is hatred to straight men, which goes to Karamo and the other. Ain't nothing straight appealing about Karamo. Karamo gets butch queen tees. He says so. The original Queer Eye was look Maxon. Not that word again. Were they though? Why? Because you thought it was all a bunch of twinks. The only one that came close to twinkdom would have been Jay Rodriguez, because he was like the baby on the show. All the other ones, they like Carson and all them, they were all older. You know, well, Mean Girls was a musical. I saw it when I lived in LA. Peaches Christ, shout out to her. She wrote it. Which was basically a gay version of Mean Girls. Who was in that? I have the poster and everything. Willem was in it. It was a bunch of queens from Drag Race that was in it. Then we're good Judy's, me, fake and gay. Absolutely. And that's crazy. Like, it's like Netflix is like, they keep, chopping down the episodes. Queer Eye Shallow Palette featuring Shadow Palette featuring the Shade. Bobby has a new show where he goes to people's houses and tries to see if they have collectibles or garbage. It's called Junk or Jackpot, which I mentioned. South Park, Michael Jackson is ignorant. Even the Spice Girls never erased Jerry when she left. So it gives Holding the Grudge forever. I think you could tell the cast wasn't going to get along unless, like women, you can't stick a bunch of homosexuals in a room together, a bunch of femme queens in a room together and expect, a kumbaya, all in solidarity situation. Too many egos. I just thought about this. Noah Schnapp seems like the type to be the part of the next eventual Queer Eye. Well, he gonna need a gig after Stranger Things, because I don't know. Look, he could barely act when he was on that show. So, unless they got a movie about Zionism they want him to play in, he'll get a role. Him and Deborah Messing. It's not like he's gonna get exactly. Karowski can take several seats. Nobody's paying any attention to her, even with the drama. Okay. Sashay away. Ryan ODB set the trend. Sorry about it. Okay. So Taylor Swift and Anthony both are Regina George. Okay. It seems to be that I've been referencing Mean Girls a lot in this episode. Taylor Swift, yes. And it's very Regina George. Ellen Van Unworth did the photo shoot of Melania. The gays are dragging her, saying, "You laid your bed, now rest." I don't even know who Ellen Van Unworth is. Who is she? Is she? In the words of RuPaul. I need to look her up. Oh, she's a fashion photographer. 72 years old. Yeah, she definitely she would support Trump. And first of all, girl, she is German too. Did I say more? Yeah, whatever. Look, as long as it wasn't Franny Leibowitz, we don't care. A lot of be like, we have no respect for authority. All right, y'all. Ooh, child, this might be the first time I also went over almost 6 hours, but yeah, I gave y'all enough to last y'all the next 2 days, and those who gonna come in late. I love y'all. This is the end of the show. I'll be back in 2 days on Wednesday with a brand new episode. I'm gonna be out tomorrow because I gotta work, so I'll be back on Wednesday with more tea, more celebrity news and gossip, all that good stuff. So before you exit out, if you could finally do me a solid, if you haven't already, hit that like button, smash the notification bell, all the good stuff. Hit the subscribe for when the new episode comes out. Love you all for watching. Thank you for your continued support. Thank you for all you jumping up in the comments with me and all that good stuff. And until next time, ciao, darlings.